engage in thought-provoking discussion that will deepen our understanding of how these industrial relays can continue to serve as a living monument to our past while inspiring future generations. Now, first, I would like to introduce our distinguished guests. Please give a way to greet everyone. The first one is the Director of Cultural Affairs Bureau, Tainan City Government, Dr. Shi Yuan Xie. Yeah, welcome. And the second one is the Chief Ranger of Liukong Station, Taijiang National Park, Guang Yin Huang. Welcome. And the next one is the Director of Heritage, Hansang, Netherlands, Dr. Hasti Harakat. And the next one is Executive Director of Center of Architecture Documentation, Indonesia, Nadia Puresti. And the next one is Executive Director of Sumatra Heritage Trust, Indonesia, Cindy Indira. And the next one is Treasurer of ICOMOS, Indonesia, Dr. Maya Rosa. The next one is Secretary of Dutch Trading Post Heritage Network, Netherlands, Renko Folek. And the next one is the Curator of Matsura Historical Museum, Japan, Yoshihara Okayama. And the next one is the researcher of Matsura Historical Museum, Japan, Kumiko Sakamoto. And the next one is the researcher of Matsura Historical Museum, Japan, from Japan, Anna Akaben. Welcome. And next one is the researcher of Historical Museum, Japan, Yohei Inguchi. Okay, and we also have the Associate Professor of National University of Singapore, Dr. Wido. Where are you? Okay, thank you, everyone. Now we like to invite the Director of Cultural Affairs Bureau, Tainan City Government, Dr. Shi Yuan Xie, to give the welcome speech for us. Please welcome Dr. Xie.
OK， 非常感谢来自印尼、荷兰、新加坡跟日本、美国的朋友一起来参与我们这次糖业建筑遗址的新生与蜕变的这个研讨会跟工作坊。
Good morning, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank our international distinguished guests from Indonesia, the Netherlands, Japan, the United States to today's forum. We are going to talk about the sugar industry, industrial heritage.
因为今年其实是荷兰人到台湾来建造安平古堡、热兰遮堡之后的400年那所以其实是一个台南在利用这个机会，那重新回顾过去发展的脉络的一个很重要的契机。
Since this year marks the 400th anniversary after the Zidendal Castle built by Dutch people, so Tainan City Government would like to take this event and anniversary to restore our historical track.
那在这样子的一个脉络中，其实带我们看见的这一个台湾跟整个周边世界的关系那其中其实对于糖业甚至于糖的 这种消费的网络的理解哦，能够对于台南而言是能够更加丰富的了解台南跟整个东南亚或者更广泛的地方的这个相互的交流。
Under this context, we can clearly see Taiwan's relationship and the world. Through sugar making and also sugar consumption, we can know Taiwan's position in this important market in the world.
因此，我们对这个对这个糖业议题的理解哦，它其实是一个不仅仅对于台南自身的历史的一个爬梳哦，而是对于以台湾为中心的一个对于周边世界的关联的那个网络的一个建构。那我们相信，其实对于台湾而言，或者台南400而言，这样子的一个理解，能够更丰富的认识我们之间的彼此的关联了。
Sugar is an issue that helps people in Tainan to understanding clearly our traditional cultural heritage and help us to know Taiwan's connection to the world. So this is a very important issue for us, especially at this moment when we're celebrating Tainan's 400th anniversary.
那事实上，其实在这几天的议程当中，不仅仅我们从一个糖业的历史跟文化的脉络来理解哈，我们更关注的是这些糖业的遗址在当代有什么新的可能。
So through today's forum, we will understand the cultural heritage of a sugar industrial site, and we will also discuss the potential for the modern use of these industrial heritage sites.
所以其实从过去到当代，糖业的议题一直影响着或者是它其实它的重要性是显然是值得我们关注的。那因此我们才会安排今天的会议。那也希望透过不管是展览或者工作坊或者是研讨会的形式，能够让大家用不同的面向去认识台湾的糖业的历史跟糖业遗址在当代在当代的一些这种新的可能。
The importance of sugar cannot be overemphasized. So through exhibition, forum, and workshop, we are able to discuss sugar, this issue, from diverse perspectives, and to let us know the connection with us.
那在此最后也预祝我们这一次的大会顺利圆满。那也期待我们今天在这样的一个交流的基础上面，能够激发出更多值得令人关注的议题，那从而开展后续的交流。
In the end, I would like to wish the success of this forum and also hope that we can have a fruitful discussion result to let us to study and understand sugar better. Thank you.
谢谢，感谢大家，谢谢。
Okay, now we will, thank you, Director. Now we will invite all delegates to come forward and we will take group pictures. Please come forward and we will take pictures. Please remain seated. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Okay, thank you. Okay, now we will proceed to our program. And before we start, due to time limitations, we would like to remind all speakers to deliver your talk within your time span. You will hear a ring bell when 3 minutes remaining, and a ring bell again when time is up. Please turn to your smartphone to silent mode. Thank you. Okay, now let's begin our first program. We will have 2 keynote speeches, and this section will be handled by our moderator, Nadia Piwestri. She is the Executive Director of Center for Architecture Documentation, Indonesia. Let's welcome Nadia Piwestri.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. Good morning. It was nice to see you, all of you here. And this morning we will start the International Symposium Balancing Dreams and Reality and the Cultural Landscape of Sugar Industrial Heritage with the session 1, the keynote speech. This morning we will have 2 keynote speakers. The first is Johannes Widodo. Dr. Johannes Widodo is a professor at the National University of Singapore, teaching in the Master Degree of Architectural Conservation Program. He is the founder and executive director of INTA, International Network of Tropical Architecture, the founder of MAAN, Modern ASEAN Architecture Network, and ex-co-member of the ASEAN Academy for Heritage Management, a jury member for the UNESCO Asia Pacific Awards for Cultural Heritage Conservation, member of ICOMOS International Scientific Committee, founding member and director of ICOMOS National Committee of Singapore and Indonesia, a founding member of DOCOMOMO, Macau and Singapore, served as an advisory board member of the Preservation of Sites and Monuments of the National Heritage Board of Singapore from 2013 until 2019. He is also an associate member of the Singapore Institute of Architects, SIA, and an advisory board member of Southeast Asian Cultural Heritage Alliance, and a member of the Circle of Human Sustainability Singapore. His first professional degree in architecture was from Parahyangan Catholic University in Bandung, Indonesia, and then the Master of Architectural Engineering from Katholieke Universiteit Leuven, Belgium, and PhD in Architecture from the University of Tokyo, Japan. Today, his keynote is about the navigating the complexity of our industrial legacy. And our second keynote speaker will be Philip Van Xie. He is a professor of tourism, leisure, and event planning from Bowling Green State University, Ohio. And he got his master and doctoral degree from the University of Waterloo, Canada. So I will give this time and floor for the first keynote speaker, Dr. Johannes Widodo. Please welcome.
Thank you, Nadia. Okay. Yeah. This is forward. Okay. It's not. Good morning, everyone. So thank you very much for inviting me to this forum, because I only have 30 minutes, so I have to move very fast. So my first statement here in the keynote is, talking about heritage is difficult. It's not simply converting a factory into a tourism destination. And I'm not just talking about sugar, but also I want to talk in general about the industrial heritage. I start with this issue. Difficult because it's ideology, because it's emotions, and because it's also political. This is one example of Hashima coal mine that is submitted by Japan to UNESCO World Heritage Committee in 2015 to be listed. And E-Commerce International actually already have some warning at the very beginning. It's not as innocent as it seems. Yes, it's related directly to the modernizations of Japan during the Meiji period. I think it's also understandable that Taiwan also part of the Meiji modernizations that time. But the problem of the submissions, it was not mentions about the forced laborer from Korea that's being used during the operations of this. So it's missing from the dossier. So after the approval by UNESCO, Korea was very angry, and he released a movie, drama movie, Battleships Island. So this is a kind of problems that we face. Site is not neutral. And why sugar industry is difficult? Taiwan was under Japanese rule from 1895 to 1945 and become a major sugar exporter. And of course, that time, Japan was not just controlling, but Taiwan is part of this Japanese realm. And Japanese built extensive sugar factories, exploiting local resources and labor, symbolizing colonial control and economic extractions. I saw the exhibition yesterday, and also the demonstrations of making sugar, making cakes and food. But what I find in the exhibitions and expositions, we are focusing too much on the consumption side. We are focusing too much on the beauty and the delicacies of sugar, but not very much into the process, how sugar plantation is being enforced, and how is the livelihood of the people in Taiwan at that time who work in the plantations, and also about land ownerships. Yes, it mentions about this land is owned by who, but how about the traditional land rights, for example? Indonesia, the same. Expanded sugar industry in the 17th century, establishing plantation and factories, and relied on forced labor and forced policy. In Indonesia, it's called tanam paksa. So the Dutch government forced everyone to plant something that is beneficial for Europe, for Holland, which was central to the colonial economy and Dutch exploitations. So now, we have these post-colonial challenges. Both Japanese and Dutch use sugar factories as tools of economic dominations, deeply impacting local societies. And these factories, historically symbol of colonial oppression in Taiwan and Indonesia, but all this issue is not visible in the interpretations. So when you have a museums, when you have a textbook telling the stories, normally the dark side of history is hidden or swept under the floor, under the carpet. Sugar factories are central to national identity and historical memory discussions. Therefore, the preservation and interpretation of these sites are contentious, as they involve acknowledging past exploitations, while repurposing the site for modern use, such as tourism and education. So we are talking about the content now. It's not neutral, it's not value-free. So Taiwan and Indonesia sugar heritage continue to influence how these countries engage with their colonial past. It's a reflection, how you think about your past. Do you want to keep the past away from the future generations? And you're creating a new narratives, but that is not telling the truth. And this is the biggest challenge. Yesterday, this is one good example. I don't put the name who say that because to protect him from this. Thai Sugar Company inherited many sugar production factories and huge amount of land from the colonial power, the Japanese colonial power. This made the company a super profit owner during the urban expansion after the 1990s. It resulted in some scandal and corruptions. Those old factories were reused for recreation and tourism when entering leisure society of today. Revealing that the heritage narrative has been largely short-circuit. Now, sugar is mostly imported in Taiwan. Most sugar plants are transferred for tourist use. So the bitter colonial history has faded. History has melted into capitalism. So I start this conference by these thought-provoking things. It's not because we are not the right to redevelop the factories. But I just want us to realize that heritage is not for making money at the first place. Heritage is for educating the future generations. In 2011, MAN, Modern Asian Architecture Network, met in Seoul and make this Seoul Declaration 2011. And I don't want to go into the details because you can just Google this, but this is a recognition of these difficulties. It's a very complex issue and it demands wisdom before we repurposing something. So this declaration was announced together with TICHI, International Committee for the Conservation of Industrial Heritage in Seoul, 25-27 August 2011. I just give you some examples. This is industrial heritage. Auschwitz-Birkenau concentration camp by the German. And this is written at the gate of Auschwitz. Work makes you free. So the official announcement by the Nazi Germany to put all the Jewish people into this camp concentration to be burned and murdered, massacred, is not telling them about massacre. We give you a job. We put you from the ghetto into a factory. So you become part of the modern development of Germany. So it's deception, political deceptions. But yet, Auschwitz and Birkenau is not erased. It's not forgotten. It's kept as it is. Why? Because we don't want to repeat the same mistake again. So this is one good example of how conservations of industrial heritage, because this is perceived as industrial, because you have industrial machines to burn people. Industrial machines for forced work is still there. Industrial housing that is still used for the prisoners are still there. Even the smell until now are still there. And this is being preserved for the sake of education. Second example, Maya, her dissertation is about the mining city. This has also become a UNESCO World Heritage Site in 2019. It's about mining. Very good industrial development, very important, energy. But yes, it's important to show all these things related to the mining, but one thing that is attract my attention is this pile of concrete pillars. And this concrete pillars actually is a tombstone with numbers, not name. Why? Because this factory, this mining area, rely on the forced laborer, and this forced laborer was chained. There's a chain on the leg, so they not escape. And they're given number. And they are taken from different islands in Indonesia by Dutch to work in this coal mining. So when they die, they just bury them with numbers, not names. So they're not human anymore. But yet, this thing is just piled up in one corner of the UNESCO World Heritage Site. There is no further attempt, actually, or research carried out to look for whose is the name of those people with this number. But of course, it's possible because there must be a record somewhere in Holland or somewhere. So I think the role of the World Heritage Site or symbolical site is research. Research is one of the most important parts of the narratives of any historical site, including sugar factories. Who are the person? Who is the people who really work there? It's not just the directors, not just the landowner or industrial owner, but who are these people? Yeah, so I think this is one key element. And then I give you another example. It's not industrial heritage. How to reverse things. Something can be totally different meaning. This is in Bandung, Indonesia. And it's called, the building is built by Dutch in 1920. And 1995 and 1920. It's called Societat Concordia. It's the most imperialist, colonialist club in the city of Bandung, where the natives cannot use this. Natives only come here to serve the Dutch. But then, interestingly, Sukarno, the first Indonesian president, chose this venue for the first most anti-imperialist, anti-colonialist conference in the world that will lead into the formation of the non-aligned movement. And he changed the name of this building as Gedung Merdeka, Freedom Building. And then changed the name of the Great Post Road into Asia Africa Road. So this is effectively changed the soul of the building with opposite meaning. The first one, the original soul, is imperialist colonialism. This building is remained the same. Very little improvement, only change of the interior and the functions. But because of the event, because of the naming, the soul completely changed into the symbol of anti-colonialism. So this is what happened during the conference. The first Afro-Asia conference produced Bandung Declarations and formed the non-aligned movement or non-bloc countries during the Cold War in 1955. Another example is in Singapore. It's a former Ford Motor Company. In 1941, this is the first automobile assembly in Southeast Asia. It's very significant heritage. Then 1942, the British surrendered to Malaya, to Japanese, in this factory. So the signatories of the surrender of the British Army was carried out inside this factory. Then 1942-45 is when Japanese military truck assembly and service depot for the war in Malay Peninsula, but also machine to send to Indonesia as well. And then after the war, this became British military repair depot, returned to the British, but not to the Ford Motor Company. 48 is returned to the Ford Company for assembling the car until 1980. Then it was sold in 1983 when Ford pulled out from Southeast Asia by a developer, Hong Leong Corporations, and redevelopment plan as a condominiums. At that time, it's not get any status protections. The protections only came a bit late, 1992, 1996, when the National Heritage Board of Singapore intend to keep as a monument, but it's too late because it already sold to private sectors. So the only thing that they can do is just to preserve the facade and some part of the building. The rest has been redeveloped into condominiums. But anyway, this received the national monument status. So 2006 is gazetted as national monuments, and then 2006 is opened as Memories at Old Ford Factories. So that is the name. Then 2017 is the celebrations to commemorate the end of Second World War, is reopening a Shonan gallery. And the term Shonan for the Singaporean is very painful. Shonan is the light of the south, is the Japanese name for Singapore. So Singapore was erased in Japanese map and called Shonanto. And this evoking a memory of massacre, memory of oppressions between 1942 and 1945. Same also here in Tainan. You see the circle, 27th of February. The dates for Taiwanese has a certain meaning. It's not for Japanese, but something is happening around this circle, around this area, right? That memory lingering also here. So people were very angry and put everything in the newspaper, put in the social media. The next day, 16th of February, the government renamed this as Shonan Gallery, War and Its Legacies. Because the government want, okay, now we are very rational. We just put this in the perspective, a scientific word is war and legacy. People are still very angry. Everybody called the minister. We don't want this name. A lot of movements in social media. 17 February, the day later, it changed again, surviving the Japanese occupations, war, and its legacies. Very long name. So overnight, people are coming up and down to change the name. Yeah, so it's very busy, 24 hours, changing names 3 times. Now, at present, it's changed again. The name now is Old Ford Factory. That's it, very simple. So giving names has to be very careful. It's not neutral, it's not just about naming. There is a lot of associations. And there's a lot of meanings and moral standing. And another issue is ethics. This is St. James Power Stations by coal in 1924, 1927 to create electricity, first time in Singapore. And they use coal imported from outside in the harbor area. So it's near the harbor front. Then it's converted into a factory of energy. The first energy factories in Singapore. 1962 is closed down as a power plant because technology changed. It's changed to oil, to diesel, to other technology. So it's defunct. 82, 92 is used by Port Authority of Singapore as a commercial warehouse. And then abandoned. Then 2006 is conversion into a multi-concept entertainment hub and nightclub. There is a 9 nightclub and 3 restaurants. Make a lot of money. You see, nightclub in Singapore. It's not just nightclubs, you know, it's a hidden prostitution as well, right? It's just gambling, I don't know, but it's a lot of funny things happening inside here. And the problem is, 2009 is declared as a national monument. Why? Because of the significance in the modernizations of Singapore. Yes, by right, this is very significant, but it came too late. It's declared where it's still as a nightclub. So then you can imagine how you can tell your children, hey, son, this is very important in the history of Singapore, the modernizations. But you cannot go there. Why? Because it's a nightclub. Right? So it's a mismatch between the youth, is misleading people into thinking into this. So this national monument is just in name, just physical, but not the soul. The soul completely changed into the opposite side. Then the lease finished, and now there's a corrections. The functions now is become Dyson's, the maker from England, the fan of global headquarters in Singapore. So I think this is a good lesson that use has to be appropriate. Use should be able to connect with the soul of the past. Dyson is related to energy efficient fan, energy efficient equipment, technology, which is also related to the beginning, the original intent of St. James Power Stations. So there's always associations that still match. Then it makes a lot of money, right? Because the rent is very expensive. And you can use adaptive reuse techniques, whatever, something that is not destroying the entire appearance and make it better. But yet you make money, but make money in a good way. Sorry, I am referring to this NARA document of authenticity. I think this is a good principles to refer to, how to protect a cultural heritage authenticity and continuity. So it's not just stop into the past, but also for the future. Number one is to respect or recognition of cultural diversity and values. It's not just a single value. It's not just a value of money. There's many other values. Second, respect of tangible and intangible cultural expression of culture and societies. So the key word is respect. Respect is not imposing something that you want, but be humble. And then let the things come out. And this diversity of culture and heritage is irreversible source of spiritual and intellectual richness for all humankind and national impact on human development. It's educational value. We preserve because we want that things stay until the next and the next and the next generations. And we let that building, that site, to tell the story. It's like a book in the library. Then responsibility for caring and managing cultural heritage belong to the cultural community that generated it. Not just the producers, not just the capitalists, but also the victims, but also the people, but also the farmers, the supplier, as part of this story. And adherence to international charter, convention, and shall not undermine the fundamental cultural values. Conservation of cultural heritage in all its forms and historical periods is rooted in the values attributed to the heritage. So focus on the value. So what is the value? So authenticity of the value and attributes must be scientifically and comprehensively assessed by respecting and understanding cultural diversity and context. So this is, I think, one of the very good documents to start with. Whenever you want to start with this, ask yourself question. Is research has been carried out comprehensively? Is all values, including the dark value of the past, is included also in the assessment before you make a decision, what are you going to do? So the ethical regeneration and conservation, based on valuing the historical, cultural, social, scientific significance of place and object from multiple perspectives of all stakeholders. Conserving the historical significance which is accumulated over time, not just selections of a certain period. I want to restore back to this point. I don't want to restore before that. Yeah, we have no right to edit history. History is already there. Why we choose a certain period to return and to restore to the future? It's not right. So you have to completely take everything. Preserving the soul of the site, not just the physical form. And soul means memory, community, history, personality, survivability, livability of the past. Recognizing the importance of conserving the intangible heritage and the revival of traditional techniques as craftsmanship. If it's the building made by brick and by a certain types of plaster, in restorations, I think we need to respect also the same techniques, not just replacing lime with white cement, for example. There's a lot of consequences on that. Inducing paradigm shift from government initiative, top-down, to public-private community strategic alliance, incorporating all the stakeholders. Promoting people-centered, community-based participatory planning and design. Developing sustainable tourism. Yes, tourism is important, but what kind of tourism? Not just selfie tourism, not just consumerist tourism, but responsible tourism, developmental tourism, and eco-tourism. And also sustainable visitor management system by considering resource limitation, carrying capacity, and adverse impact of mass tourism in the area of economy, society, and culture. And ensuring comprehensive, truthful, inclusive development and regeneration based on the comprehensive understanding, good management, inclusive process, and effective monitoring. So this is all this management issues and system. So I think this is just like, normally I'm a teacher, so I ask my students to look into the literatures like this. There's some books that's been very good published. Number one is A Place of Pain and Shame Dealing with Difficult Heritage. There's already a lot of literatures related to this. So don't ignore your past, okay? Face your past bravely. Why? Because it's important for your kids' educations. And second is tourism and sustainability. Tourism is not just for the sake of tourism, but it has to be related to 17 Sustainable Development Goals. How to eradicate poverty, how to eradicate hunger, how to create a best education for our next generation, and so on. So this is my conclusions. Heritage is not for sale. It belongs to the previous, present, and future generations. We have no right to mess up something that does not belong to us. We just borrow this from the past generations to be passed on. This is first number one. And it's about educating people and telling them the complete truth, not the partial truth. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Widodo, for the very provoking presentation. Heritage is difficult, I agree with you, because I worked in this field for quite a long time. And colonial sugar industrial heritage and also colonial heritage has always bitter and sweet memories for the people and also for the nation. But the interpretation of that heritage can give a new meaning not only for the people but also for the nation itself. And respect for the cultural diversity and also the value of that heritage isn't important if we want to preserve and the adaptive reuse of the building. Is that right? So heritage is not for sale. I invite all of you to, if you have any response or question, so two respond first. One is Hasti and the other is Bayu. Okay, Hasti, could you please?
Oh, I can shout out.
Yeah.
Okay, I completely 100% agree that heritage is not for sale. And that's why the title of this event is Balancing Dream and Reality. Our dream is not to sell the heritage, but the reality, we have to finance our dream. What is the balance about it? According to you as a scientist, as a researcher, and we are on the field, we have to think about the reality. Thank you.
Can I answer directly? Yes. Okay, so I have 5 principles. I will tell my friends about the 5 principles. They listen to me in many, many occasions. Principle number 1 is environmental sustainability. Because now we are facing the climate change. And we know that carbon is money. You can make a carbon trading. You preserve the sinking carbon or embodied carbon in the building and make a calculations. So that is the first value. Second is economic viability. Economic viability is thinking about the functions. But you have a choice, nightclub or Dyson headquarters, corporate office. Budget hotel or 5-star hotel that can generate a lot of money, right? So this is a choice, economic viability. Number 1, environmental sustainability. Second, economic viability. The third one is the social justice, social historical truth. Number 4 is cultural authenticity, tangible, intangible cultural authenticity. And number 4 is the architectural integrity, how you combine the old with the new, how you do the adaptive reuse, how to make your new elements reversible, So if you're finished with these functions this year, you can remove everything without damaging the original structure. Just like when you rent an apartment, when you rent a car, you must do an inventory first. Then, of course, you can do anything, repainting, adding toilet, whatever, but make sure it's reversible. It's not damaging the structure. So I think these 5 principles is the answer, right? So it's balancing profit, yes, profit, but do it responsibly, because we are not dealing with our own property. Yeah.
Please, Bayu.
Well, heritage is not for sale. That's very intriguing. Some people think that heritage, it's the potential for sale. Yeah. And this way, it can be preserved. Well, financially, maybe. What do you think?
Okay, preservation, there's 2 meanings. One is like, you know, pickles. Pickles is from cucumber. You preserve the pickles. And then you can preserve that for 1 month, 2 months, 1 year. But you are freezing it. There is a tiger. We want to preserve tiger by shoot the tiger, kill the tiger, remove the internal organ, and we can preserve like mummy. And then that tiger will stay for 200 years. That is the first understanding of preservation, which is wrong, because you kill the soul. The other one of preservation actually is to change the spirit. I mean, you keep the physical form, but you don't kill the tiger. We preserve the habitat of a tiger so the tiger can produce more tigers. We plant more cucumbers to create an environment that the cucumber can stay as a cucumber, so we can produce so many food from that cucumber, variations. So focusing on the habitat, focusing on the ecosystem of conservations, political, social, economic, regulations, environmental, whatever, is much more important, not just focusing on the site and building itself. Because if just focus on the building itself, but not the ecosystem, then it's like mummifications, freezing, and to focus on the shell, but not on the life itself. It's a bit philosophical, but you know, we consider architecture and site and building as a living things, organic things. It's not a relics in those artifacts. So a lot of mistakes is because we focus that things as a relics. And then you can use that things for whatever, like museum things, display, for modifications and so on.
Can I have for one more question? Can I have time for one more question? Okay, Mr. Who is raised hand? Yes, that one. Itu yang pakai masker. No. Is there any more question? One question. We still have time for one question. Oh yes, please, Emma.
Yes, thanks for your impressive speech. Yeah, I have a question about, just now you showed the Ford, right? That the motor museum or company, factory, yeah. And then talked about the 2017, and then yeah, just within 3 days, and it just renamed again and again. Can you maybe say some more about the situation? Thank you.
Yes, the issue is that the generation from 1942, 1945, who experienced the Japanese cruelty during that 3 years of occupation in Singapore, famine, massacre, murder, rapes, comfort women, is all in the memory of some of our parents. They're still alive during the opening of that factory. At first, no issue because the name is Old Factory. Nothing, it's very neutral. But when the government decided to name it Shonan Gallery, so the term Shonanto is not just simply a name. because that name has an associations, right? So associations bring back the memory of the grandparents, the parent is still alive. When they hear the news about the name in the newspaper, in the televisions, a lot of people who experienced the Japanese occupation 1942-43 cried and tell the children, this is not right. They are traumatized. The old trauma come back. And the children, because they are very savvy in internet, in using social media, they're just posting this. And this is almost elections. So the opposition used this to fuel the sentiments against the government who used this name. And then it's become a big discussion and it's become a political issue. So that's why the minister afraid that it will harm the chance of getting vote, right? Many people will not vote because the government doesn't listen to the people. So it's become a political issue, so the government immediately changed the name. Okay, let's put another names, and then let's put another names. They have no time to think, because it's very pressing issue. So the best solution is go back to the original name by dropping the word Shonan. But if you visit that place, it's still a museum. It's just the same. The content is the same. It's about 1942, 1945. Right? There's no change in the content at all, but just the name that you put on the buildings. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Yohanes Widodo, for the presentation and the answer. And then now we will invite Dr. Philip Sie that will give his second keynote speaker, as the second keynote speaker. So Dr. Sie. Oh yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Hello?
So,
Yes.
yeah, thank you. And please, you have approximately 30 minutes for the presentation. Please.
Great. Well, yeah, thank you, everybody. I hope everyone can hear me clearly. Well, good morning to Tainan, and also good evening to Ohio, United States. We have a 12 hours difference, so right now it's the Sunday evening, 9 o'clock. So certainly it's a Monday morning, like at 9 o'clock in Taiwan. So it's quite interesting when we talk about the kind of like in a long distance delivery. So it's just like such an honor to give a talk about the industrial heritage tourism in this conference and workshop. Everyone can hear me clearly, am I right? Everyone can hear me clearly? Yes, okay, great. Okay, so that situation I will do is today, what I'm going to talk about is a topic about the industrial heritage tourism. It's kind of like a different from the first presentation, which is focusing on, of course, heritage stuff for sale. But this is, of course, it's a heritage, as a matter of fact, it's in the process of commodification for tourism, for commercial development. So this is, of course, it's like a topic is quite interesting. So what I'm going to do is certainly just give you a little bit background information about who I am, and also like my involvement in the past 20 years, in Taiwan, in different kind of like industrial heritage sites. So this is the first one. I'm not going to shamelessly to promote my book, but my book published in 2015 in the UK is Industrial Heritage Tourism. And in this book, it's kind of like the first one in the academia to link industrial heritage to tourism and trying to understand the kind of like a tourism activities and how tourism kind of like play a pivotal role in industrial heritage process. This is also, of course, like I say, okay, have quite a lot of different kind of case studies trying to explain and kind of explore different type of like tourism modes in the kind of like in the successful kind of like a case studies. So this is, of course, like I say, the first one. I'm certainly kind of like say based on this book, I kind of like have quite a good opportunities to kind of like travel around the world in trying to kind of like go through different kind of like industrial heritage development in different areas. And this is, of course, it's also very fortunately because my topic and also this becomes a very important kind of like a tourism development for many destinations. This is not just in Taiwan, but also in many other different countries. They are trying to use industrial heritage as a means for economic development. So I certainly kind of like can explain the things to you. Over the past decade, I, as a matter of fact, get involved with Taiwan's different kind of like traditional industries. The first one, of course, like I see, it's about 11, 12 years ago, I participated in the southwest coast of Taiwan for the salt heritage. If you can see this picture, you can tell I'm on the front row, I'm on the right hand, and I was young and fit at the time. But this is, of course, like I say, it's a great experience for me to visit different parts of Taiwan, to understand the salt industry, its heritage. And you can tell these people, they are small owner, small business, grassroots, spontaneous, and it's very, very rewarding, as a matter of fact, for me to understand how important it is. Some traditional industries in Taiwan, such as salt, sugar, tobacco, now becomes a buzzwords for a lot of an industry and for a lot of a tourism development and of course economic incentives. This is also as you can see the picture I show you is, as a matter of fact, we dip our feet into the salt pool. Of course, if anyone had that kind of experience, probably can tell the feeling of your feet. It's slimy, it's cold, but it's totally different from the tap water, that's for sure. So this is, of course, it's a great opportunity for me to get started with the Taiwan kind of a traditional industry, especially industrial heritage. I've also, of course, traveled to Hualien, in the sugar factories, which is right now it's turned out to be a tourist destination. For many kind of people understand the importance of the sugar industry and sugar landscape, of course, in Hualien. It's become just integral part of the kind of industry. We are trying to kind of portray that, trying to use that for kind of education. And of course, I say, it's an identity. It's trying to understand how important it is. Sugar industry, salt industry, and tobacco industries, they used to be, during Japanese colonization, play a very important role for our daily lives. So having said that, of course, I kind of in about 10 years ago, I was give a talk to the 10 drum in Tainan, which is kind of it's also a very interesting part of that, trying to kind of understand how fast the development of the 10 drum from a kind of abandoned kind of wasteland to very successful, as a matter of fact, the way kind of how we utilize the kind of resources for any kind of education, for economic development. So having said that, coming back to a very basic information about the landscape, especially the sugar landscape. In this one is a landscape of nostalgia. It's the book I kind of get started. Trying to understand it's a kind of old, good old days, and trying to understand the industrial heritage used to be is dominant. Is trying to kind of say, okay, it's not just something in the museum. It's a daily life. We kind of go there. We have a chance to kind of experience that. So landscape of nostalgia is the one trying to kind of understand the first thing in the industrial heritage. In this part of that is I try to use the French words, say, le lieu de mémoire, which is kind of the site of the memories. So over years, many industries kind of fade away. Many kind of diminished or disappeared eventually. So in this part of that, there are a lot of remains, ruins, warehouses, factories. All these kind of things just we talk about is industrial remains. So how are we going to deal with that? They are the space. They are wasteland. They are pretty much looking for new interpretation and new purpose. So this becomes the second part of that is we talk about is a new space for resourceful reinterpretation. So that means we have to do some reinterpretation. We have to change that. We can certainly bulldoze every remains, ruins, and factories. But in the end, it's a space. So how are we going to use the space? How we turn that into a tourist gaze which is direct at the industrial heritage new sites. That's, of course, it's a challenge. And also it becomes a very useful tool nowadays for many kind of like economic development. Nostalgia industries, as a matter of fact, is a huge. It's like I said, okay, it's a pretty much like everywhere you go, people trying to use industrial kind of like a nostalgic like part of that to understand and better appreciate our past history. This is also very important in Taiwan because this is kind of like a political identity. It is also very important. It's like a cultural hotspot. So the picture I show you here is the one I was in, and it's about a 1.5 hour drive from my place. It's in Detroit. That's, of course, is the first Ford Model T, the factories. This is, of course, like you can imagine, that's like 100 years ago, the first model, like a Ford Model T, was manufactured in this kind of like, it's a big factories, but now it's a totally run down. But it's also, it's a great place for nostalgia, to remember the past history, the first automobile in the US. So having said that, I'm going to do today is to introduce a triology. The triology is, which is why I did it, which is I developed one chapter in my book, is talking about the a very important part of like 3 stages of development. The first one is, of course, like I say, based on French philosopher Deleuze and Guattari. Basically, both one, they are trying to use a social science, trying to understand. There are 3 words. The first words they use is called territory, or we turn that into called a territorialization. That just means that it's a kind of like open land, it's open space. It's just like we are trying to understand, trying to figure out what we're gonna do. Do we need to turn that into a different purpose? Do we need to kind of like keep it as it is? Or we just like want to make something new? In the second stage, of course, like I say, what they do is the French philosopher would just say the territory, as a matter of fact, is a fluid. It can change, it can be altered, mutated, destroyed. It can be turned that into so-called the state of deterritorization. That's, of course, the second stage of development. That means from territorization to deterritorization. Well, if everything goes like that way, that probably be the end of the kind of like a philosopher's kind of like in the reasons and the context. But as a matter of fact, if you go take a look closely, there is a third stage emerged. That's what we talk about is reterritorization. In the reterritorization is the one, is a very interesting part of that, is trying to understand, is as a matter of fact, due to the fast mass change and the originality is lost. And it could be something displacement, it could be like a delocalization, or this is like just a totally whole new meaning. So this is a destination, but it doesn't matter. It has a new meaning, it has a new purpose, that's how we do. So in the postmodernism, we are trying to kind of understand is like a territorial identity. They used to be like a silky, we want to say identity is an identity, but as a matter of fact, it can be equivocal, it can be subjective, it can be changing in any form. So this is, of course, like I say, the original kind of like in the concept of a so-called triology, territorialization, deterritorization, and reterritorization. So I find this kind of like philosophy is quite intriguing. I mean, I think this is probably the best way to explain and understand the development of industrial heritage, especially in sugar landscape and salt and tobacco. As you can see, like, in Taiwan, there is a burst of new development for industrial heritage. This turn that into creative parks, turn that into a different kind of like purpose. So what I'm gonna do is in the following one, I kind of like utilize or borrow the philosopher's kind of ideas like a triology, turn that into my kind of like life cycle model. This is, of course, in the book chapter. What I'm talking about, I propose, is the first one, of course, is look at is territorialization. It's just basically said that the first stage is the cultural wasteland. It's a land, it's a kind of like, you have a lot of meanings, but it's to sit there looking for kind of like an answer or trying to kind of like find a new meanings, or maybe just like I say, waiting to be destroyed. The second stage, if you take a look at it, you will see this is called a deterritorialization. This is the stage we call regeneration and tourism. So travel, tourism, business kick in. We want to turn that into something different. We maybe use the facade. Maybe we kind of like to say, okay, can keep some parts of the thing. Maybe you can change that into the hotel. Heritage hotel is getting also very popular nowadays. Or maybe like they can spend a time in sugar factories, then eventually or maybe spend more money in some other places. These are all about deterritorialization. And the last stage, of course, what we're talking about is reterritorialization. This is actually the kind of like a final answer for many tourism industries. It's like a so-called creative tourism, creative destination, or something we just call is kind of like a totally new meanings. People come here, they're looking for different things. They still love the cultural heritage. They still love the heritage things we used to have, but they want to move on. They want to use that as a new kind of like opening space. This is, of course, like a silky, what we're talking about triology. My meaning, of course, my kind of like proposal is that, okay, look, if you go take a look at that, it's a cycle. That means re-territorize the kind of like a places eventually, maybe over many years later, 50 years, maybe 60 years, 70 years later, will become another cultural wasteland. That, of course, like go back to territorialization. So the cycle will continue on. It's kind of like okay, let's kind of like move on to the next kind of like okay, meaningfulness, next kind of like goals, what we need to kind of achieve. That's kind of what we're talking about, the kind of industrial heritage life cycle model. I propose that in my book. I, of course, like I say, okay, I use that in different kind of like case studies and different things. It turned out to be, I think it's pretty much like I say, okay, it's a very interesting things to observe, to understand a different way how to develop, how to evolve over times. Okay, so I'm kind of like just like say, okay, maybe do a little bit more kind of like a detailed information. This is of course territorialization. It refers to the process of making a territory out of a place and converting it to a productive use. This is like say everyone can understand what's the original meaning of a territorial identity. The second one, deterritorialization, of course, it's to reflect the abandonment of the old functionality and the subsequent use of the industrial facades for tourism and regeneration. Some parts are still kind of like they keep the originality, they keep some part of the thing, but functionality is gone. Maybe some part of that is kind of like turned that into a symbol, an icon, landmark. That's of course what we talk about deterritorialization. And the last one, of course, the reterritorialization, that's just like seeing an increasing commodification, construction, contestation of the industrial heritage and like the creative like industries, which is kind of like everything can happen. Every kind of vibes can occur in the location. That's of course like okay, that's the purpose when we talk about the cycle and how we go for that. Well, if I'm going to say that three things, I will kind of like say, okay, give you quite a few different examples. The first one is territorialization. This is the one, of course, again in Detroit, Michigan. Michigan Grand Central Station, they used to be the number one, exceeding the New York City Grand Central Station. If you go visit New York City, you understand this how glamorous the kind of like interiors and exteriors. But Michigan used to be, I mean, probably the better one. But now, of course, it's totally abandoned since 1990s. And then, of course, no trains, no kind of like station, and this is how it looks like if you kind of like go and visit Detroit. It's a wasteland. It's totally abandoned. It's just like I say, sitting there. Some people said we can spend some time, maybe just tear it down. Some kind of like looking for new investment. I think they found a new investment just a couple of years ago. They're gonna turn that into maybe shopping mall, maybe multi-complex, kind of like to see, okay, the facilities. But this is just like to see, okay, that stage. If you take a look at this photo, you understand the Michigan Central Station. It is in the stage of the territorialization. Well, this is my home state. I think I'm very happy to report another interesting architecture. This is called the Lunenburger Basket Building. I mean, if you go take a look at that, you will be amazed, like far away. This building looks like a basket because the owner, the business is called a basket weaving. So they produce a lot of the basket. That then, of course, like I say, okay, they can't sustain. So they went bankrupt many years ago, but the building's sitting there. There's a Lunenburger basket buildings. They sit there, They are looking for new business. They are in the territorial identity stage. They are just kind of like they were looking for a new purpose. And I use that case study with my students for many times, trying to figure out what we're going to do. Can we turn that into farmers market? Can we turn that into a B&B? Can we turn that into 5-star hotel? This is, of course, the second stage. What we're talking about is deterritorization. Well, deterritorization occurs as said, it's a new meaning. It's just like it's a very simple space, temporal space issues now becomes a different part of like a context. This is the one I can show you is the one last year I went to London. I, of course, understand there are many tourist destinations in London. But as a matter of fact, the number one nowadays is the Banksy Tunnel. This is, of course, it's a very interesting under Waterloo train station. This is, of course, it's a graffiti art. I mean, if anyone knows graffiti artists, they are anonymous. They are grouped together, and that's what they call a Banksy. I mean, the Banksy tunnels, of course, it's like anonymous graffiti artists. They kind of start working at night when everyone go to sleep. Then, of course, in the morning, everything new is different. So this is the tunnel. I mean, tunnel is a deterritorized, but now it's a deterritorized. It's just like a city look. Can be very different. I can't wait, when there. This is, of course, the video I took, it's a very short walking distance. Well, imagine this is the abandoned sugar factories in Tainan. What are you going to do? Okay, so this is, of course, my short videos. I use that as a kind of it's a very interesting way to understand changing from territorization to deterritorization. And the last stage of one is certainly we talk about is reterritorization. In this one, of course, this is triology, the last stage of that. I would like to just show you a couple of things, including the one, as I believe is a very successful one in Tainan, is the Tendrum. I think it's just like a city. Tendrum is already reached the stage of reterritorization. If you take a look at this one, this is, of course, like a city. This year, about a month ago, I went to Amsterdam, the Netherlands, for conference. And then, of course, like a city, you can understand, it's an NDSM. Probably you never heard that. But this is right now, it's the #1 tourist attractions in Amsterdam. It's abandoned shipyard. I mean, it's just like if you go there, you need to take a ferry. The ferry is free, and you go there, and then you realize, as a matter of fact, it's a shipyard factory. It's this very big space and all kinds of art and everything. You don't feel it's a kind of like a shipyard. You feel it's kind of like it's a very interesting entertainment center. There's a good restaurants, there's a graffiti arts, there is art galleries, there's a lot of things, museums. Something just you can spend maybe the whole afternoon, just like you're going around NDSM. Then you realize, as a matter of fact, this is not a shipyard. If nobody kind of tells you about it, you never ever realize this is the kind of in the former shipyard. It's reterritorized. It's just it become a cultural hub. It becomes a vibe. It's for people younger, different generation. They just want to spend good time there. This is, of course, it's also very close to the center of Amsterdam. But it's kind of just totally changed the meaning. This is also the one I think everyone can see that is Anne Frank's portrait on the wall. And on the top of that say, "Let me be myself." And this is, of course, it becomes a creative industry and nothing to do with the shipyard. Okay, so this is the one, it's kind of it comes to 2017, I was invited to give a talk in Tendrum, which is kind of, it's such a pleasure. And I spent a kind of probably a couple of days in Tendrums, going around in every part of the place. And then you realize, as a matter of fact, the Tendrum is going through the 3 stages of development. They're starting with it's abandoned. It's kind of it's an eyesore for many people, just why we need to have these kind of pieces of steels and scrap metals. But then, of course, like they're going through the stage of like deterritorization. It's just like there's a lot of new meanings. They are trying to turn that into something very different, something we can spend a night, we can go to a walk, we can go appreciate the sugar industries, we understand how it goes. That's kind of like a get started. What kind of like touched me, of course, like I think it's an adaptive reuse of this space. Ten drum is for drumming, for kind of like a drum performance, and for the theater, for kind of like using sugar as a way to understand how important it is for the south of Taiwan, and also, of course, it's very entertaining. What I kind of like also feel very successful things is for the Ten drum is certainly the storytelling. This is, of course, like to go to Tainan. I use, of course, Kaohsiung as my kind of like a first stop. And this is, of course, in 2017, that's the subway station. And it's talking about a single parent, like it's just like she wants to play drum and couldn't find a place. Like it's a very noisy, when you're playing drum at night. So she needs to find a space. Of course, that space is in a sugar place, So she went there, she started playing, she enjoyed it, she had a good time. Then there's a group, there's a band, then eventually, of course, this is a highly cultural, creative kind of like a destination. It's not necessarily said, okay, it's something for sugar, but it's a very creative. I mean, this is like it's such a beautiful story. When you read that, then you understand as I say, yeah, bingo, this is the place I want to go, and this is the place I want to visit. This really tells a very good story about the sugar industry and also about how we implement the industrial heritage tourism. I certainly say something like this. Okay, I spent some time in Amsterdam. This is another one, is a gas work. This is, of course, for a gas station. This is kind of like turned that into a very important kind of like a creative park. There's a restaurant, fine dining. There's movie theaters. There's all kinds of things. It's a stretch along different blocks. And you probably can spend whole days just like wandering around and get some kind of ideas about the kind of like gas fabric. That's what they call it. So this is, of course, also one very successful way to understand the re-territorization, and of course, like I say, okay, what is the final result? What is the final outcome? I also had a chance to kind of like visit Canada. This is also the same thing, that distillery district. This becomes also a highly successful kind of like a project. It's, of course, like it used to make whiskey, kind of like a hard liquor, but now, of course, like turn that into a factory setting and turn that into a kind of like an open cafe, have all different kind of like a silky business and whatever. This is certainly a very interesting when you go and take a look at it and understand this kind of like how successful, and especially like the expansion of the areas, starting one from like distillery district, now of course like city, all areas. And the housing market, as a matter of fact, well, that's what I told, close to the areas, as a matter of fact, is quite expensive. That's just because the success of distillery in a district. That's, of course, is a real estate. It's just like I say, okay, it's a kind of like a ripple effect for the success. Okay, so here's the kind of like I say, okay, almost the kind of like the ending for the conclusion. What we need to do? Well, I think it's kind of like I say, okay, it's pretty much when you go and take a look, the industrial heritage development, we are kind of like following spontaneously the three stages of development. We start with territorialization, looking for new identity. We started with a deterritorization with the regeneration and the tourism. And then, of course, we move to re-territorization. That's, of course, it takes some time. But eventually, of course, this becomes a creative park, creative industries. This is just like silky, probably nothing to do with the industrial heritage, but it's a more or less, it's like the adaptive reuse of the location of the site. I also believe it's very important. I think it's just like a previous speaker talking about authenticity, living, heritage, whatever. I think that's probably the key issues for success when we develop tourism. I mean, that's, of course, it's also very important for the re-territorization and the deterritorization. We need some facade, we need some kind of like the key structures. We need to keep the flavor of the kind of like the industry. That's, of course, like say something we need to kind of understand that very well. We also talk about partnership. This is also very important towards a common goal. We believe that's kind of like really helpful to understand that the partnership in the US, we talking about the PPP, is basically say public-private partnership. that's PPP, of course, 3 Ps. It's really kind of like talks about the importance of that kind of like the relationship. Eventually, of course, it's an investment. It's a kind of like, it's a development. You need to kind of like work with different stakeholders. And then, of course, we also kind of like figure out the mixed use spaces, like how to understand that some probably can be used for maybe creative industry. Some probably we need to be very careful. We need to do some feasibility study. We need to understand the kind of whole process, pros and cons of whether or not, like I said, they're really kind of like I said, into the development. And the last one, of course, I think it's very important is understand the tourist segmentation. This is, of course, like trying to kind of like understand what tourists want, what they need, what they kind of like see really into that. That's, of course, it's also kind of like the key developmental kind of like indicators for many kind of like successful kind of like case studies. This is, of course, like it's kind of like a scratch the surface, give you some kind of ideas about the kind of like industry, how we're gonna do that, how we kind of like work together. Okay, so I think I am kind of like close to this one. Should I stop presenting or like just stop sharing? I think that's probably the easier way, maybe get started, or what shall we do?
Yes, thank you, Dr. C. And thank you for the enlightening presentation. A life cycle model of industrial heritage development consists of a trilogy of territorialization, deteriorization, and reterritorialization. And we have, I think, 17 minutes for the response question and answer. So the first two people, Maya and is anyone else who wants to give response to Dr. Xie? So, no. So Maya, please. Oh, yeah. Ping Xiang. Yeah.
Hi, Dr. Xie. My name is Maya, and your book, Industrial Heritage Tourism, was the first book handed to me when I started my doctoral program. And then I kind of interested in when you mentioned about territorial identity. Okay, as we know that identity is always dynamic and always changing, right? So in terms of the industrial heritage tourism, for identity, should we embed it, the identity for fast result, or should we develop it itself, which is take longer to implement, but it's more sustained? So I just want to know your thought about that. Thank you.
Well, Maya, thank you so much for reading my book. I'm kind of like shamelessly promote my book in Taiwan, in different countries. But this is, like I say, it's a very good question when we're talking about the triology and 3 stages of development. You also pointed out that one issue is for sustainability. I mean, I think it's very important to understand the long-term development. My position here is, of course, like I said, okay, we talk about territorial identity. I believe it's very important. That's also kind of like we use like sugar, salt, tobacco in Taiwan, because it used to be monopoly, like, during like Japanese colonization. But now, of course, like becomes a kind of like a symbol or kind of like a heritage, something we need to cherish. But this is like I say, okay, comes into a couple of things, which is I kind of like I say, okay, certainly can work with you, maybe in kind of like another project, but it's like how long it takes for the territorialization, how long it takes for deterritorialization, and eventually, like I say, can deterritorialization eventually moving to reterritorialization? That's, of course, like I say, okay, it's a kind of like a very interesting research questions for many people to understand that. What I believe is like a sort of tourism perspective. So if you plan to develop industrial heritage for tourism, they usually do is they have to kind of go through that 3 stages of development. Of course, like I say, okay, it can be very long, kind of like I say, okay, maybe it takes 20 years, 30 years. to deterritorialize, like I say, a new identity or whatever, or maybe like a tourism is lagging behind or whatever. There's a lot of resistance, like I say, for the local communities. So this is, of course, all things that needs to factor in. Just like I say, we really need to kind of like understand different parts of the stakeholder. And we talking about like PPP, like a public-private partnership. That's also kind of like a very important. So that's why, like I say, okay, I believe the identity is fluid. That's just like I say, in the process of tourism development, identity has become a trade. It's just like I say, okay, look, I mean, it can be a very important kind of like a heritage we need to preserve in the museum setting, or we just like I say, let it go. Let's turn that into a fun place, you know. We can have a special event, we have a kind of convention, maybe just a facade, something we can take a look at it. There are a lot of things, just like I say, it's open for discussion, but this is like definitely, it's a very kind of like a thought-provoking when you raise these issues, how to identify that identity, and how long it takes for that three triology kind of like evolve into different period of time, and then of course how to factor sustainability. That's of course, like I said, it's a very big question for many people. So thank you. It's a very good one.
Do you have any more response, Maya? No. Okay. Thank you, Dr. C. So second question.
Professor Xie, this is Peng Jiangshu from Taiwan. Thank you very much, because I know in the United States, in your time, and with us, 12 hours difference, so
Yes.
it's evening over there. So I have two questions for you. The first one is how to deal with tourism industry, especially mass tourism, related to large scale industrial heritage area in a rapidly changing commercial environment. Just like the case study you mentioned in Tendrom Cultural District, the Tangshui Juchang is no longer operated because of COVID-19. So we wanted us to listen to your observation. And the second one is about your theoretical concept. During the territorialization process, as a tourism academic and planner, what's your suggestion for an architect, landscape designer, and museum manager? What about your suggestion for this professional in the Asia academics? Because our participants here today, most of them come from such professional area. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much. I mean, you certainly raised a lot of good questions, and let's see, like, if I can answer each one of them. First one, of course, I think you talk about mass tourism. I think mass tourism is a big headache nowadays, especially post-COVID era. You probably read news like in Venice nowadays, they kind of like have put a restriction for tourists. They charge fees, and even in Barcelona nowadays just basically said, okay, we don't need a tourist. Tourist is bad. Tourists just like raised up everything. That's of course like it's a negative part of the so-called mass tourism, and sometimes we call over tourism. I think the industrial heritage tourism, of course, is like I said, okay, it's still in the development, kind of like a developmental stage. For many of them, we still looking for kind of like a tourist. We hope we call it cultural tourists because they are kind of like come here to appreciate the culture, they appreciate the history, they understand that kind of like it's a part of like the kind of like a national identity. That's what I can say. So I certainly said, okay, look, I mean, mass tourism is something we still encourage to kind of like develop in this area. I just like go back to kind of like my first trip in the Salt heritage tourism. I visit the southwest coast of Taiwan, and these small owners, they basically utilize the school tours, the after-school tours. They come here, they let the kids to kind of like take a look at the sword, some kind of like experimental kind of like things, participated in some kind of part of things, and then buy some souvenir, they go back, and that's what they make money. So certainly they're looking for more tourists to come over. So I think this is just like Silky is a part of that. Mass tourism is still kind of like in vogue, in kind of like a Silky, this part of the kind of like an industry, but still like a Silky, we do need to pay attention to how to understand how to develop that. Second one, the question, I think it's heartbreaking to know the performance was suspended. I mean, this is just like heartbreaking because it's such a great one. The drumming, everything, it's just like a Silky, it just like brings so much kind of good memory. Bring back to that. But I do think hopefully there will be some new programs, some new kind of like positioning the program to kind of like revitalize the kind of like, sugar industry. It's a beautiful, beautiful factories. It's kind of like it's such a large scale. It has a huge potential to develop. And I think it's just like for me, when I visit that, I think it's re-characterized the kind of like identities, becomes a creative park. People wants to come here to spend a time. And this is also very unique, distinctive from other museums, from other places. So this is definitely something. I don't know, the last question you're talking about is the regarding the certainly the trying to kind of like what we need to do, like kind of like a future development, especially re-characterization, what we need to do. Something occurs in my mind. There's a Latin words I used in my book. It's called the genus loci. Genus loci means a sense of place. I think anything you do is you need to develop a sense of place. You need to people feel like if I come here, I need to see these places. These places, a sense of place. I need to kind of like go and have some experience. And of course, like authenticity is also part of that. I spend a lot of time talking about authenticity, but I think it's kind of like a very interesting part of that is certainly the sense of place. You need to create a sense of place or something we talk about, unique selling proposition, USP. That's also just like look, it could be many different kind of like sugar factories across Taiwan Island, but I mean certainly there will be something can be developed for tourism purpose, some probably cannot. But then of course what we need to do, how to kind of plan that in advance and make sure everything is okay. That certainly is something just like for the kind of like a second stage of development, Yeah. So I hope I can answer your 3 questions, but they're fantastic. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We still have time for maybe 2 more questions. So please raise hand. Oh yeah, Hasti. Another one? Nobody? Okay, Hasti.
Hey, good morning from Taiwan. My name is Hasti and I live in Amsterdam. And coincidentally, I work closely with the management of the Westergasfabriek, which you use as one of the example. And I know that to transform the former gas factory into the cultural hub, it took more than 20 years because they choose to transform it in organic ways. And the result is also different than transformations in instant way. And I think as a professor in tourism, you know best, but probably you can help us to understand the difference between the two. Thank you.
Well, see, I think I met you probably 7 years ago, 2017, in the Tendrum, if I remember well. I think you certainly it's great to see you online. Yeah, this is like see, I also remember very well you're from Amsterdam. That kind of like you're talking about the kind of like a tourism project and all different nonprofit organization. I think this is like this is 2 things. The one, of course, the one you mentioned about Westergasfabriek. This is, of course, it's kind of like a very interesting. It's a gas work, and then, of course, the purpose they want to do is turn that into a kind of like a creative cultural park, and that's, of course, it's kind of like the original purpose. They have a space. They can turn that into art gallery, turn to movie theaters and whatever. I've been there several times, and even like I say, okay, a couple of months ago in Amsterdam, I just love it. I just feel like a kind of like a city, even though there are not a lot of traffic nowadays, but still like, you know, you can feel the kind of like I say, the vibe, feel the originality. And some part of that kind of like I said, the way how we kind of like understand and appreciate the kind of like original kind of industrial heritage, that's of course the gas work. But the second one, of course, like the one I think I'm sure you visit there, it's an NDSM, like a kind of like this is of course like I said, it's a new project. It's kind of like I say, now it's ranked as like a #1 kind of Amsterdam tourist visitation or whatever. But this is certainly it's a kind of surprise because I'm sure Amsterdam has a lot of things to do and to visit. But why it turned out to be so successful? Well, if you look about the mural in Frank's portrait, let me be myself. Let's just like say, okay, let's have fun. Let's come here, just like appreciate the shipyard, the facade, the structure, instead of you getting to the details of everything. This is of course turned out to be hugely successful. And also of course the free ferry. That's of course there's a lot of support from the government. They just want people to go there. It's a transportation, but also it's kind of like I say the way how you access to the NDSM, and also kind of like from here to a kind of like a North Amsterdam. So that's just like I say, all kind of things just put pieces together to not be hugely successful. That's why I'm kind of coming back saying, look, I mean, it's a living heritage, a living industry, but something just you really need to work with different people, different kind of like a stakeholder to make it happen. And then of course, like I say, okay, NDSM and Western Gas Fabric is the two successful kind of like, you know, cases or like what we have here. Something maybe for Taiwan, for the sugar landscape, the sugar industry, something, maybe we can take a look and see what kind of like the things we can learn and we can adapt.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Xie. So if no one raised for the question, so I will finish this session. To conclude this session is that to preserve and adaptive reuse of the industrial heritage, there is many items, many things should be considered, like the value, the interpretation, and also the Dr. Xie explained about the trilogy of the life cycle. So we will have coffee break after this, and then we will have for the last session of this symposium, we will have the wrap-up discussion, and then we will conclude this today's symposium. So thank you very much once again for Dr. Johannes Widodo and Dr. Philip Xie.
Thank you. Now we will have a coffee break for 10 minutes. Be sure to come back at 10 o'clock. Thank you.
篇的你会发音吗？
哪一个？
第3篇 A3。好像不是，这好像是他的姓，就 Chris Parker， 你可以念。这里呢，这早上。好，他帮你念。
Okay. Okay, welcome again. So now we'll begin panel A. But before that, I would like to remind you only water is allowed in this area, okay? Yeah. For the next section, we will invite 3 speakers to present their researches. And Dr. Maya Rosa will handle the section for us. Dr. Maya Rosa is the treasurer of ICOMOS Indonesia, and she is also a postdoctoral faculty of Arts and Design, Bandung Institute of Technology, Indonesia. Please welcome Dr. Maya Rosa.
Introduce. So I will present first. No, I'm the. Oh, okay. Good morning, everyone. First, I would like to introduce the presenters. There are 3 presenters of the team of cultural landscapes. One is Chen Wang, Associate Professor, Graduate Institute of Folk Arts and Cultural Heritage, National Taipei University, Taiwan. And the second one, it would be me, but apparently I will be the first one to present. And the third one is Insinyur Chris Prantono, a lecturer from Sugia Pranata Catholic University, Indonesia. So basically, cultural landscape is a symbiosis of human and their environment. So this session, we will switch our understanding of industrial heritage as a symbiosis of human, culture, and environment. So, okay, I will start my presentation then. Okay, I would like to present my presentation, the title of Identity Representation in Cultural Landscapes, which is Case Studies Sugar Industrial Heritage. The next one. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, I get it. Cultural heritage is very important for humans as an identity, self-esteem, and dignity, which applies to all levels of society, so that problems will arise when cultural heritage is damaged, destroyed, or lost from its context. And one form of cultural heritage is place-based cultural heritage, or cultural landscape, or called Saujana. A cultural landscape is a cultural construct resulting from the close interaction between humans as living heritage and the surrounding environment, and it is formed from layers of important history, tradition, and culture. The distinctive and unique characteristics of cultural landscapes are crucial for conserving its sustainability. The elements of cultural landscape consist of the physical environment as historical evidence, the existence of cultural activities by the community, and there is a continuous process of meaning making. But the unavoidable changes caused by globalization, modernization, and economic viability present challenges in the conservation of cultural landscapes due to their great potential to slowly diminish their uniqueness. Identity and cultural landscapes have a very close relationship and influence each other. Identity has a meaning related to characteristic signs or self-identity that provide uniqueness or distinctiveness, it is very important to understand that identity is dynamic. The concept of identity is also important in aspect of people's life related to place. Therefore, the concept of identity and its dynamic is an interesting concept that connects the science of fine art and design. So many previous studies have demonstrated that the conservation of cultural landscape is closely related to identity. However, research focusing on using identity to conserve cultural landscape is scarce. This study defines identity representation in cultural landscape as a conservation strategy that utilizes an identity-based approach. Identity representation within cultural landscape is very important in communicating one's identity. Community stories, values, aspirations are conveyed through interpretation and representations. As Lennon suggests, cultural landscapes are similar to palimpsests, bearing layers of identity that are inscribed and redefined over time. Representation is the medium through which these layers are revealed and celebrated. Hall also has proposed a dynamic cycle of identity, conservation, and representation within cultural landscapes. Identity informs conservation practices that lead to the preservation of both tangible and intangible heritage. Okay, for the case study one, Sawah Lunto, West Sumatra, Indonesia, is a coal mining industrial heritage, which is a UNESCO World Heritage Site. Sawah Lunto, located about 2.5 hours drive from Padang City, is one of the 3 locations of the UNESCO World Heritage Site. Ombilin Coal Mining Heritage of Sawah Lunto, which was declared in 2019. Sawah Lunto has a variety of tangible and intangible cultural heritage spreads throughout this region that form a cultural landscape. The history of the city of Sawah Lunto as a coal mining cultural heritage city began with the discovery of high-quality coal in 1867 by a Dutch geologist named De Greef, who died not long after the discovery. After the discovery of high-quality coal deposit, Sawah Lunto Mine Administration Center was built. In 2019, Sawah Lunto was declared a UNESCO World Heritage Site because it can demonstrate significant mining technology exchange between Europe and its colonies during the second half of the 19th century and the beginning of the 20th century. Is an outstanding example of a technological ensemble designed for efficiency in the extraction of high quality and strategic coal natural resource. The majority of Sawah Lunto population is Minangkabau. In addition, there is a small community formed during the Dutch occupation in the 19th century called Orang Tansi or Orang Barak. Orang Tansi is a multi-ethnic mining worker community originating from Java, Madura, Bugis, dan Sunda. The acculturation process of this multi-ethnic community produced its own Creole language called the Tansi language. And Sawah Lunto has many intangible heritage. One of them is the weaving art of Songket Silungkang, an annual Sawah Lunto International Songket Silungkang Carnival is also held. This research is part of my doctoral dissertation with the source person as someone who has a relationship with Sawah Lunto. And according to Cross, there is 6 forms of relationship. It's biographical, spiritual, ideological, narrative, commodification, and dependence. The respondent who has a commodification relationship with Sawah Lunto is interested in immortalizing it through photography or video, which can eventually be made into various products and make it into symbols. respondents who live and reside in Sawah Lunto with a dependent relationship or because of work demands or are temporarily stated, the importance of the availability of place and activities for the local community that vary. Respondents with biographical relationship form the spirit of the place or genius loci of the Sawah Lunto cultural landscape. The representation as a culture valuescape focuses on maintaining the spirit of the place of genealogy. As a peoplescape is a place that accommodates the needs of local communities. So I point out the needs of local community activities, that this can be done by carrying out adaptive reuse of cultural heritage buildings, which can ultimately also attract tourists and improve the local economy, which can be strategized in the conservation planning. As the creative scapes focuses on the visual representation of intangible heritage to convey meaning and identity through symbols and cultural products, including works of art. And I have a short videos here. So this is the alarm. This is showing the dialect that created from multi-culture. So third generation of the labor. Yes. So there are three cultural landscape representations of Sawah Lunto that we could save and then but implement for the base of the conservation planning. So as the cultural valuescape, the change of mindset in cultural landscape conservation and paradigm shift in cultural landscape conservation, as peoplescape, adaptive reuse of the historic buildings or structures, and it can be also museum design and programs, and also historical and educational mining tours and design of the open space or park design for community activities. So I again stress this. This is for the community activities which will drive the people or tourists to come. So it's not the other way around. And for creativescape, the development of local crafts, both in technique and design, to suit contemporary needs. And also we can add public art and creative economy and local culinary. For the case study 2, it's a sugar factory of Tasikmadu. Since the 19th century, sugarcane plantation and sugarcane industry have found their passions. Some of the plantation and sugar factories belong to Mangkunegaran. Its influence reached the Karanganyar Regency, Central Java. Mangkunegara IV initiated the exploitation of land owned by the Mangkunegaran place to build sugarcane plantation. However, the decline in sugar production has resulted in erosion of sugarcane milling celebration tradition of Cembengan. So for the summary, based on identity theory of Ralph, there are 3 elements that will create an identity of the place, which is physical elements. In relation to sugar factory compound Madu is the buildings and facilitation, and and as for the meaning is the tradition Cembengan, who is done before the start of the sugar production session. And the activity is, of course, it's sugar production. So here I want to stress that the tradition, the meaning, as one of the important elements of cultural landscape, it has to be there to be able to sustain the conservation of the industrial heritage. That will be all. Thank you. Yes, since I'm also the moderator, I will, please, the second speaker, Mr. Chensi Wang. Wang Chensi.
Okay, hello everyone. My name is Chenxi Wang, and the screen. Yep. Okay. Thank you. And I'm associate professor in Taipei, but we now have a project with the Shanhua factory, and my personal academic experience is more about the cultural landscape since my PhD program. And so now I have my project is now with the Shanghua factory. Maybe you will visit in the next day. So my topic is the sugar culture landscape and the conservation, especially the challenge of Tainan. Yeah. And culture landscape, as many people already said, are a new type of a cultural heritage. And in the international cultural heritage that emerged at the end of the 20th century, unlike the traditional heritage, which is based on building or structures, cultural landscapes are combined works of nature and of man. This makes the elements in cultural landscape are very diverse. They result from continuous creation process by many people over time, expressing the value of a common people. In Taiwan, after the amendment of Taiwan's Cultural Heritage Preservation Act in 2005, the cultural landscape category was added, and the act was amended again in 2016 to align more closely with international standards. This means the preservation and the maintaining cultural landscape will inevitably involve interaction with the human beings who create and form them. Here are three cultural landscape cases in Taiwan. The one mining, and the fisher wire, and one irrigation system in Pingdong. For inscription depends on the actual state of the preservation. The number of such cases is small, only 9. Cases listed under others, we have some different category of the cultural heritage, and many of them are listed under others category. Involve transportation outside the factory area, related to business or local development impact, lacking context as part of industrial heritage. As of the cultural landscape of a sugar factory, currently, the justification of the cultural landscape is based on the historical evidence of the sugar mill and the spatial texture of its larger area. When comparing the monument of a historic building designated for sugar factory, it is more likely that the same factory area has been redesignated as the cultural landscape to preserve and maintain spaces not part of the designated monument or registered historic building area. That's a little bit strange for me, especially when we already know the meaning of a cultural landscape. Here are four cases in our cultural landscape. They all register only the factory area. But at the same time, most of the area, the factory already has registered or designated of monument or another architecture buildings as cultural heritage. So that's the status in cultural landscape of the sugar factory. There are 2 factories are still working. In contrast to closed sugar factory that have become legal cultural heritage of a cultural landscape, 2 sugar factories still are in operation in Taiwan. They are Shanhua and the Huwei sugar factory. Combine the space of a surrounding Taiwan Sugar's self-operated farms and demonstrate the interaction between humans and the nature in the cultural landscape. The Shanhua Sugar Factory is one of the few existing sugar factories in Taiwan that still produce sugar. It has complete production process, and the surrounding sugar cane farms are immediately adjacent to the factory. This setup preserves the complete process from raw material to sugar products, presenting an important agro-industrial heritage of Taiwan's past. The active factory and the surrounding self-operated farms have the condition of a cultural landscape, but are not legally registered as cultural heritage. And there are no other legal cultural heritage in the factory area. Another sugar factory is Huwei. Huwei factory is some of the building outside the sugar factory area has been designated as monument or registered as historic buildings. However, the dormitories, railway bridge, clinic, barber shops, and the train station within the factory area are not directly related to the current sugar production. There are one alcohol tanks are already abandoned structures, but because they are already abandoned, so they register as the listed buildings. How to preserve the sugar factory, especially a factory still in work, is now a challenge. And that's the challenge we are facing, and many of you. Cultural landscape. One clear defined landscape, mostly are parks and gardens. Secondly, are organic effluent landscape, and can be subdivided into following two categories. One is relic or fossil landscape, and two is continuous landscape. Most of mining landscape are in relic landscape, and many of farming or wine landscape are continuous landscape. The third is associative landscape. They are related to the religions or some event. Here are some World Heritage Cultural Landscape connected with the development of the industrial. Like we have mining in UK and Sweden. We have the railway system in Switzerland, between Switzerland and Italy. And they have one agro-industrial, light agro-industrial in Mexico is related to tequila, a kind of wine. And the common feature of these cases is that the landscape must reflect the opportunity or constraint of a natural environment and be altered to achieve its purpose, truly responding to the basic concept of cultural landscape, the interaction between man and nature. Industrial heritage and the cultural lands are both types of cultural heritage, but their concept, their concerns are not exactly the same. Industrial heritage is not necessarily a cultural landscape, but part of it, where the production space is highly related to the natural environment, can be both industrial heritage and the cultural landscape. And the sugar factory cultural landscape, the best state is to express the entire process of sugar production, including the planting and the harvesting of raw materials, as well as the pressing and the production within the factory. This should be accompanied by the living space formed in response to production demands, creating comprehensive cultural landscape. So it is a living heritage of an operating sugar factory. It's most consistent with the expectation of a cultural landscape. If the factory is operational, the space is occupied include agriculture planting, demonstrate the interaction between humans and the natural environment, align more closely with the concept of cultural landscape than just the designated area or buildings. Here are some dilemmas of the dynamic preservation in sugar factory. So besides the cultural landscape, dynamic preservation in the industrial heritage of a sugar industry is essential. And we know some decline industry may result in facilities being preserved only as a non-functional shells. So preservation efforts often focus on display objects rather than economic utility. If transforming former facilities into commercial models may not fully address their industrial heritage value. Just like the Widodo professor already said, if we only have the commercial side, that's not the good idea for the industrial heritage. So here we in the sugar factory, and we have two different kind. On the upper is the still working heritage, and the other side, the bottom is the site already become the other uses. So dynamic preservation of industrial heritage is challenging due to its systematic nature. And the demonstration production requires substantial economic support. Maintaining machinery and equipment in working order is a significant challenge. Through comparing different sites, at the left side is the still working factory, and the right side is already abandoned and closed factory, the old sugar factory. We can see how the how the works of the factory, and we can more to conservation of this landscape and the factory in the really working order. So we know actually the sugar factory production process remained unchanged since early 20th century. And the co-production concept focused on maximum resource and energy use, and the process broadly applies scientific knowledge to improve the efficiencies. That's what we need to conserve in the future for the dynamic conservation. And all factory machinery requires human intervention for operation and maintenance. Technical knowledge about outdated machinery is often lost as focus shifts to modern technology. So that this results in a knowledge gap in civil engineering and the mechanical fields, affecting expertise. And we need more to focus on this technology change, and to preserve the old kind of industrial technology, to preserve the original dynamic production. So that's the conclusion. I have 2 pages. Tainan, once home of a numerous sugar factory, retains many memories of their operation. And the non-operational factory space, they need new utilization ideas for preservation. But we focus more on continuous operation. Sugar factory faces significant preservation and maintenance challenge due to economic and efficiency issues. Preserving cultural landscape involves not just the architecture, but also institutional and economical aspects, reflecting both culture and the natural elements. Identification of sugar industry related cultural landscape in Taiwan needs further evaluation. Not all sugar factory or industrial heritage are considered cultural landscape. Differences is in the preservation scope, targets, and the values. That's what we must emphasize. Preservation and the maintenance should align with the cultural landscape perspective. That's the human and the interaction between human and the nature, but not only the architecture part. Thank you very much.
So for the next presenter is Bapak Insinyur Chris Prantono, lecturer from Sugia Pranata Catholic University, Indonesia, and he is representing online. So if we can start.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. This is the time for me to present my presentation. So this is the situation of industrial sugar mill in Indonesia in the period of colonial time. So this is the historical background. The two British pioneers invented steam power, and in early 18th century, James Watt invented this machine. And in around 18th century, Richard Trevithick and Oliver Evans introduced engines using highly precious steam. And then recent concern about fuel source and pollution have incited a renewed interest in steam, both as a component of process and as prime mover. This becoming now as the advanced steam movement. So this is James Watt, the inventors of steam engines. And come to the Industrial Revolution that pioneered by the British and followed by other Western Europe play an important role in modified landscape and lifestyle modernization and industrialization that impacted on economy. The main creation to employ extract raw materials, exploit the materials and agricultural products resulted construction in the form of technology development from man, animal, and natural power. The Dutch took advantage by establishment of combination of industry and agriculture in Java. Sugar mills also changed production process from traditional man and animal power to steam engines power. The sugar industries play a critical role during the period of 18th to 19th century. Mechanization of sugar industry gave the position of sugar become paramount to any other product in Java under colonial era. So the industrial revolution that pioneered by British and followed by other European countries play important role in modified landscape and lifestyle modernization and industrialization that impacted on economy. So the main question to employ extract raw materials, exploit the minerals and agricultural products resulted construction in the form of technological development from man, animal, or natural power to machine engineering. So the sugar industries played a critical role during 18th to 19th century. Mechanization of sugar industry gave position of sugar had become paramount in Java. So this is the early process of sugar process production in the era of in Java before the Dutch coming to Java. And this is the early sugarman and animal power industrial era in Java, mostly moved by animal. And this is the early man and animal power industrial era. They already use the iron sinks to press the cane sugar. So this is all the traditional milling system before the machinery coming to Java. So mechanization combined with scientific support from experimental stations, economic and political reorganization in the form of cultivation by force, cultural style, resulted in Java achieving a leading position of the world market. On the other hand, most Javanese suffered from the system. At that time, Van den Bosch invented the cultivation system, 1830s up to 1870s. The Javanese have to plant for of their land with most important agriculture export, especially sugar. And the sugar industries eventually survived after the lengthy difficult experiment and hybridization. The area cane was expanded, greater growth in production came from improvement in technology. In 1924, there were almost approximately 200 sugar mills in Java, but also we people in Java can do learning how to produce, how to do farming in cane sugar. In the dry season, nature of the soil determines the necessary irrigation and amount of water required to keep the cane in fair negative vegetative figure. After each irrigation, the soil in the row is loosened. It is electrolyte and air and hastened majorly. 1 month before the expected ripening of the cane, samples are taken from time to determine the increase of sugar growth and change of the juice. So, upon the results of this investigation, the time for harvesting different fields. When the cane is ripe after a period of from a year, 15 months, it is plucked and by the root. So that's all of the cultivation of sugar mills that we try to adopt as a system of agriculture. So preparing sugar land and harvesting, we have preparing land and fertilizer, and then irrigation system, and then planting system and harvesting sugar mill. This is for system that mostly used in sugar production. So this was the preparing land and fertilizer system. We use still the technology of animals to try to prepare the land. But the most important things is about irrigation system and river. That's already built by the Dutch with Japanese powerman. So this is the system that we can learn before as a irrigation system. So this is the planting system of sugarcane. Usually cutting and then try to plant in the fields and then wait after several months. This is the planting system and cutting sugarcane. This planting system, the sugar cane is already 4 times high from the man, and also try to cap the insects. So this how at that time that control the system. And then the Japanese working on the field. This is the cutting system, harvesting and transport system, mostly at the time using the animal support for the transport system. This was on horse and also carrier. This is also interesting in the field like this, harvesting and transport system animal. mostly. So that's already developed. It's not only animal, but they're already the rail system and transport by locomotives and carriers. There's a transport system by locomotives. It's already developed the technological system, and most of the cane sugar transported by locomotives. So this is the transport development between 18th to 19th centuries. The process production of sugar mill, the first cleaning process. Sugar cane that is ready to be processed is mature, clean and fresh. And then extraction, the first processing is the extraction of sugar cane juice or juice using sugar cane processing plant through diffusion or millings. And then deposition, clarifying, the sugar cane is flowed to a setting tank where slate, time, calcium hydroxide or CaOH2 is added to the tank to settle more dirt. Then the juice is put into tank to clarify, to flow at a low speed, solids and settle clear juice can come out. So this is the evaporation and crystallization, and then spiration, centrifugal, in a different machine, and drying and cooling. The drying and cooling process are usually carried out in two different machines, so to produce the best quality sugar, dry and poor. So this is the diagram process of sugar production. At that time, in 1925, there were 205 mills in Java in the production, and at that time, Java exported the need of mostly 50% the need of sugar in the world.
I'm sorry, Pak Chris Pantrono, your time is only 3 minutes left.
Okay.
You have to finish your presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So after 1870, everything seemed to certain strong, but there's ulcer disease and also economic crisis in 1920. So this all of them became of the decrease of sugar production. And because of downsizing sugar factories caused problem, unemployment, gradually brutal, tragic. We should, after independence, we only still 15 sugar factories left and 35 of them still in operation. So this is the system of industrial conservation. Most Java still complete and doing recording and documenting. And the conservation projects need to get among stakeholders. This will have two Gondang Baru Museum, Klaten, and Orient Heritage Mill. We have to do conservation. So this is the Gondang Baru, that's the sugar industrial in Central Java. This is in East Java, in Orient. And that's the material in the past. So we need networking and collaboration. First we meet recording, documenting, and then workshop, especially with Dutch expert. And then two sugar mill has been converted, become tourist area in conservation process. So this is the significance of sugar history. And then this is the importance of sugar mill heritage. And then the timeline, Java sugar industry. And then this 18th century industrial of new technology. And then this sugar industry in Java in the 18th century. This is in 19th century. So this is Java industrial landscape from the air in 1925. So the conclusion, the significance of sugar mill heritage, we first made expedition together recording and documenting, and then industrial heritage conservation, and networking and collaboration, and museum and ecotourism. So this is the history of sugar mills in Java that I have already written the book. Okay, that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chris. Now we are only have 5 minutes left into the Q&A session. So if anyone have a question, please. Okay, otherwise, okay.
Thank you for all speakers. And I have one question to Wang Chunxi, Professor Wang. Yeah, about the topics also talked about Huwei, yeah, sugar factory. Yeah, and because I am from Huwei, and also we have another, I remember, yeah, also from Huwei. So we concerned about, just now you talked about the, maybe the cultural landscape has some potential concern. I mean, maybe confuse the cultural landscapes concept or, yeah, something that, yeah, maybe you can maybe say something about what's the problem between, yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you for your question. Cultural landscape actually is the part of interaction between man and nature. And if we understand the sugar factory, they have a production process. So they must be including the sugar farm. But the sugar farm is a very large area and owned by the, mostly now owned by the Taiwan Sugar Factory companies. So, and that's the very good condition if we want to conservation in the sense of cultural landscape. But in Taiwan, now the Taiwan Cultural Preservation Act, now many very asked the person, a private owner, they have to agree the preservation because they think mostly the process of a cultural heritage preservation, the built heritage and the cultural landscape, they have the same process. So once we want to preserve one built heritage, it's very difficult because the private owner, then the whole sugar factory and the whole sugar farm will be more difficult. So that's the difficulty we face now. Otherwise, if we want to preserve in the sense of a cultural landscape, not only Huwei but also Shanhua, it's a good concept and can let the sugar factory working continuously. And that's what we want because there are only 2 sugar factories now in Taiwan. Yes, so I hope I already answered. I hope I answered, yeah.
But from my understanding from your speech, it's like some people overuse the idea of a cultural landscape, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that's another dilemma. Because we have 4 cultural landscape registered in Taiwan, but if you see the idea and the area they preserve, that's only the sugar factory, not the sugar farm. Because the cultural landscape must be the interaction between human and the nature. Where is nature? At least the sugar farm is the nature. So they need to combine the factory and the farm. But in the case is only the sugar factory, not the farm. And the 4 factory, some of the 4 cultural landscape sugar factory, they also have some built heritage already listed. So in my opinion, that's because it's not enough. We must protect the whole factory compound. But that's not cultural landscape in my opinion. My opinion is cultural landscape must the factory and the farm.
Okay, since we are running out of time, so if anyone submit your question to me directly, and then I will distribute to the speakers and answer your question directly. So I just want to conclude the session. Cultural landscape is a symbiosis of human and environment, and which is when we put it in context with industrial heritage, it's overlap. When we view sugar factory industrial heritage as a cultural landscape that includes sugar production from planting to processing, including the living spaces, which is natural and built environment, also people, which means culture, which will be exposed to all changes. So dynamic conservation strategy is needed. And Indonesia has 50 sugar factory and 35 more study and research to do. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Maya, Rosa. So, and also the 3 speakers in this section. We will have a short break for coffee break. Please return here at 11:10. 我们现在有点休息时间，那请大家在11点10分回到会场，谢谢。 主持人呢？主持人呢？哎，主持人呢？Okay, please be seated. Now we will begin with our panel B, History of Sugar Industry. And in this section, we will also invite 3 speakers to present their researches. Dr. Mong-Sin Lin will handle the section for us. He is the Assistant Curator of National Museum of Taiwan History. Please welcome Dr. Mong-Sin Lin.
Welcome our friend come to Tainan. 我可能要用中文说明一下，不好意思。那我们这个场次有3篇的论文，好，不好意思。我们这个场次有3篇的论文。我们这一次主要谈的，其实这个场次主要谈的是糖业的发展史。那2位论文发表者，前面2位论文发表都是印尼来的研究者。好，那包括谈印尼的糖业发展跟苏门答腊的一个糖业发展。那2个当然都会用到比较历史性的资料来谈这样的一个比较糖业发展早期的历史跟后面工业遗产的这样一个发展的过程。然后台湾的话，就是郑道聪老师跟罗冠仪小姐一起帮忙描述跟发表有关于台湾的1902年的那一个台湾糖业发展的一个状况。那我们现在可能先把时间交给
This morning, this session, we have 3 presenters, 2 from Indonesia and 1 from Taiwan. And the topic is about history of the sugar industry. 2 presenters from Indonesia will talk about the history of the sugar industry and the development. Our 3rd presenters will be Professor Zheng and also his student, Luo Guanyi from National Taiwan University. They will talk about the early Japanese colonial period of sugar production in Taiwan.
那我们先把时间交给发表。那第一篇就先邀请那个 Mrs. Hasti Talikata 这个发表有关于印尼的糖业发展的一个情况。好，谢谢。
So we are now giving the floor to our first presenter, Mr. Hasti. He is going to talk about history of the sugar industry in Indonesia. Let's welcome him.
So good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So in 10 minutes, then I will tell the story about the rise and fall of sugar industry in Indonesia. So as my professional responsibility, I will, you can move on to the next slides, please. As a professional responsibility, I will provide you the slides with the scientific facts about the rise and fall of sugar industry, but I will not read them in details. I will discuss more with you about the updates and also about what we can do about it from our perspectives. So actually, the main point of my presentations is Indonesia used to be one of the largest sugar exporter. But since our independence, we become the largest importer. How can be that the country as the largest exporter become the largest importer? As an Indonesian, it triggered me to research about it because I find it very interesting fact. Okay, this already discussed by the previous. Okay, move on. Yes, this already also discussed. You can give attention to the red colors because that's what's important. Okay, we all know that the Dutch took a benefit of the industrial heritage and also the British. And important also that I will explore more that the eastern tip of the Java from Pasuruan to Bali Strait is the sugar industry center of Indonesia. I have done something about it together with my heritage networks later. Go ahead, the next slides, please. Yes, this also the dynamics of the sugar industry. Please go ahead. Yes, the Chinese community play a very important role. Actually, they were very good in business and economically they are very wealthy because of the sugar industry. Please go ahead. Yes. So this is important fact what I told you that Indonesia is the world's second biggest sugar exporter after Cuba. It is very proud to say this. Go ahead, thank you. Okay, and this is the overview about the policies about sugar industry in Indonesia from the early 19th century until now. So we have tried everything about sugar industry. Move on. Okay, this is after the independence, many sugar factory was destroyed. You can see how from 179 until 49. So it's quite dramatic. And then Indonesia independence, so it's only last week we celebrated 79th independence. Go ahead. Okay, this is what the history after the independence. That Indonesia took over the management of the sugar industry from the Dutch government. Go ahead. Okay. Since 1967, Indonesia started to be importer. So it's about 15 years after independence. What happened? Go ahead. Yeah. Okay. So Indonesia government, after independence, try hard to revitalize the sugar industry. And I studied that only last year, even the president produced a decree to accelerate the self-sufficient national sugar productions. There are two kinds of sugar production, for industry and for individual, for household. And they focus on both of them. And now we are in the process of the government policy to increase sugar production. So, and they want to achieve the self-sufficiency of sugar for for industry in the next 6 years, and for household in the next 4 years. It's quite ambitious looking at the current situation. Please go ahead. And only 2 years ago, the government also revived the management of the national sugar industry. They create corporations as a kick-off to revitalize the national sugar productions. And currently, Indonesia has only 48 sugar factories. The big amount of it are state-owned and the rest is private sectors. Go ahead. This is some examples why Indonesian sugar industry from rice fall. So it's the maintenance is very weak, and also they didn't pay attention to the processing periods like Dr. Kees Pratono has mentioned before. It's very important because it's nature. And also the income to farmers. So the largest benefit of sugar production actually didn't go to farmers, but go to the mediator companies. And also apologize to say that nepotism is a big problem. It's and corruption. This is not my words, but this is what scientific research and also academic studies that I have found out. Go ahead. Okay. But because we are in heritage field, let's see what Indonesia did to revive the sugar industrial heritage in Indonesia. It is quite current happen actually. It's not long time ago, like the first initiative to revitalize the former sugar factory. It's only happened 5 years ago in Java, Colomadu, which we'll explore more by my colleagues later this afternoon. And the second is a very Instagrammable approach, which is Johannes Widodo loves very much. Yeah, people go there simply to make picture in the middle. I self couldn't stay there for more than 5 minutes. Then I left because it hurt so much. And then the third one, and also will be explored more by my colleagues, is a rest area on a highway. So it's governed. So I mean, Indonesia is still in the learning process about conservations. I mean, it is very positive. There are some initiatives, and let's forgive all the mistakes, and hopefully we are going to be better in the next projects. And go ahead. And okay, Hasti, don't only talk what you have done. So we did also check what the sugar town, what I have told you in the eastern part of the Java. In East Java is one of the sugar towns. Go ahead. And it is the impressions about the city now and before. And go ahead. Okay, and it is also the restan. What is it now here? The leftover of the buildings from the colonial era. I do realize that Java exists even before European came, but unfortunately the archives stops or started from the European colonial period. So if you have archives before European came, please share. So Johannes, I applied all the theories you have taught me. Yes, but that's reality. It's Probolinggo. It also hurt me to see that during the heyday, the haven, the port of the Probolinggo is so lively, and now, yeah, it's dead. Let's say there is no activities. And so what we did is to help the local government to identify the historical areas of this sugar town, to show them what is the development opportunities and risk. So if they demolish buildings, if the new development doesn't concern about heritage, that's what happened, and what has been demolished. So the red one is what has been demolished, and the green one. Okay, and this is first from Oven, only this year, a few months ago. Ducro and Brown's locomotive company in Holland in the colonial period produced hundreds of locomotives, and most of them used by sugar factories in the Dutch Indies, the colonial name of Indonesia. But from hundreds of locomotives, only 2 left, not only in Indonesia, but in the world. That type of locomotives in the world, so very rare. And Indonesia, usually, when the locomotive not active anymore, they sell it as an old metals per kilos. So we were crying, please. And it took us about 12 years to approach Indonesian government to sign agreement that we are going to borrow these 2 locomotives, bring it to Leiden, to fix it, renovate it into its glorious time, and we will give back to Indonesia. At least that's what we can do from Netherlands. Thank you very much.
Hasti, Mrs. 的发表，他那个
好，那我们时间的关系，我们邀请第二篇的发表人，Mrs. Cindy Indira。
Thank you for your wonderful speech. Now we are going to invite the second speaker.
他要发表的论文的题目是苏门答腊的糖业发展史。对。
Cindy Indira to talk about history of the sugar industry in Sumatra.
Thank you. I think I will start. Then to present to you about my presentation. Well, thank you. Hello everyone, I'm Cindy, I'm from Sumatra. Indonesia is more than one big island. When everybody's talk about Java, I'm going to talk about Sumatra. Maybe most of you familiar about Java, although talking about sugar, Sumatra is not that long history of sugar industry. But I would like to tell you and introduce you what happened. This is the statistic also presented by Mr. Chris Prantono and also Hasti regarding the sugar history in Indonesia. In Sumatra, the sugar is not from the colonial period. It is after the independence. But because all of us are busy with the colonialism, we forgot what happened after the independence. So I would like to show that after the independence, the sugar industrial in outside Java is started because of the crisis. We started to import, although we have a lot of sugar factories in Indonesia. This is Sumatra Island. This is Indonesia. So we covered a lot of area to talk about what is it there. We have so many potential. So talking about Sumatra, I will, these are the 9 of sugar mills that is built since after the independence, post-independence. So these sugar mills started firstly on the 1970 in Aceh. This is not a real, I mean, it was a failure, I must say, in records from the newspaper, because they want to build the sugar mills not without a firm plan. They just want to build these sugar mills because of there is a land concession. So not too long, the Chotgire sugar mills is bankrupt. So these are the 9 sugar mills in Sumatra. But what I want to highlight is that this is the sugar mill after the independence in Chotgire. It is now become abandoned sites, become abandoned buildings, and that's it. What should we do about it? This is the location. It is still exists. I mean, this is not as pretty, as beautiful as the one the colonialism or the Dutch built, but it is the product of the after the post-independence. what can we do? Talking about sustainability-wise, we are not only talking about the buildings. What happened to the people? Where are they now? The ones who's working in these sugar mills, the one who harvesting the sugar cane, where are they now? This is for architects. It can be something beautiful. It can be something architectural. It can be something interesting for tourism. But where are the people? It's only remnants. This is what happened now. The elephant trails passing by this Chotgire sugar mills area. So what happened is that elephants use the area as their passing trail. So it is still useful. But what can we do with the buildings? The people let their cows to eat grass, and that's it. It's just abandoned remnants. And the second one, Kuala Madu Sugar Mill. This is still exists in Medan, in my city in North Sumatra. It is still working, but the condition is like this. As if we don't care about how it looks, we only care about productions. But then I don't want to talk about productions because I'm not a sugar expert, but I want to open our eyes. These are two of many other sugar mills in Indonesia. This is like the plant is still working now. And it is empty, although it's still working. Where are the people? Who's working here? Where's the life? This is the life. This is the people. They are still harvesting. They are still doing this tradition. They call it kenduri. Kenduri is like a ceremony. You eat together to expect a bless from God before you're doing the cutting, the harvesting, and before you're doing the milling. So these are the culture brought by the Javanese people. Why? Because they are the descendants of the Javanese worker who were brought by the Dutch to Sumatra. Their ancestors used to work at the tobacco plantations. But because of the period of tobacco plantation is stopped, now they are starting a new plantations of sugarcane. The children, the grandchildren still working in the plantations. They still have the culture, kenduri. This is what I want to raise. What happened to their lives? Are they only living in the plantations in this modern era? And then what can we do? What can us, academics, practitioners do to maintain not only as them as a worker, but I don't know, maybe we can appreciate them. The conclusion in my presentation is that it is a matter of doing something small to bigger impact. We do something for them. We introduce them. In these current situations, the idea is how can we make use of the remnants of the ruins to benefit them. Again, it's not only about to sell these locations or these sites, but how to make their lives well known. I mean, how to make their life prosperity from the assets. So pursuing the dream is not as simple as creating a program and designing a good place. The reality is what makes we realize that there are more to consider or to count economically not only for the investor, not only for the people who visit there, but for the people who live there, who has the memory in there. Thank you.
谢谢那个辛迪小姐的发表。我们现在邀请第3篇的论文发表人，台湾文化协会台南市文化协会创会会长郑道聪老师，跟罗冠仪小姐，对。那他们要发表的是从甘蔗栽培地略图谈日治初期台湾制糖业的一个概况。好，那我们把时间交给郑老师，谢谢。
Thank you, Cindy, for your wonderful presentation. Now we're going to invite the third presenter, the Zheng Daocong, the Cultural Association of Tainan City, and Luo Guanyi, Department of History, National Taiwan University, to talk about discussing the early Japanese colonial period sugar production in Taiwan through the map of sugarcane cultivation areas. Let's welcome them.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Thomas Zheng Daocong. This is my student, Unia, Miss Luo Guanyi. 因为我最近这2天身体不太好，所以没办法久站，就请他来报告。谢谢大家。
大家好，那我是这篇文章的共同作者。那因为今天这篇文章的第一作者郑道聪老师他身体不适，所以由我来代替他报告。那我叫罗冠仪，目前是国立台湾大学历史系的学生。那我今天要报告的题目是从甘蔗栽培地略图谈日治初期台湾制糖的概况。
Good morning, everyone. I am Luo Guanyi, and I'm the co-author of this paper. Since our first author, Professor Zheng Daocong, does not feel well today, so I'm going to present our paper from sugar plantation map to talk about Taiwan's sugar making situation in the early period of Japanese colonial in Taiwan.
那我今天的报告主要分4个部分。首先是日本总督府在台湾推行糖业改革的背景介绍，并且我会针对甘蔗栽培地略图及砂糖输出图表进行详细的分析，接着说明总督府在台湾实施糖业改革政策的详细内容还有影响，最后是结论的部分。
My outline includes 4 parts. I'm going to introduce you the historical background of Taiwan's sugar making industry, and I will analyze the sugar presentation map and also the sugar export. Then I will talk about the Taiwan's governor office implementation about sugar reformation and its impact. Then finally comes to my conclusion.
那在1890年代开始，日本国内开始发展精制糖业，因此对于初制糖的需求量大增。但由于日本国内并不生产初制糖，所以它非常依赖国外原料进口。那因此在当时确保稳定的初制糖来源，便成为当时日本精制糖业者的首要之务。
Since 1890, Japan began to develop its fine sugar industry, and it has a high demand for the crude sugar. But because in Japan they don't produce the crude sugar, it relied heavily on export. In 1895, you will see Taiwan becomes the very important sugar production site of Japan.
不过当时因为台湾的糖业因为资本不足、劳动力不足以及农地荒废等问题正日渐衰退。此外，因为当时领台初期总督府为了镇压抗日运动，财政支出非常庞大，这也导致日本政府非常需要找经济来源来弥补台湾巨额的财政赤字。基于上述2个背景，总督府大力推动了台湾的糖业改革，除了为了要满足国内的需求外，也为了要寻求台湾总督府财政的独立。
But because of a labor, and also the discard of the farmland, these problems became very serious. So also in the beginning, the Taiwan's governor office spent a lot of money to oppress the anti-Japanese movement. And because of these two reasons, the Taiwan Governor Office greatly promotes the reform of Taiwan's sugar making industry to satisfy the demands of Japan and also acts for the financial independence.
那为了要进行糖业改革，总督府便针对台湾各地的糖部、蔗园、糖间的分布进行详细的调查。除此之外，他们也针对糖的产量以及他们外销的产地进行了详细的记录。那本图台湾甘蔗栽培地略图及砂糖输出图表，便是在上述脉络下所产生的史料。
In order to begin a reform, the Governor Office began to survey the important sugar production site, including a factory and farmlands, and also did the statistic about the sugar export. So this is a historical background of this map.
那本图主要是由砂糖输出图表、甘蔗栽培地略图以及蔗园概略图这3个部分所组成。那这些资料也为我们的研究提供了基础。然后，因为就是这张图大家在这里可能看不太清楚，那顺便打个广告，如果大家有空的话，也可以到我们市立博物馆的展览那边有放大版的，就可以更详细的观看到这张图上的资讯。
And this map includes sugar cane fermentation, sugar factory, and also export. If you don't see this map here very clearly, we would like to invite you to the exhibition. There you can see a very clear version.
那首先是砂糖输出图表的部分，这是我们根据图上的资讯所提供的图表。那纵轴的部分是砂糖的输出量，单位是斤，我们用红色表示红砂糖，白色表示白砂糖。那横轴则是就是砂糖的输出港口。
This diagram has been prepared according to the previous map, and on the horizontal, you will see the sugar export side, and the vertical shows you the units of sugar production export, actually sugar export. The red one is the brown sugar, and the white one is white fine sugar.
那我们可以看到，当时糖的出口以安平还有打狗2个港口为主，然后自安平港与打狗港出口的糖也被区分为台玉以及府玉，然后分别受到中国沿海地区以及日本的喜爱。
As you can see from this diagram, two major sugar export ports are Anping and also Dago, and sugar export here became very popular in China and Japan during that time.
那这是当时台湾糖往各国的输出量的图表，纵轴是台湾砂糖的出口地，那横轴则是砂糖的输出量，单位是斤，然后也一样是用红色表示红砂糖，白色表示白砂糖。
These diagrams indicates the export amount from Taiwan. And on the vertical axis, you will see the destination of the sugar export. And the vertical side, again, is a type of sugar exported in the unit jing. And red is brown sugar, white is white fine sugar.
那我们可以看到是台湾糖出口地集中在中国跟日本。那日本则是在和政时期便是台湾糖主要出口市场。那直到1895年日本领有台湾前，日本已经占有台湾糖出口市场的90%以上。我们也可以看到台日两地间糖业的密切关联。
And you can see the largest destination were Japan and China. In 1895, it accounts for 91% of Taiwan's sugar export. This shows you the close relationship between Taiwan and Japan in terms of sugar.
那在这张图上，同时也详细记载了当时台湾甘蔗种植密度最高的地区，以及糖间还有糖部的分布。那我们可以看到的是，糖部跟糖间大多位于台湾南部地区，而且以制作出糖的糖部为主流，糖间只有零星的几间。
Now we can see from the map of the sugarcane cultivation areas, it clearly shows that the planting of sugarcane is mostly centered at the southern area. And we have most of the sugar mill and sugar production space in southern Taiwan. And mostly they focus on the production of crude sugar. And for the sugar space, we only have a few.
那这张图片它呈现的是台湾传统制糖业制作糖的流程的其中之一的榨蔗取浆。
Now this shows one of the process of sugar production. We have to press the sugar cane to get the juice.
那总督府在台湾推行的行业改革政策主要有以下几个。首先是总督府设立了殖产部，并进行糖业调查。那上述的地图也是在糖业调查的脉络下所产生的结果，而这些调查也为后续总督府制定有利于台湾糖业发展的政策奠定基础。
The Governor Office, they set up an organization to conduct a survey on the sugar industry in Taiwan, and the map of sugarcane cultivation areas belong to that area, and they also worked for the policy, and we set up a policy to modify and improve the sugar industry in Taiwan, and that is based on the result of the detailed survey. And that paved a solid foundation for the sugar industry in Taiwan.
那除此之外，总督府也从日本引进新的甘蔗品种以及新式的制糖方式，并且劝诱资本投入台湾的新式制糖业。在1902年，总督府也公布糖业奖励规则，提供从种植到制造的奖励，然后也允许为了种植甘蔗而开垦官有地的农民无偿使用土地，并且鼓励拆除糖部，奖励种植甘蔗，补助成立新式的制糖会社与制糖所。
In addition, new techniques and machinery were imported from Japan to encourage Taiwanese to start new modified sugar production. And Japanese also and in 1902, the Governor Office declared a decree to announce the incentives for sugar industry. They would subsidize the fertilizer, a lot of fees involved in the plantation of sugar cane. And they also encourage people to plant sugar cane and establish new organization and new places for sugar production.
那台南糖商王雪农便是当时成立新式糖厂的其中一个人哦。在1903年的时候，他集合民间的资本，并设置了盐水港制糖株式会社，开始以新式的设备制糖。
And Wang Xuanong is one of the merchants that helped establish the sugar factory. In 1903, he gathered and collected the capitals from the private sectors, and he established a sugar making company and started to import new equipment for sugar production. Later, we also expanded this production equipment and research in new way of making sugar. So the sugar industry in Taiwan has stepped to a next level.
那这张图片是当时新建的制糖工厂之一，岸内新式制糖工厂。
This photo shows the Annei sugar production back then.
那我们可以看到的是，直到1920年代，台湾的糖已经满足了日本90%以上的需求，并且台湾的土地提高了生产力， 供应了许多廉价的农产品，减低劳工阶级的生活开销，而从而减低了劳动成本，并促使了母国的资本累积。
And until 1920, the sugar produced in Taiwan has fulfilled almost 90% of the demands in Japanese market. In addition, we also increased our fertility and productivity and supplied a lot of agricultural products at a reasonable price. And we try to reduce the burden of the farmers and the laborers, so we can greatly reduce the labor cost, and that also accumulated the capitals for Japan.
结论是在1910年代后期，台湾砂糖生产占了台湾工业总值的70%到80%，直到1930年代仍高达60%以上。那台湾总督府透过政策以及引进日资投资台湾糖业，对台湾糖业进行了大规模的改造，包括了水平整合与垂直的整合。
So my conclusion is, in the end of the 1910s, Taiwan's sugar production still accounts for 70 to 80 total industrial value, and the percentage was higher than 60% even in the 1930s. Due to the protection policy of the Governor Office and investment from Japan, we saw large-scale concentration, including horizontal and vertical integration.
水平整合是整并落式的糖厂，以及改变糖布的生产形式；垂直整合则是将砂糖的交易控制权拓展到生产，并结合了商业以及工业的活动。
Horizontal integration, it's about merging the sugar factory with the poor performers, and that changed the original production form of a sugar mill. Vertical integration is to extend the control power from into production, and that combines with commercial and industrial activities.
那制糖公司它也参与在糖业的不同阶段，包括副产品的生产、运输、销售等环节，并整合出一套系统。它不只从事砂糖的贩卖、肥料、酒精与糖果制造，也经营铁路运输系统，甚至是海运。
Sugar Corporation involved in the sales of sugar, fertilizer production, alcohol, and candy. It also managed the railway transportation system, even the marine transportation.
此外，为了稳定员工的生活起居，制糖会社也新建宿舍、学校、运动场、娱乐设施以及神社，并定期办理文康活动。那我们可以说，制糖株式会社形成了以糖业生产为核心的生活面貌，进而成为建构台湾社会文化的重要一环。而正是因为有前面那张地图，我们才可以清楚看到，日治时期台湾糖业转变的过程。
Additionally, in order to stabilize the life of the employee, Sugar Corporation built dormitory schools, sports facilities, recreational infrastructure, and temple, and organized regularly the recreational and cultural activities. Sugar Corporation becomes the life of a nation of people centered on sugar industry, and it becomes a very important part for building Taiwan's social culture. And we found this from a very simple map we mentioned to you earlier.
以下为本文的参考书目。那我的报告到此结束，谢谢大家。
This slide shows you my reference, and I would like to conclude my presentation this morning. Thank you.
我们谢谢郑大同老师跟罗冠仪小姐的这个分享。那接下来我们很好，我们有一个很完整的15分钟的 Q&A 时间，这是在10分钟，不好意思。那我们想征求现场是不是有人想要就这样一个糖业发展史的内容 就这3篇论文跟3位发表人做讨论。
Thank you, Ms. Luo, for your presentation. And now is the QA time. We have 10 minutes for your question. You can dedicate your question to any presenter, and we would like them to give you the response. Now we will open the floor for responses and questions.
帮我拿一下。
OK 我先发言好了。我是马豆文史工作室负责人黄吴氏。我想针对早上尤其最后这个郑老师报告的台湾的这个历史让我发现我们真的对这方面真的了解太少那其中有一个重点是水平跟垂直的整合，让我想到说这样的整合让那个企业家的利润能够确保。可是为什么在这个情况之下还发生了这个蔗农被欺压比如说我在彰化二林社大兼课，那二林的蔗农事件是台湾农运的滥觞第一个。那当时他们的规定也是总督府规定的他可以授权他，刚才有稍微提到正面是鼓励他赚钱，可是为什么这样还会让蔗农那么反感？包括说从肥料、从收割、称重，什么全部他包了。蔗农完全没有讲话的余地。为什么会这样？那第二个问题是，请问来自于印尼其他的国家，他们在日本时代是不是也同样的制度？以上，谢谢。
Thank you for 3 presenters' presentation. I would like to dedicate my question to the third presenter, Ms. Luo. You mentioned about the historical background of Taiwan's sugar making, and very interesting point, you talk about the horizontal and vertical integration. And since the entrepreneur or businessmen have shared all the profits, including the fertilizer, the sugar making, etc., transportation, and how come there is also the operation from the sugar farmers during that time? I'm from Erling, and Erling there we have a very famous incident. What is the reason since the governor office promoted this type of integration so much, but how come they leave the grain farmers aside and then there's a protest, serious protest going on? That's my first question. My second question, I would like to know whether this policy was also implemented in Indonesia during Japanese colonial period.
好，那这个问题可能要分2部分。我们第一部分可能还是请郑耀聪老师来。谢谢。对。
So we would like to invite our third presenter to give the response first, and then we will give the microphone to the first and second presenter.
谢谢黄吴世老师黄老师是这个可以讲是我们长期以来都在关心台湾社会文化的发展那么20世纪发生年代，我记得好像是1926年的样子在前后了。其实那个是台湾文化协会之后所谓的文化启蒙运动之后，台湾各地因为开始走向均富，走向农业改革，农商工业改革的路的时代，所以在那个时候我想也不是只有这个这个蔗农事件我们知道当时的工运跟农运都同时发生那就是台湾总督府他面对的台湾社会的发展，他其实还在实施强制有力的高压保护政策所以呢这点我在想怎么样翻译对不起忘记了。
Thank you, Professor Huang, who is our long-term friend. We have cooperated in many regards. And you're talking about the Erling incident that occurred around 1926. That's the time after Taiwan's enlightenment. That's not only you see the protests from farmers, you also see the protests from the laborers, because during that time, the Taiwan Governor Office still adopted the oppressive and also forced policies.
刚刚廖淑欢老师帮我查了一下，确实是1925年的10月，所以我还没有记错时代年代。其实我要特别强调这种事件的影响哈，它其实是适当的让这个糖厂它在原料收购的时候已经有机动价格的制定啊，在那之前是就是制定是照原先约定的，糖价涨了，我甘蔗不会涨。可是后来因为这种事件的抗争之后，事实上是总督授给各糖厂他们自己有调整原料收购的这个问题，所以才有所谓米糖相克这个事情啊，后来才有所谓的台湾的俗语那一句很有名的“进港脚回下崩”这个事情所以呢，我想我简单就回答是这样子，因为这个事情牵扯到后面很大的社会运动的问题所以我就这样回答各位，让知道这个事实上恶龙事件是一个台湾在这个供需事中产生一个重大的因素的一个因素。
And because this question involves a lot of background factors about the social movements, so I would like to simply give you the answer that the Erling incident actually was caused by the contract price. Before, when the corporation, they enter the contract with the grain farmers, they have a fixed price. No matter your sugar price goes up or the sugar cane price goes up, the contract price is fixed. And later, the price bargaining power was given to the sugar factory. So that's why they caused the incident and the protest among the sugar farmers.
关于第二，我
like
想
to
印尼
ask
的
the
朋友们
second
可能对日本殖民时期的状况可能会比较难回答，因为他们两个人 PPT 都没有牵涉到这个部分。不过我们大概可以做一个简单的说明是，尤其是刚才的那个Hasti 女士的 paper 里面，对，有关于。
The sugar industry during the Japanese era is going down, actually rising, going fall. As I mentioned, that's from almost 180 factories become about 50 factories. So many of them close, and so during the Dutch period rise because of the forced labor and also all the benefits went to the Netherlands to build the infrastructure in the Netherlands. And during the Japanese is dying. And since then, Indonesia never rise again in the sugar industry. So Japanese, I think, close most of the sugar industry. Thank you.
日本人进到那个东南亚的时候，其实已经是战争的期间了，所以其实战争的破坏其实可能影响的更大。那不过就是就整个经济的趋势来讲，1930年代的那个大萧条确实是一个很重要的事情，不管对于东南亚还是对于台湾都是。好，所以我们今天这个场次的这个讨论里面，虽然比如说郑老师的其实是20世纪初，好，可是印尼的朋友们讨论呢都是比较除了一个历史的纵深之外，比较接近是。晚近的战后的这样的一个印尼糖业的这样一个发展的一个情况。
And because we all, when Japanese entered the Southeast Asia, that's during the wartime, war actually have done more damages. In the 1930s, the Great Depression actually affected not only India but also Taiwan. Our two Indonesian presenters are talking about not during the early 20th century, but talk about post-war area, that's the more modern time.
我还是可以请求一下，我有个3分钟的时间，帮这3篇论文做一个简单的一个统整一下。好了，好，那老实说，我们跟东南亚的历史的关系其实非常密切，尤其是在糖业发展上面。台湾最早的糖业的蔗苗的输入，很明显在热兰遮城日子里面，1637年就是东南亚过来的，所以其实我们系出同源。好，虽然技术都是从中国来的，可是我们是有很早的那个密切交往的关系。
And let me give a very brief summary for the 3 papers presented. We know in terms of sugar, Taiwan has a close relationship with Southeast Asia because actually sugar cane in Taiwan come from the Southeast Asia around 1637, although our technology was learned from China.
对，所以哈斯汀女士里面提到的那个资料，所谓的岛屿制，不是诸藩制，其实他提的就是这里面其实就已经很早的时代，在13世纪的时候，在印尼的爪哇岛上面就有关于这样的一个糖的一个记录，那这个材料跟台湾会用到的岛屿资料其实是很类似的一个对这个糖业初期历史的认识。
Hadi's presentation mentioned about the 番语制, that's the sugar came to Java in the 13th century, and actually that's the same species of sugar cane come to Taiwan.
对，那他后面的特别提到那个我们比较认识的叫做旁越这个地点，就是他们在做文化遗产这个空间。其实也是在印尼岛上东爪哇的这个位置，对。那那第2篇其实苏门答腊的这样的一个所谓的种植园，其实刚才我们的发表者辛迪女士特别跟我们强调说，她很想要掌握住在这样一个蔗园里面工作人的这样的一个文化的一个内容的掌握，好，这个其实也是台湾在这个所谓文化地景发展上面一直很想去努力的。可是很明显的是，台湾跟东南亚的印尼的这个的发展的情况条件其实是不太一样的。好，所以条件不太一样的很大的原因是，台湾就是一个小农，可是在东南亚的状况，其实很多的土地的资源其实是被糖厂所控制住的，这是我们2者之间稍微大一点的一个区别。对。
And the spatial development of sugar industry in Indonesia was mentioned, centered in East Java. And our second presenter talked about Sumatra's sugar history, and she mentioned about the importance of people. But there's a huge difference between Taiwan and also Indonesian sugar farmers, because here in Taiwan, sugar farmers are small-scale sugar farmers. But in Indonesia, the farmland was largely controlled by the large-scale businesses or the state.
好，那最后1篇就简单的一个说明一下，就是说，其实郑老师这篇文章他其实讲了一件很重要的事情，就是台湾的社会是可以自己来的，没有日本殖民的系统，台湾的社会也是可以做到糖业的技术的革新，只是说应该说这个利润还是说太丰厚了，日本人就要去争夺这样的一个利润。
Actually, Taiwan did its own to develop the sugar industry, but because of the profit, Japanese would like to maintain the control power.
好，那我的整个的一个讨论大概在这里，好像还有一位印尼的朋友想要讨论吗
？I will end my summary here, and
yes.
Does our second presenter or the first presenter would like to give a response to?
Yes, thank you. I would like to Hasti. So talking about the history, can Indonesia or Dutch India be the biggest exporter, number 2 after Cuba, without cultural stelsel, without forced labor, comparing with Cuba? Is Cuba using the same system, cultural stelsel, since Cuba is number 1 in the world? Maybe you have information about this.
Quick answer, because we are going looking forward for lunch. No, the answer is no. The Dutch Indies government, this is academic research that the Dutch government, the Dutch Indies government wouldn't achieve such impressive sugar result without forced labor. And remember, it's not only forced labor, but also other regulations. So the whole package is actually to support the exploitations of the sugar industry of Indonesia for the benefit of the Netherlands after they are losing a war with Spain. The state funds reserves was empty, and they really badly need funds from the Dutch Indies, otherwise they go bankrupt. So, no, I didn't research about Cuba, I'm sorry. Yeah, only about Indonesia. Thank you.
我们也欢迎大家那个会议结束之后，分别找这些发表人，好，再继续就这些问题继续的讨论。那我们很高兴各位今天的一个参与。那这个会议到目前到现在，好，感谢各位。那我们就先结束了，谢谢，谢谢。
Okay, thank you. We encourage you to exchange and discuss with our presenters and speakers. Thank you. It's my honor to host this session.
Okay, this ends our morning section, and we will have a lunch break for guests from Indonesia, Japan, and Netherlands. We will escort you to upstairs for lunch. Okay, thank you, and be sure to be back at 1:30.
与会的台湾学者跟嘉宾们，我们在第一会议室哈。与会的台湾学者跟那个嘉宾们，就直接到第一会议室。
各位来宾，我们在外面可以领取午餐。那要提醒各位，我们会议室里面不可以饮食，所以我们的午餐一定要在1楼或者是户外，然后或者是我们1楼可以在会议室使用，但是我们不能够拿餐盒进来哦，请大家要注意哦，麻烦大家，谢谢。
Good afternoon, distinguished guests. Welcome back to the afternoon section. And we are about to begin our afternoon discussion. But before it, and let's take another photo for memory. Our staff will already prepares a close strip. So just stay at your position. Your seat, and then, okay. Welcome back to the afternoon section, and we are going to begin. Yes. Let me see. Okay. First of all, let me introduce myself. My name is Shu Fang Liao. You can call me Emma, my English name. And currently, I'm teaching in the Department of Taiwanese Literature, Cheng Kung University, and as an associate professor. I'm honored to have this chance to serve as the MC of this symposium. And over this afternoon, we are going to talk about the issue of adaptive reuse of sugar factories and historical tourism and museums. We have two keynote speeches and two panels with 3 speakers and a roundtable discussion with also 3 panelists. And then we will have another 2 10-minute break in the middle of each section. So the entire symposium hopes to end on time around 6 o'clock p.m. So before we begin, may I kindly remind everyone to please turn off your mobile phone or switch them into the silent or vibration mode. Additionally, the interpretations devices are ready, so please make sure you have yours prepared. And thank you for being here. And I look forward to the enlightening and the productive discussion that lie ahead. And then, okay, so now let's welcome to the first moderator, and Hasti Tarakat, right? Welcome. She is the founder and director of Heritage Hands-On Netherlands. Please. Okay.
Good afternoon, everybody. Could I ask Remco Vermeulen, as the minority in this room, represent the Netherlands? Could you stand up, please, and say loudly how to say good afternoon in the Dutch? Loudly. Goedemiddag. Okay. Now, could I ask the Japanese delegation to stand up and say good afternoon in Japan very loudly? Okay. Could I ask Indonesian delegation how to say good afternoon in Indonesian, please? All stand up. Well, no. First, everybody stand up. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Could I ask the Taiwanese to stand up, please? Taiwanese, stand up and say good afternoon in Taiwan very loudly. Don't start until everybody stand up. 1, 2, 3. What is it? Good afternoon in Taiwan?
We have several kinds.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you. So we are going to have Yoshiharu Okamaya, the director of Hirado Dutch Trading Post in Japan, close to Nagasaki, and also managing director of Matsura Historical Museums. And he's going to speak about revitalizing communities through historical and intangible cultural heritage, the Hirado Island of Sweets projects. Please, Mr. Okayama, to come forward and to present. And I think there is a timer who will, okay, so you have to pay attention to her. Okay, thank you very much.
Daja Ni hao. Hello everyone. My name is Yoshiharu Okayama. I'm the director of the Matsura Historical Museum and the Dutch Trading Post in Hirado, Japan. Today, I would like to share our experience of using intangible heritage to bring to life our history and heritage site. The Hirado Dutch Trading Post is a reconstructed warehouse from 1639. It opened in 2011 and is used as a museum. As part of our museum activities, we started to switch Hirado project around 10 years ago. I will talk about this project today. First of all, why a switch project in Hirado? I will start talking about this first. Historically, Hirado has been a very important region in relation to sugar and sweets. Hirado is located here at the west end of Japan. As you can see from the map of the 18th century, geographically speaking, it was a very important area for Japan's national defense and trade with foreign countries. It was very convenient for maritime traffic to and from the Chinese mainland and Taiwan. If you use the sea currents and seasonal winds, it was possible to travel from Taiwan to Hirado in less than a week. Because of these geographical conditions, Hirado was also base for pirates group called Wako and Japanese pirates. This is a banner of Japanese pirates. The Wako Japanese pirates were a group of pirates active between the Korean Peninsula, the Chinese continent, and Southeast Asia. This map is map of Hirado produced in 1813. The name Pirates Island is written on it. It's clear that this was the area for Japanese pirates. The activities of the Japanese pirates were initially near the Korean Peninsula. With the development of shipbuilding technology, they moved southward along the west coast of China and onto Southeast Asia. In 1542, Wang Ji, a Chinese pirate leader, visited Hirado for the first time. When Wanji came to Hirado, the Lord of Hirado welcomed him very much and gave him land and residence in Hirado. He supported the activities of Japanese pilots and initiated trade between Japan and China. Under his guidance, Portuguese ships arrived in Hirado for the first time in 1550. This is Takanobu Matsura, Lord of Hirado at the time. He traded right with Portugal. In return, he allowed Christian missionary work. He imported cannon and gun technology from the Portuguese, so he increased Hirado's power. As a resort merchant from Kyoto, Osaka, and all over Japan began to gather in Hirado. People saw this flourishing Hirado and described it as the capital of the West. Hirado's trade with the West began with the arrival for the Portuguese, brought by the Dutch and the British. In total, Hirado traded with the West for about 90 years. This is Dutch map from 1621. Hirado was called Firando by European. You can see the English St. George flag and the British trading post. Also, you can see the Hirado Dutch trading post. On the right, you can see the Dutch flag. This is Hirado Dutch trading post now. Records related to Christianity from 1558 show that the Portuguese missionaries gave out port wine and other liquor to those who could drink alcohol. And sweets with a lot of sugar, such as castella sponge cake, to those who could not drink. This led to a large increase in the number of believers. The concept of the word sweet also changed. In 1580, a Portuguese dictionary shows that the word sweet was used to refer to fruits and nuts. By 1611, during the period of trade with the Netherlands, a Spanish dictionary mentions sweets as fruits eaten for pleasure or sweet things. About 60 years after the Portuguese first arrived in Hirado, sugar had finally spread throughout the country and became widely popular among the masses. As for the content of Portuguese trade, no detailed data on sugar have survived. Therefore, the amount of sugar imported by Dutch ship is presented here. About 1/3 of the importance during the period of the Dutch trading post at Hirado was rock sugar. But during the period of the Dutch trading post at Dejima, Nagasaki, rock sugar was not mentioned. Instead, white sugar from Formosa, Taiwan, in particular, was considered very valuable. When Dutch trade moved from Hirado to Dejima, the proportion of white sugar imported included from 50-45 to 50-58, with 1.5 million kilograms imported. The reason for this was factory the high demand in Europe in the 60-20s and 60-30s, but in the 60-40s, Brazilian sugar was imported into the European market in large quantities. This led to an oversupply. The second reason is that in the 1640s, sugar production spread to Java and Taiwan, which the Dutch colonized in 1624. In Taiwan, in particular, sugarcane cultivation was actively implemented in the 60s-30s as part of the colonial policy. Since 1652, sugar from Taiwan has been described in the VOC as white sugar from Formosa. The amount of sugar exported reached 2 million kilograms per year by the time of the Chen administration. This was roughly the same amount as the Dutch had traded in about 7 years. From that time, there were fears that the amount of gold, silver, and copper exported in exchange for sugar would get scarce. Therefore, in 1715, the Japanese government imposed restrictions on sugar import and encouraged the cultivation of sugarcane in Japan. Hirado's sweets culture was unique due to Portuguese and Dutch influence and still continues to this day. In 1792, the number of sweet shops in Hirado is very high. From the data, we know that bread, biscuit, and castella were eaten from that time onward, just as we eat them today. Another reason why the sweets culture of Hirado flourished throughout the century was the understanding and the support of the rulers of Hirado, the Matsura family. In the first half of the 19th century, the lord of the Hirado domain himself ordered the production of the Book of 100 Sweets. This decorated book depicts 100 different illustrations of sweets, include typical Hirado sweets and other famous Japanese sweets. It also contains a separate recipe book. It also depicts sweets that originated in New Zealand or Portugal. This is part of illustrated confectionery book drawn shortly after the production of the Book of 100 Sweets. The Lord of Hirado strongly believed that the sweets culture that spread to Japan through Portuguese and Dutch trade originated in Hirado. They recorded illustration and recipe so that any type of sweet could be made in Hirado at any time and managed to pass them on to future generations. Some of the sweets are still sold in Hirado today. This is castella. This is casdos, originally from Portugal. In Japan, it's only made in Hirado. It's cheese tart from Portuguese. This is also castella sponge cake filled with Japanese anko, sweet bean pasta. Many other sweets imported from Portugal and the Netherlands are still produced and sold in Hirado, using the same recipe as in the past, making it a unique place for sweets in Japan. In 2011, a warehouse from 1639 of the former Dutch trading post was restored. The Sweets Hirado project was initiated to utilize Hirado's unique sweets culture brought about by overseas trade as part of the local city development plan. This project invited 3 Dutch artists to stay in Hirado to learn about the history and culture of Hirado's as well as Japanese sweets. The artists then designed their own sweets, and with the cooperation of the 3 sweet shops in Hirado, we asked them to actually produce the sweets. These are the 3 sweet shops. And these are the 3 artists. The top is a design drawing and the bottom is the actual sweets. For example, the second one is called the Lord of Heaven and is inspired by the history of the Western nation risking their lives to cross the sea in search of gold in Japan. Each different design is based on the history. you can see all the 24 suites at the Tainan City Museum exhibition. I found it interesting that it used many Southeast Asia spices that are not usually used in Japanese sweets. The second, the Dutch designed 24 new types of Japanese sweets, which were then turned into a commercial product. This project was the subject of a research paper by a university and other institution. It attended nationwide attention as a progressive project in the field of culture, economy, and international exchange, and in line with the strategy on culture and economy initiated by the Japanese government. It was presented not only in Japan, but also in the Netherlands. Plate to present the suites were also designed by the Dutch designer and produced in Hirado ware-style porcelain. The reason why such a project is necessary is that a lot of taxpayer money has been used to restore the Hirado Dutch Trading Post. So the mission of the museum is not only academic research and exhibition, but also to give back benefits of all this to the citizens of Hirado. A citizen action plan was drawn up to define the various ways that the restoration can improve the town. Our museum foundation has been operating the Dutch Trading Post in Hirado with an emphasis on putting the result of historical research into practice together with the citizens of Hirado. Regarding the restoration and utilization of this historical building, it's not possible to gain the understanding of the citizens simply because they are historically valuable. We believe that is necessary to contribute to the revitalization of the region by actively promoting international exchange and economical activity. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Okayama. And now we are going. And now we are going to Pasuruan, East Java, to meet Aris Lukito, the director of the Sugar Industry Research Institute, who will share his thoughts online.
Okay, I will share on material online.
Yeah, wait a minute, Pak Aris Lukito, because we haven't seen you on the screen yet. Okay, now, welcome, Mr. Aris Lukito. Thank you. Okay, please go ahead with your presentation. Tell me if the time is up. Yeah.
Okay, can you see our material presentations? Yeah. Can you hear me?
We can hear you clearly.
Okay. Yes, clearly, okay. Okay, good afternoon, everybody. I would like to say thank you for giving me an opportunity to present our theme today, the role of POG for the Indonesian sugar industry during the Dutch era. We present this presentation together with my team. I'm Aris Lukito as head of Indonesian Sugar Research Institute, and also my team is Ari Kristini as head of research division at Indonesian Sugar Research Institute. I will talk to you all about POG. What is the POG? POG is the name of research institution in Indonesia with establishment during the Dutch occupation of Indonesia, which was born at 9th of July 1887. Along with the nationalization of Indonesian state, the name the institution became the Indonesian Sugar Research Institute, or ISRI. It's called in Indonesia Pusat Penelitian Perkebunan Gula Indonesia, or P3G. We will share our outline today. I will talk about the first, about history of ISRI or PUG. The second, the strategies of PUG as a research center. And the third, about some PUG's archive. Let's start with the history of PUG. Research and development on sugarcane in Java cannot be spared from Dutch rule since their arrival in Java in 1596. At the time, sugar industry in Java was operated by Chinese immigrants, and the Dutch East Indies government tried to develop the industry. Their involvement in the sugar industry in Java then resulted in the ability of the Dutch East Indies government in exporting sugar to Japan and Persia in the early 17th century. In that time, terrain disease became a serious problem not only in Java, but also in the other producing countries in the world. The outbreak of disease resulted in a nobilization idea from sugarcane breeder in that time. The earliest research institute gave exclusive attention to sugar, were research institute in Java, Indonesia, and also Barbados. The two research institutes were established at most the same time. Specifically, research institute in Java were located in Tegal and Kago in 1886, and Pasuruan in 1887 under the name Group Station Host Java or PUG. Research on sugar breeding in Java were focused on sugarcane variety that grew not uniformly with low germination percentage and resistant variety to cereal disease. After more than 40 years intensive work, a breeder of crustacean East Java, namely Jesuit, obtained PUG 2878, or it called as the wondercane, which is resistant to cereal disease and high productivity and high CCS, or commercial cane sugar. The next activity of PUG in the next year of this era, I think we know from from the archive that they developed the other prime varieties like POG 23016 that have a higher cane sugar productivity also, and Indonesia or Java become the second biggest sugar country in the world after Cuba. What about the strategies of PAG to support the Java sugar industry? From that history, we can learn strategies that were used by PUG to be a research center. At the beginning, its establishment, PUG involved many donors from the Netherlands and also support by some members, including sugar mill. The donation from the member was then used POG to conduct the research activity. We know that including 33 sugar factory in 1887 gave a donor to the POG activity. POG was supported also consisting of a lot of Dutch, not only the Dutch scientific, but POG was supported by many scientific and supporting staff who had different scientific background and skills. We employ our POG were developed not only consisting the Dutch people, but also local people, and also the Japanese in that era. In addition, POG was also involved women scientists in conducting research activities. One of them was Miss Wilby, who found a specific medium for a bacterium-causing lab scald in sugarcane. From the existing fact, the historical journey of POG has also involved women in its operation, this accommodating the gender issue that is currently being discussed. POG was also supported with some facilities such as buildings, laboratories, a crushing station, library, experimental field, and also sugar mill as a member. To update the technology development, POG scientists also participate in some international scientific events, like as International Society of Sugarcane Technologies. From the picture, we can see the delegates at ISS City Congress in Brisbane from the Java delegates. POG also built strong networking with some countries, such as sending a certified quality to France, as you can see from the archive in the picture. And also from the next slide, you can see the POG also sent citizens to USA and Australia in the past. The POG archive document has been designated as the National Collective Memory or Memori Kolektif Bangsa by National Archive of Republic of Indonesia at 2023, and the archive also designated as Memory of the World on Asia Pacific (MOCAP) by UNESCO at Mongolia in May 2024. This archive is designated in national and international, I think, in POG archive. POG scientists form some technologies, including prime variety. The one that came from example, it was developed in some countries in the past, such as Puerto Rico, the Philippines, Brazil, Hawaii, Queensland, and Australia. I think it is our dissemination of our technology or our variety to the other countries in the world. Besides that, a prime variety, namely POG 2725, also developed well in Taiwan. The variety was well suited into the climatic and other conditions in Taiwan, so that the sugar yield increased year by year. In 1930, the sugar production reached 800,000 tons in Taiwan. Later, POG 2725 was bred with F46 and resulted a new prime variety called F108. The variety spread rapidly in Taiwan, and by the use of F108, Taiwan reached the highest sugar production, about 1,370,000 tons in 1939. Now we will look at some picture of building facility in the past on the picture and the current condition on the next slide. The first, we can see the auditorium building for view from afar. We can see a facade of main building which still stand today. This building named building as we used to auditorium. It currently functions as a meeting hall with a capacity up to 1,000 people a year. The left side we can see the picture in the past, and the right side we can see the present view now. The next, the auditorium building from the view from the front, we can see the construction is still identical to the old building and is still used to our activity in Pasuruan, Indonesia. We can see in the view of building from inside that building was previously used as a museum and seminar or education area in the past. It's currently used for a large-scale meeting and also can be used an indoor sport facility. And then we can see the laboratories. The room was previously used for mapping activities from the soil research team. Currently, some of soil research team activities have developed with computerization. So the room is not optimally used and my past map are stored here. And the next, a working room for data analysis. We can see that this room was used in the past as a room for recording data research. And now this room, the last use of this room was a printing room for paper and scientific meeting proceeding. We use this area till now. And the last, you can see the house of director of POG. This room we used as official residence of the director of POG in the past till now. From our fact that we found throughout the POG archive, it's clear that the experimental station has done at most best to aid and planters and all those who are members and to answer any scientific question they may have in relation to the sugar industry. That is all. Thanks for your attention, and we back to the moderator. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, please, questions for Mr. Okayama and Mr. Lukito from, or maybe you have feedback or comment, go ahead. Otherwise, I will ask Mr. Okayama. I heard that you have more information about projects in Hirado that you could share also? And while waiting for Mr. Okayama, actually, I have a question to Mr. Aris Lukito. What about the research center now, current, in 2024? Are you still doing a lot of research, or because the achievement in the past was very amazing that the result of the research in the past used all over the world. So you are the leading institutions in the sugar industry in the past. What are you busy now, the institutions? Is it possible to answer, Mr. Aris Lukito?
Yes, okay. Okay, I think ISRI still conducting research till now. We do collaboration research with our partner from the Brazil and Australia actual this year. And what's our power for research? I think we focus on farm specific and off-farm specific. And on farm, we try to develop the prime variety also. We till now make new prime variety to give industry, sugar industry, good give a good condition, good productivity of sugar. Till now, we do the uji multi-location trial, uji adaptation trial to give a best variety to our industry. We from this content, I think breeding program we do till now, and the pest and disease program we already do to our practitioner, and also the enlarge to get a more area in sugar industry in Indonesia now. Our research about soil and climate also we do till now. We hope our research can be get better, give a better condition and sugar in Indonesia especially. And we work not alone. We also do collaboration research with our partner in the world and also in national, I think. Yes, I think ISRI is still conducting research activities now. I think that is Ms. Esti.
Okay, thank you very much, Pak Aris Lukito. Thank you very much. It helps us to understand what you are busy now. Mr. Okayama, are you ready? Yes? Can organizer help him to the screen?
として、他にも今いろんなプロジェクトをしてます。スイーツでいうとまず一つ、これは平戸と台湾台南市が友好都市を結んでいるということで、台南において台湾のお茶に合うスイーツを作ろうということで、これは台湾専門について開発したお菓子でございます。でこれを、昨年ぐらいからフード台北に持ってきて、今から台湾で、販売する予定です。
So I talked about town revitalization plan that I showed in one of my last slides. So the Sweets Hirado project that I introduced today is just one of those activities that we did as part of this kind of citizens master plan. So just let me introduce a few more projects that we have done besides the Sweet Hirado project. One of them is the development of a series of sweets specifically designed for the Taiwanese market. Taiwan or Tainan city and Hirado city are sister cities. And so the sweet shops in Hirado developed these sweets that are specifically made to match with the Taiwanese oolong tea.
これも私たちが、歴史的なストーリーを作ってそれをスイーツショップにやってそこで開発したものです。
So from our museum, we supplied the historical background to the sweet shops. We gave them historical documents and all the knowledge so that they could get inspiration for their new sweets so that it would have a solid historical background.
そしてもう一つはですね、オランダ商館の貿易の中で香辛料をたくさん東南アジア、インドネシアをはじめ輸入してます。で、日本人にとって香辛料といえばカレーなんです。で、そのカレーをですね、香辛料を皆さんにの歴史を伝えるためにこのカレーを題材にして、私たちはイベントを行ってます。これはオランダ商館オリジナルカレーを作ってそして平戸のカレー屋さんで、一つのメニューとして販売してもらったものです。
Another project that our museum undertook based on the trading history was the next one, the curry project. So in the old documents, it shows that the Dutch imported many different spices from all over Asia and imported them into Japan. And nowadays, when we think of spices, the Japanese mainly think of curry. So we decided to use the spices that were historically imported to Hirado and develop a new curry. So we have done several tastings where people could make their own curries and interact with these spices themselves. And we also worked with a company to develop a new curry for Hirado.
最後に、オランダ商館の会計帳簿の中に、1636年に、平戸でビールを作るために中国の、ブラウンシュガーを輸入したという記録があります。それと1638年にオランダの舞踊師の船の船員たちの給与としてビールを作ってそれを平戸まで持ってきたっていう記録が残ってます。でそのレシピをオランダの方で、研究してもらって専門家に、オリジナルビールを作ってもらって現在販売しているところです。
So another thing that turned up in these historical documents was the import of brown sugar and other materials that were specifically imported to make beer in Hirado. So we used that history and tried to replicate that same beer using that brown sugar that came from Taiwan. And the other beer is a beer that was drinking on the ships. In that time, beer was also part of the salary of the sailors. And so this beer was always present on the ships. So we looked up historical records also in the Netherlands to find the old recipes for these beers and then made a modern version based on that so that people can experience the different types of beer that they would have been able to drink in those times.
このビールは自分たちの経営のために作ったもので、それもただ町づくりの一環としても利用しています。以上です。
So this beer is also used not only for the museum but also sold in the town in general and was well received also by the local community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I hope that the modern interpretations of the history inspire other participants. And like football and music, food and drinks, I think is a universal language. And I would like to ask the Taiwanese participants to stand up again, please, Taiwanese. At the beginning, we start from minority to majority. Now we start from majority to minority. So please, Taiwanese participants, could you please stand up? Yes. Okay, everybody stand up. Yeah, I think some people doesn't understand what I'm going to do, but anyway, please say thank you in one language in Taiwanese. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Could I ask please Indonesian delegation to stand up and say thank you in Bahasa Indonesia, and don't start until everybody stand up. 1, 2, 3. Okay, and could I ask Singaporean to stand up? I'm sorry I forgot the first round, but this time I don't forget you. Please, loudly. Oh, matur nuwun. Thank you, Johannes. I'm teasing you. And now could I ask the Japanese to stand up and say thank you in Japanese, loudly, please? Okay, thank you. And now could I ask Dutch to stand up and say thank you, please? Loudly. Okay. Terima kasih. Thank you, arigato. Until the next session, please.
Yeah, so next, I think let's proceed to the next, what? Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah. Oh, I'm sorry, I forget. It's a coffee break. We have 10 minutes, okay? And please return at 3 o'clock? How was it? No, sorry. It's still very early, right? Yeah. Oh, I think it's that's come back around 2:40. Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
对啊，是郑先生、郑老师嘛，哈。你的之前有改吗？所以这个不要理他。所以原本的这个希望这个我就拿掉了。你们是 PDF， 所以把那个这个先借我一下，因为我需要给那个何毅老师。应该之前有给他。 你之前又说你这个跟 PDF 的内容是一样的吗？是差不多的啊。不错。
Welcome to come back to this section. Yeah, and we are going to proceed to the next section. Yeah, and then these sections, we have the topics, yeah, which is about the adaptive reuse of sugar factories. And yeah, we have the moderators and then also 3 speakers. Yeah, and the moderator is Li Zhaoxiang Li. He is the assistant professor teaching in China University of Technology and also in the Department of Interior Design. And please, is he here? I forget to ask. Li Zhaoxiang, are you? Huh? Oh, okay. Wait a moment. And by the way, because today is our meeting, our symposium, the time is a bit earlier, so we have 20 minutes extra. So, yeah. So the time is not so, the schedule is not so tight. Yeah. So maybe we have to wait for a moment. And okay. And during the process, and then let me also explain something about roundtable. Yeah, because roundtable, we are going to invite one more attendant, yeah, participant, Hai Yo, right? Later, he will also join. Yeah, and also we have another attendant, and he is the director of Tainan City Museum, but he has the conference, so we are not sure about if he will arrive on time. But we have 20 minutes extra, yeah, remained. So I hope he would just arrive on time. Okay. Anyway, Li Zhaoxiang. Yeah, here. Okay. Thank you. Of course, we begin earlier. Okay, let's welcome to the moderator, Professor Li.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome, and it's my great pleasure to have this opportunity to be the following section moderator. So I think the Dr. Zheng is fully ready to for our next presentation. So our first presenter's title will be presented by the Dr. Zheng Anyo, who is the Assistant Professor, Department of Architecture and Interior Design from the Zhengzhou University. And the title of his presentation is the Adaptive Reuse of Sugar Industrial Heritage, a case study of an Anne sugar factory from the perspective of cultural heritage. So let's welcome Dr. Zheng.
Okay. Good afternoon, the moderator, esteemed experts, and everyone. I would like to extend my gratitude to the organizer for having me here. I'm Zheng Anyo, and today I will be discussing the topic, Adaptive Reuse of Sugar Industrial Heritage, a case of Anne Sugar Factory from the perspective of cultural landscape. Here's the aerial view of the Anne Sugar Factory. The area within the red dashed line marks the main range of the sugar factory and is the area currently being repurposed as film studio. 2 sections have already been set up with movie sets. On the left is the formal dormitory area and a primary school. Taiwan's sugar factory began to be regarded as cultural heritage in the 1990s. As a factory once invested in by Taiwanese capital during the Japanese colonial period, Annei Sugar Factory had its first building listed as a cultural heritage site in 2017. In 2018, the government proposed converting the sugar factory area into a film park. Considering the historical context of the site and the overall planning concepts for the film studio, a comprehensive survey and cultural heritage value assessment from the perspective of cultural landscapes are essential. This approach ensures that the historical, cultural, and environmental significance of the site is fully recognized and preserved while adapting it for new uses. In this presentation, we will explain how to conduct a survey from the perspective of cultural landscapes and review the relationship between preserving cultural heritage values and current planning. Finally, we also highlight that the historical textures and cultural heritage of the sugar factory should be leveraged as resources for the development of a film studio through appropriate planning and design. Followingly, we will begin with a brief overview of the current preservation approaches for Taiwan's sugar factories. The second section will explore how to conduct a historical and environmental survey and cultural heritage value assessment from 3 perspectives: technological histories, subaltern studies, and geographic information systems. Finally, we will present a pre- and the current planning efforts. In Taiwan, industrial heritage is deeply connected with the political economic context, social economic life, and modes of production. As of 2023, only 2 sugar refineries are still in operation, while 65 sites have been legally registered as cultural heritage. Several sites with or without legal status have been repurposed for cultural tourism. Present approach to the conservation and reuse of sugar industry and refinery sites can be categorized into 2 main types: those managed directly by Taiwan Sugar Company, the TSC, and those operated through outsourcing arrangement. In the former case, such as the Chaotou Refinery, I think it's here, the focus is often on static educational display of factories, equipment, and trends. Sites operated through outsourcing involved more diverse approaches. The Mado factory's office area is reused as a cultural center, and the Jiali factory's dormitory area is operated as a cultural park, both managed by the Tainan city government. The Rende refinery functioned as an entertainment complex managed by the Ten Drum Art Percussion Group. The situation at Annei is particularly unique, as there is already a clear plan for the repurposing of the entire site. The conservation and regeneration of Taiwan's sugar industry heritage are still in the relatively preliminary stages. Taiwan-based architects, Taiwan-based academics in architecture, history, and cultural heritage, including Zhang Kunzhen's research on the North-South Line and Wu Bingsen, Wang Chunxi, and others' examinations of the sugar industry's cultural heritage, have proposed interpretations of comprehensive cultural landscapes rather than isolated factory buildings. In the image on the right, the perspective of Professor Wu and Professor Wang on the cultural landscape of the sugar industry are presented. The views encompass elements such as the factory, farmlands, railways, and settlements. In the survey of Annei Sugar Factory, we focus on 3 key approaches: technological histories, subaltern studies, and geographic information system, based on the experience of the foundation of historic city conservation and regeneration. The first approach concerns technological histories. Technological history is a crucial link that connects architecture, site layout, and production processes. It involves research, public education, and interdisciplinary dimensions, revealing colonial and transnational exchanges. Focusing on technology can lead to dynamic preservation and more effective public educational outreach, requiring interdisciplinary collaborations between historians, architects, and engineers. Engineers offer systematic, cross-systematic understanding for better interpretation, while historians and social scientists reveal the social-political dimensions of colonial technocracy. At Annei Factory, we compared the production processes with the architectural layouts and styles from different periods to understand the historical changes as thoroughly as possible. This approach helps identify key spaces and their functions. Furthermore, these different operational pathways can serve as fundamental information for subsequent dynamic preservation efforts. From our perspective, appropriate repurposing relies on the most comprehensive possible investigation, research, understanding, and interpretation. The second approach involves subaltern studies. At the foundation of historic city conservation and regeneration, the FHCCR, we proposed the Oral Histories project from an NGO perspective. FHCCR has been dedicated to promoting Taiwan's cultural heritage, historic environment, and civil society since 1999. In this project, we aim to address community, settlement, and civil and daily life narratives that aren't included in corporate histories. It promotes projects focused on collecting oral histories from sugar factory laborers and employees who moved between different factories and positions. We view this approach within the framework of subaltern histories. It's important to listen to the untold stories of laborers and employees and to acknowledge the invisible female labor. This approach gives voice to ambiguous and lost history fragments, fostering an understanding beyond classic colonial modernity discourses. However, this project is still in its very early stages. The last approach is about the application of GIS. Similar to the Oral Histories project, these initiatives were also launched from an NGO perspective. We use GIS as a database and platform to gradually accumulate research data and facilitate information exchange. This approach helps provide a more comprehensive perspective when dealing with individual factory sites or commissioned projects. For this survey, the GIS environment encompasses various spatial scales, including regions, settlements, and buildings. Its attributable efficiently handles classification and data filtering, with analysis results directly visualized. For example, in the left image, we have mapped out the grading of potential cultural heritages. And in the right image, we present the zoning usage plans based on these gradients. Furthermore, GIS is instrumental in integrating information from historical and ecological investigations, various landscape planning efforts, and architectural construction projects. Integrating various projects with the site onto a single platform facilitates the flow of information between the management unit and relevant parties, thereby improving the efficiency of resource allocation. However, on a broader and more public level, generating publicly accessible knowledge about colonial sugar industry establishments is a connected and layered landscape is vital for critical heritage work. Maintenance and management of basic data, while seemingly less significant than interviews and storytelling, provide a crucial foundation. This interdisciplinary collaboration and open cooperation offer meaningful possibilities for a public-oriented knowledge system. Furthermore, appropriate visualization is necessary for public education and outreach. Using Anne Sugar Factory as a case study, we have presented attempts in technological histories, subaltern studies, and geographic information systems, contributing to the advancement of cultural heritage work. At this stage, through detailed investigations and diverse approaches, we also highlight that the historical textures and cultural heritage of the sugar factory should be leveraged as resources for the development of a film studio through appropriate planning and design. We proposed reclaiming Taiwan's past colonial industrial infrastructures in a way that involves academia, NGO, engineering, historians, and the public. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Zheng. And it's a very impressive presentation. We can see it's a lot of hard work for the texting so much, drawing so much line and picture. And next, we will welcome our next presenter. It's Nadia. She is the Executive Director of Center for Architecture Documentation, Indonesia. Okay.
How many minutes? 15, okay.
Okay. The title of the Nadia for her today's presentation is Adapted Reuse of Former Sugar Industry in Java. Let's welcome Nadia, please.
Thank you, and good afternoon. Can I just... So after the coffee break, I hope now you are fresh and not feel sleepy because of a big lunch we have this afternoon. Actually, my presentation is about how I identify and when I visited these two former sugar factory that now being restored and reused as a new function because of the factory was already ceased and closed since 1990s. Okay. Okay. Okay, adaptive reuse of former sugar industry in Java. Case study the Colomadu and Banjaratma. This is the Colomadu. It's a quite beautiful factory building, and this one is Banjaratma in and now become the rest area. Oh, yeah. This is a map from 1932 that show us that in that year there is about 185 sugar factory in Java. If you see that the concentration of mostly sugar factory was in eastern part of Java. This is eastern part of Java, and this is central part of Java, and a bit in a western part of Java. This is the list of the sugar factory in Java at that time, but sorry, I make it double. So the first case study is the Cycle Fabric Colomadu. Am I spell it right, Remco? Okay, thank you. Colomadu means the mountain of sweetness. It was established in 8 December 1861, and then about 50 years after that, they made some extension in 1927 and 1928. It was owned and managed by Syker under naming Colomadu, and the land of this factory was owned by the Mangkunagara Autonomous Government. This was the royal dynasty, one of the two royal dynasty in Solo at that time. Yeah, actually until now. After the Indonesian independence, this sugar factory was nationalized by the government of the Republic of Indonesia in 1946, and it ceased its operation and closed in 1998. And this factory began its restoration for an adaptive reuse in 2017. So it's only 7 years ago. This is the location of the sugar factory in the 1932 maps of Surakarta or Solo, and this is Solo, and this was at that time is the outside outside from the Solo. And now it is located only not more than 10 kilometers from the Solo city center. Solo is the nickname of Surakarta. And it's located next to the main route from Solo to the airport. It is about only 5 or 6 minutes from the airport and only 10 minutes from the Trans-Java toll road. So actually, this location was very prominent. And now it was managed by Sinergi Colomadu. The revitalization of the Colomadu sugar factory is intended that this area can become a center for preserving traditional and modern Javanese culture. And it is also, the concept is to have a convention hall that can accommodate about 3,000 people with supporting infrastructure such as heritage gallery, gift shop, restaurant, heritage souvenir, parking area, garden, and cafe with an international standard concept, but still maintaining the original form of the sugar factory building. Now, this is the what it looks like after the restoration and after the adaptive reuse project in this building. This is, I know because there is many architects from Indonesia, so I saw you this plan. Hope you like it with this plan. This is the ground plan of the sugar factory, and this one is in this room, and this one, the museum are in this part. So the International Concert Hall was host David Foster and friends at the time of the opening of this the Colomadu sugar factory into its new use. Oops. This is from their website. You can check it by yourself, but the museum you can explore the historical journey of the golden era of the sugar factory in this museum. And actually the ticket is very, very cheap, even for, sorry. Yeah, it's only about 18 80 Taiwan's dollar for adults and 60 Taiwan dollar for the student. And this is what they offer. They have 2 function room, the big one, Colomadu Hall, and then the small one, Sarkara Hall, and also the parking area that can be used for the various event. This is what's some of the event that held in Colomadu, marathon, music concert on the parking area, and then the gathering, wedding in a small function room. And the other one is Cycle Fabrik Banjaratma, Tegal. So it's located close to Tegal, a small coast city in the north coast of Java. It was built in 1911 and at the time was managed and operated by the Colonial Lebang that already has 13 sugar factories and 12 plantations. It was nationalized in 1959, ceased operation and closed in 1997. And in 2019, the restoration and the adaptive reuse project was started in this sugar factory. It was located here from the Brebes Banjaratma 1916 maps. So actually, this was also the main provincial road at that time. So now it is located next to the Trans-Java Toll Road, and it's only 5 kilometers from the nearest city is Brebes, and also 17 kilometers from Tegal. It's also the location was very prominent. It was managed now by PP Sinergi Banjaratma. The former Banjaratma sugar factory in Bulak Amba district or Brebes Regency is being prepared by BUMN is a state-owned enterprises. Synergy to become a leading rest area located on the Pejagan Pemalang kilometer 260 toll road. The historic building with a total land area of around 12 hectares will be a fun destination for resting, culinary qualification or buying souvenirs typical of Brebes and its surrounding. An area of more than 5,000 meter square will be used for various stands, 70% of which will be used by local, micro, small, and medium enterprises. Meanwhile, the remaining 30% can be used by other commercial institutions under the auspices of the state-owned enterprises. This is when the governor of Central Java visit this project before its opening. This is what it looks like now. There are several additional building outside the factory building. This one is a mosque. This one is a fuel station. And now in this area, and this one is there is a new additional building used for mainstream company like Starbucks, Kentucky Fried Chicken. And these are what it looks like now. So we still can see the original structure in this inside the building. And there is also the structural consolidation for the roof, and also structural consolidation for the arches, windows, and door. And they also add the playing area for the children. And now, after 5 years of the restoration of Banjaratma sugar factory and 7 years of the Colomadu sugar factory, what happened with these two sugar factory? The Colomadu, many people came when it's just open. The website says that it on weekdays 1,000 and on weekend 3,000 people. But when I asked this to my colleagues here that comes from Solo, Ibu Nani, she said that this is not true. And now, almost no visitor come inside. So the people only came if there is an event outside the buildings of the factory. So in the parking area, in the outdoor space. The cafes, the restaurant, and the shops inside this building were already closed, mostly after the pandemic. And the only function room is often used for the wedding events, but even the people who comes to the wedding never have an interest to go inside the building. But in the rest area is now is still well functioning, visited by many people, and the visitor really enjoy the atmosphere of the old sugar factory. Most of the visitors spend time between 1 until 3 hours only in this rest area, especially if the people came with their young children, because their children can play. And this is now became the most favorite rest area along the Trans-Java Toll Road. If we see the investment, so the first investment of the Colomadu is about 11 billion US dollar, and then until now the investment is about 54 billion US dollar. But the investment for the Banjaratma rest area is only 50 billion US dollar. This building was total restoration with the interior adaptation, but in this building is only the structural consolidation and some additional building outside. So this is actually an open question. So I really hope that all of you, especially the Indonesian architects and the local people from Solo, Ibu Nani, can give a response to this. So maybe we can discuss something to help for the Colomadu to become shining again. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Nadia. I think we have a first presentation talk about the reality of the Taiwan sugar factory and the dream making in a Java factory of the sugar. So I think, I'm surely our third presenter will bring some balancing here, right? So our third presenter is Eddie? Andy? Okay. Are you ready? Okay, so please come forward. Okay, Eddie is the PhD candidate of the Department of Architecture, Faculty of Architecture, Built Environment of TU Delft University, I think so. Okay, it's your time.
Thank you very much. Let me start my own time. Okay, 15 minutes. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sandy Prasetyo, and I'm currently a PhD researcher at the TU Delft. And I would like to share insight from my recent fieldwork research conducted in Indonesia, which I believe is highly relevant to our today's discussion. I hope that what I present today will be beneficial for all of us, and I look forward for your valuable feedback, which will undoubtedly contribute to my further development of my research. Sorry. Yeah, okay. In this presentation, I will share the process, method, and result of my fieldwork that my team and I conducted from January to March in 2024. It's just a few months ago. The fieldwork is part of my more intensive research to investigate the potential reuse of the Dutch colonial era sugar factory in Java. It involved site visit and documentation of carefully selected factories to gather accurate data from the factories. Instead of sharing a specific and in-depth review of part of my fieldwork, in this presentation, I choose to present you with a broad and very thin layer of overview of my fieldwork research, as it is my intention to give you my glimpse of what we have experienced during our visits to the sites, and think of it as a souvenir that I bring to you today. Sorry, what is it in Taiwan? Let me begin with the background. After reaching its peak in 1930s, the Dutch initiated sugar factories industry in Indonesia faced its downfall, resulting in the closing of many factories. It is reported that only 45 out of 200 Dutch colonial era sugar factories in Java were production in 2019, while the rest were either demolished or abandoned. Today, the current physical condition of the abandoned factories remain unknown, although several widely published abandoned factories have been discussed, like the presentation before. Many remain in questions. This is the timeline, illustrate in the chronological order of the key event in the history of the Dutch colonial era sugar factories in Java. As shown here, it started when the VOC faced its financial downturn, and then here we are today. This is the key numbers of the, I'm sure you all already know, because several presentation was already mentioned before, the 200s. We have 180 to 200 sugar factories, and 45 are still remain. Although the data is from 2019, so it's been 5 years ago, so it's really needs to be updated. And 3 of them, just like as they just mentioned before, has already transformed into new function. And the 23 is the number of the sugar factory that we visited during our fieldwork. This is the 22. This is what I would like to share with you today. In the effort to investigate the potential reuse and adaptability of the abandoned factories, the existing literature is considered inadequate because we understand that there are so many literature and journal and paper about the sugar factory, especially the abandoned one, but it's not enough. To be honest, my supervisor asked me to, is that all you can do? You have to look more, and then, okay, I will go to Indonesia and find more. This limitation presents a significant challenge, especially for my research, and to be honest, making direct site visit and on-the-ground survey only viable method to gathering this critical information. This diagram represents illustration of the field workflow with focus on the case selection process and the procedure followed to access the sites to gather information needed. Like you can say that you can see here that the most difficult part is the case selection, because we are having difficulty to enter the site. I'm sure many researchers have experienced the same. So we came back and forth between contacting the authority, site visit, and collecting the data, because some of them we cannot access the site because of the legality, and I'm not sure why. And then some to the site and ask later. Yeah. So come first, ask later. It's better to say sorry than not doing anything. Okay, due to the research limitation, we had to select specific factory to visit. This process aimed to keep the number of sites manageable and ensure they represent the overall condition of the factories. These are the criteria that we choose to visit, to choose the site that we would like to visit. The first one is the condition of the factory based on the information gathered from the recent publication. The second one is the distribution of the site across the Java. So we would like to visit from the eastern part of Java until the western part of Java. And again, the approval and the permission to enter and document the site by the authority, the duration of the survey period, and next, the budget allocation. As a result, this is the selection process. We are able to visit these sugar factories. Most of them are from the KIT-LV Leiden. This is the site that we visited, about 23, including the Banjaratma and the Colomadu. As you can see, we are fortunate enough that we are able to visit several sugar factory on one city, so it's kind of efficient economically. Yeah. During our data collection, we organized our team into 3 smaller groups to carry out different activities simultaneously, ensuring that we gathered all of the necessary research. There are 3 scope and different scale of the data collection. The first one is zoom in for the design and the details of the building. The second one is to collect the data from the massing and arrangement, and the third one is the context. It's a building and surrounding, and how the relation between the building and surrounding. These are the DIY and limited tools from our team. It's just everyday team. It's everyday tools, because again the limit of our budget. But interestingly enough, that I would like to present you later in this presentation, our limitation is somehow making us more creative and found innovative way to record. Each tool generates a distinct form of documentation, and each serving a specific purpose in the research. This flow illustrate the systematic sorting of data and its application to fulfill specific research objective. As you can see on the left side of the screen, there are different media of documentation. Each of the media are being processed differently, from the photogrammetry, digital to drawing, and etc. And each of the data processing is again further processed differently to be analyzed as a different input. Next is the report. This is maybe the main part, although we don't have much time. There are 3 main reports that I would like to share here, but I think I have to be more faster. The first one is decaying. During our field work, we are overwhelmed with the reality of the decay of each factory. Although it looks very similar to one another, the level of decay is somehow different because of all of the many factors are involved in the level of decay of the factors and their details and elements. Our fieldwork team agree that the level of decay of the factory is not something that we could generalize, and an individual approach, and it needs an individual approach to each case is essential. In this case, I will not discuss the image one by one. I just stroll the image one by one, just for you to experience what we have experienced. Okay, these are the we categorize all of this level of decay from the refurbished to unknown, because maybe we can categorize the Banjaratma and the Colomadu for being refurbished, and some of the sites are completely unknown because all of its left is just the name of the site. Okay, on to the next. About on the reusing, we found, interestingly enough, that some of the buildings are already reused by the local community. Just like this, for example, is being reused for a dance space, dance room. So it's initiative by the local community. I think they were more aggressive than us as a researcher and government to utilize the unutilized space. And this is one of the examples for a more serious reuse. I don't know if it's legal or not, because this is for the oil and asphalt processing. The fourth, I think it's the third, on documenting. This is the, I think it's more interesting. As I was said before, we gather a lot of data, different kind of data, and each of the data serve different purposes and processed differently. In this case, I would like to discuss more about the photogrammetry and the digital reconstruction. This is also found unintentionally, but it's beneficial for us. The first one is photogrammetry. I don't know if you're familiar or not. Most of the high budget and project that record and documenting historical site use the system on the left side, the LiDAR system, using the laser and etc. It's a very fancy and expensive system and method. We don't have the budget, so we tried the other way, the photogrammetry. It's basically a software that needs a series of pictures from the same object, and then the software processes it to become a surface model of the object. Like this, for example, this is one of the objects. It's a what is it? Chimney. It's a chimney. We check the video of chimney, and then we process it to be a 3D model, a surface model of the object. It's so simple. It's so easy, and it's so cheap compared to the LiDAR. This is the workflow, so we can take it from a cell phone or drone if you want to an aerial picture, because extract it to the first person, frame per second, and then on the photogrammetry program, and then we have the research analysis. Like this, for example, this is it's not actually an image. It's not an image. It's not a real image. It's a it's a surface model. So it's like a scan of your entire site. Yep. And I would like to discuss more about this. Oops, I think my time is up. Yeah, on the left side, is I'm using my cell phone. I'm using my cell phone to record the facade of one of the administrative building, and the result is on the. Okay, my time is up. Can I have one more minute? No. Okay. Yeah, because we have the surface model, we can do a lot of it. Because in my experience, if you take a picture, we never have this orthographic view. We never have the perfect front view. So it's very hard to analyze about the dimension and the proportion and etc. And also the quality and the decay, the level of decay based on our image. So it's because of the software and the modeling, we can produce, instead of a perspective image, we can produce a very flat image of the facade. This way, we can extract the dimension. So instead of measuring one by one in the heat stroke, we measure it back home behind the laptop because we already have the model. And also for the site plan, instead of using the Google Street View and it's skew and then it's a little bit perspective, we have its more perfect aligned view. The next thing is, I think it's a bit more conventional about using to gather the information between the surface model of the photogrammetry and the conventional photograph. We're able to have more detailed model that we can analyze differently. From the photogrammetry, we can analyze the existing object. For the digital model, we can analyze the design of the building. I think that is all from my presentation today that I have shared with you. I hope you have the benefit of this presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Andy. Okay, so we have 10 minutes, right, up to 40? Yeah, I think about nearly 9 minutes Q&A time. So is any audience? Oh, please, Cynthia.
Thank you, Dr. Lee. I have 2 questions. Oh yeah, sorry. I have 2 questions. First question is for Dr. Cheng. Yes. Because last time at the Taichung, you also presented this kind of methods. Because now, currently, I'm also doing the same thing in my country. I'm also interested in your method, open public platform. Is that the meaning that public can input the data by themselves? And how can they access that? Because what we do is, it is still close to academic surveyors only. But I think the idea to give it open for public is a good, because now we can hear the bottom-up perspective from the people. That is my questions to you. And the second question is to Pak Hendy. It is also related to the photogrammetry that you use. We've been also using the photogrammetry through drone for an object of buildings. How hard it is, because when you're doing photogrammetry, you need to clear object of a building. You need to have a clear object surrounded. And how can you because then you convert it into like a measured drawing. How can you, what kind of methods or analysis you use to make it measured? I mean, because photogrammetry is not very clear, then you convert it into measured drawing. Is it difficult to predict it, or you already have the exact number? Thank you, Dr. Lee.
Okay, thank you for your question. Actually, we set up a kind of package. One part is established by QGIS, which is a GIS professional software. But in another way, if you want to open to the public, the platform must be very simple, very easy. So we use Google Map. We just use Google Map. Therefore, there will be a quite important role between QGIS and Google Map. You should train a assistant who can transfer the public generated data into your academic QGIS data, and in the opposite direction. Yeah. So I think that's the technical layer of this package. Yeah. But honestly speaking, in our experience, it's very difficult to encourage the company to generate this information. Yeah, the most they can do is take a picture and upload to the Google Map. Yeah, if you ask them to do something further, yeah, maybe a series of workshops kind of things is necessary. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Oh, it's my turn. Maybe I don't explain clear enough because of the time. So the photogrammetry and the 3D modeling is maybe you already know, it's two different things. So the photogrammetry is basically we use to analyze not about the dimension. It's not about the dimension to create a 3D model building, but it's the dimension for the proportion and etc. But there are some software. So because there is a lot photogrammetry software, so there's a. I don't want to mention the software because I didn't get paid for it. So that's a sponsor thing. Some of the software are good enough that they have this. Imagine like a more detailed pixel about it's point cloud. I think it's called point cloud. More detailed point cloud. So it's a more detailed model. Again, we use for my research purpose, we use the photogrammetry for the proportion, for the angle of the roof, for the proportion, the height and the width, and how we divide the column and etc. We still have to use a manual measurement just for one or two measurement for reference, and others we can use our knowledge of proportion and etc. So I hope that's answered your question. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah.
Do you have any question from the audience? We think we still have nearly 2 minutes. Oh, Professor Xu.
Thank you. I have two questions. The first question is for Jen. Your study is just similar like a basic survey project for Anne sugar factory. And what is the next step? Very simple question. And the other one, the other question is for Nadia. I know your presentation, the case, because the location is perfect. So is that a typical case for the sugar factory in Java, or is a mega project, or just a special case for the adapt reuse of a sugar factory in Java or in Indonesia? Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Xu. Is this question arranged? Because maybe you still remember the area photo I provided. Yeah, there is another part outside of the main area about the dormitory area and the primary school. That's the next project we would like to investigate. However, the point would be a little bit different. In the main area, our main investigation goal is architecture, railways, but in the dormitory area would be the ecological investigation. Yeah, because after the sugar factory was abandoned, lots of kind of forest, yeah, they have occupied those abandoned area. So So we would like to do some more natural and ecological investment about this site, because those film team, those film team, they just hope we to keep. Some buildings is in quite bad situation, but those film team, they just like not bad architecture. They feel like these forests, these old buildings, these corrupt sites, they are very, very well fitted to their film purpose. Yeah, so I still think the basic surveys are necessary. And actually, we also start to do some 3D scanner and 3D model. Yeah, but it's in quite preliminary stage. Yeah, we're just, yeah. Okay, I think that's my answer. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Xu. Actually, this case is a general case that happened in Indonesia, not only for the industrial heritage adaptive reuse, but also for other heritage building. Because usually, or most common situation in Indonesia that after the restoration, we didn't have any good programs to fulfill the heritage building. That's the first one. And then the other, sometimes there is no or limited political will from the government, the local government or the provincial government, or also from the central government. And the other, sometimes there is the regulation is not sensitive to support the adaptive reuse of the heritage building in Indonesia. And also I very often found the situation that the people or the owner of the building, when they want to restore and to do the adaptation of the buildings, they are always thinking about the museum. This building will become the museum with cafes, with restaurant. But they never think about the needs of the public in surrounding area of the heritage building. Because museum in Indonesia is cost a lot of money. So I mean, the museum itself cannot live by itself. It should be supported by the government or by the other funding resources. But to transform the heritage building into a museum is considered very sexy in Indonesia. So that's the problem. We almost never thinking about what the public needs. Maybe they didn't need the museum. Maybe they didn't need the building for education or for an office or for the other function that not as sexy as museum. Thank you.
Thank you, Nadia. Thanks for the. Oh, is there any question? No. Okay, I'll quickly sum up for this session because I think Maya may be aware. In the e-commerce, we have a very professional committee especially for heritage documentation, CPA. So I'm looking forward to this session or today. The presenter maybe can organizing kind of a professional panel for the next year CPA, as I remember in Korea, CPA 2025. Yeah, I think it's very, I think use this networking and keep enhance and grow up. And I think we can see not only the balance of the reality and dream and make our more forward to catching the dream. Okay, thank you very much. I will pass the microphone to our MC, Professor Liao.
Thank you. Okay, I think, yeah, we have some more time. So let's come back at 4 o'clock, okay? Tea time. Thank you. 没有，就刚好超过，差不多了。那就对，本来是提早20分钟。先走了。拜拜拜拜。对呀。有空再聊。我有把消息放出去，但目前没有人回应。是2024要开放吗？按那个按那个厂长那时候打算 喂，请问一下陈国伟老师，陈国伟老师有到了吗？没看到人，还没到。Excuse me? Huh? Hello, everybody. Distinguished guests. Yeah, we are going to begin the next section. And the next section, the topic is the historical tourism and the museum. Yeah, and then today's we invite moderator is Guo Wei Chen. Yeah, he is an associate professor and then teaching in Museum Studies Institute of Furen Catholic University in Taiwan. And that's yeah. Welcome to the Professor Chen.
Thank you. Thank you. Hello, everyone. This is the last session, so chill out. Yeah. Yeah, and just as I'm introduced, my name is David Kuo Wei Chen from Catholic University of Furen in Xinjiang, Taipei, New Taipei City, and from the Institute of Museum Studies, Graduate Institute of Museum Studies. So that's my background. I'm also an architect. So in this session, you know, the title, the historical heritage and museums, both are in my field. Okay, this session, I think the speaker would already know the rules of 15 minutes, and to the last 3 minutes, we have the notice, the board notice or ring notice. Okay, so we have 3 speakers. The first group is Professor Xu. He is in the tourist specialty and teaching in also the tourism. And Ms. Xie Huihong, she's the Director of Software Solutions and Asian Markets, NOAA Global Taiwan. It's an international company. Both of them are presenting the title Evaluating Tourist Experience in Industrial Built Heritage, Adaptive Reuse of Sugar Factories in Taiwan. Let's welcome them both.
Never do it again. So what's the controller? Ah, let me do it. Thank you very much. I'm Ping Changshu from Taiwan. And this is my course, Xie Hui Hong. We used to teach in Mado Township. So that's a township, this area is surrounded by many sugar factory. So we get along with the sugar cane many years. So we study this topic is the evaluating tourist experiences in industrial heritage, adaptive reuse of sugar factory in Taiwan. And before my presentation, I'm very appreciate the audience that all of you sit in this menu whole day. I know it's quite tired, but thank you. Okay, let me talk about our paper today. The first one I want to review what about the link about heritage and tourism. After literature review, we found some important topics in our area. First one is conserving heritage resources, of course. And the second one is about urban and regional redevelopment, because the industrial restructure. So about use tourism as a tool to promote regional development and image reconstruction. Also, we have many friends and colleagues here are a very good interpreter. We also, this role of interpreter and the role of interpretation is quite important in Tainan City. Also, they contribute a lot to heritage education. And the fourth one is about tourists, their experience. There's a call of tourism and about their satisfaction and repeated intentions. And the last one is the destination management. Also, I read a journal paper talk about Japan's battleship island. About Taiwan factory tourism and sugar industrial heritage, I tried to explain to you. Oh, sorry. I have to apologize, simple background. Because of this event, I run to here and there every day, so even I don't have time to beautify it, sorry. In Taiwan, most of the project, adaptive reuse project, is by providing leisure like public park, tourism, public park like Madou Zhongye, Yiwen Zhongxin. That's the day after tomorrow we are going to visit, and entertainment function, especially Tendrum, Sigu, Wenchuan Yuanqu. So there are a lot of cases in Taiwan, and very interesting is sorry, it is a wrong spelling. It's from industrial heritage tourism to factory tourism. I lead some of our foreigner friends to Lanhua Guangguang Gongcang. So there are some factory tourism in the whole Taiwan, everywhere. It's a national policy. So from the viewpoint of tourism. We start from industrial heritage tourism, then to factory tourism. And when you talk about sugar industrial heritage, we have to talk about TSC, Taiwan Sugar Corporation, because this company is the largest landowner in Taiwan, so their policy decided sugar industrial heritage. Compare with Indonesia, we don't have state-owned sugar factory or private-owned sugar factory. Basically, all the sugar factory are owned by Taiwan Sugar Corporation. So they outsourcing part of the sugar factory to private company, or they just outsourcing to a company like Tendrum. So that's why we have to talk about outsourcing. And just like the lecture of Professor Wang Chunxi, Professor Wang introduced the Sanhua sugar factory to us. It is a factory still producing goods, producing sugar. So Sanhua and Huwei in Taiwan, we face a problem of dynamic conservation and in accompanying with the factory management. I learned from Professor Widodo to speak about Taipei Declaration for Asian Industrial Heritage. This declaration raised some point quite important, is witnessing the process of modernization. The second is associated with life history, memory, and stories of local people. That's what Cindy emphasized in her presentation. And contribute to the identity of regions and countries, especially if you, our dear foreign friends, if you observe carefully, the local presenter are quite familiar with the previous colonial. I mean, Japanese, the previous colonial period. It's a different kinds of feeling, but after all, the last point about to integral part of the history is quite important, but because the Taiwanese still feel quite good about our Japanese friends. So about the colonial history part, we took a friendship manner about that. So we concluded, Hui Hong and myself, we think two quite important research issue in Taiwan for sugar heritage tourism. The first one is stakeholders negotiation and policy consensus. Because you can observe architecture scholar from the viewpoint to talk about how to conserve sugar heritage. And some others professional, they just observe from different viewpoint. But in this society, we still need consensus. How to face such kinds of heritage. So there could be take stakeholder theory approach to include different opinion of varying various agents include enterprise, central government, local government, NGO, and community organization, etc. Of course, the second important topic is talk about tourist experience. It's always the most important for discussion of tourism. So about the authenticity, about the identity, about the quality of the experience, about how to raise standard of tourist experience. Okay, so we think we can separate into attractiveness, local culture and socio-economic history, industry and his technology, authenticity to discuss this point. As Hasti raised the title of Balance, Dream and Reality. What is dream? So we always talk about what's a beautiful past, good feeling about nostalgia. But I noticed what she meant in the morning. We face quite real problem or real issue about reality is financial feasibility. What about the corporate organization like Taiwan Sugar Corporation in Taiwan or different organization in Indonesia? Factory management, especially this factory is still under operation. How to deal with it? And the outsourcing policy, and also have to get along with the neighbors in community environment. So I will pass to my second author, but before that, we are calling partner to proceed our research. Thank you.
Okay, I will take it from here. And it seems I only have 2 minutes left. That's okay. It's okay. So we want to know, from our perspective, we want to know how to maintain the sustainability of the business. So TSC, Taiwan Sugar Company, they have outsourcing and they have also super factory in operation, and they also have the Cultural Affairs Bureau for running. So we want to study how tourist satisfaction related to these 3 types of management method. So in our study, we want to know, we try to understand the visitors' perception and satisfaction so that we can come to a conclusion for also suggestion for those kind of methods running by either TSC or by outsourcing company or also the Cultural Affairs Bureau. And they would like to know how to meet the requirement of the tourist, okay? So in the research, we will want to compare the visitors' expectancy and also the actual experience. We want to compare the differences between them. And then the final result can serve as our suggestion for them. So, doesn't work, okay. Freeze. Okay. Okay. Okay, we also know the nostalgia is also important, so we will also try to understand their perspective from tourists. Okay. So our research will improve method approach to explore visitors' perception and satisfaction level at TSC's repurposed sugar factory. So qualitative data will be collected through on-site survey, and qualitative insight will also be gathered by interviews. And the data analysis will be, the quantitative data from survey will be analyzed using descriptive statistic and correlation analysis to identify the trend and relationship. And qualitative data from interviews will be analyzed thematically, focusing on recurring themes related to visitor satisfaction and experience. And our expected result will be, first, the tourist experience toward the different elements. And the second is the heritage management and tourist expectation. And the third will be the evaluation of outsourcing policy toward tourist experience. And the final will be the evaluation of different management models toward tourist experience. Okay, this is our presentation. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the both authors. Our next presentation is given by Mr. Huang Hongwen, Chief Director of the Cultural Affairs Bureau, Tainan City Government. And his topic is Introduction to the Preservation and Revitalization Policies for Tainan sugar factories. Please, let's welcome.
Hello, everyone. It's my pleasure to be here to share with you about a brief introduction to the preservation and revitalization policies for Tainan sugar factories. And I'm very happy to be here on behalf of Cultural Affairs Bureau of Tainan City Government. Okay, so I will make a brief background introduction. During the Japanese colonial period, Tainan City had up to 9 modern sugar factories, the most in all of Taiwan. And after World War II, with the takeover by government and the establishment of the Taiwan Sugar Corporation, the sugar industry continued to develop and reach its peak. However, with the expansion of international trade and globalization, the costs of the raw materials and the labor skyrocketed, turning the sugar industry into a decline sector. And apart from the diversifying into business like pig farming, orchid cultivation, and operating gas stations and the supermarkets, Taiwan Sugar Corporation's major factory sites have also faced closure. Yeah, that's the whole history. So my presentation will on the 3 models. Yeah, due to the substantial land area and the factory facilities accumulated from its involvement in the sugar industry, Taiwan Sugar Corporation's assets are considered valuable resources by both central and local government. In the case of Tainan City, several revitalization models can be observed. So there are 3. This presentation will introduce these 3 models from the perspective of local government, shaping through policy tools and aiming for cultural governance perspective. And first one will be the government leasing and direct operation model. For example, the Zhongye Arts and Culture Center. The Zhongye Arts and Culture Center was originally the Zhongye factory and the head office of the Japan Meiji Sugar Corporation. which began operation in January 1912. And after World War II, we know the government took over and established the Taiwan Sugar Corporation. So, but it was finally closed in 1993. And due to a lack of maintenance, the buildings have gradually been damaged. So in 1998, around that time, local historians and residents of Mado Township actively petitioned the government to preserve the site. As a result, the old sugar factory was transformed into a Zhongye Arts and Culture Center and officially opening on November 4th, 2001. So Mado, with its deep-rooted folk beliefs and the various traditional crafts and cultural industries, positioned the Zhongye Arts and Culture Center with a primarily focus on craftsmanship. And the center integrates special exhibitions, workshops, performing stage, and international arts village, and abundant green resources, serving the function of developing tourism, leisure, and education, etc. And it also strives to connect Tainan's arts, academic resources, and community activities, expanding networks, and promoting diverse cultural exchange. And so for the detailed development history of the Zhongye Arts and Culture Center, please refer to the following timeline, or you could find it on the website. And notably, in 2002, the Tainan County government, that was before the merging between Tainan County and Tainan City, the Tainan County government commissioned the National Cheng Kung University Research and Development Foundation to conduct a study which initiated the revitalization and reuse of the Zhongye Sugar Factory, about the repair plan, reuse, and overall planning report for the historical site. So this project involved historical research on the site's monument, landscaping, and the spaces, as well as planning future development directions. So that was the key of the later development. And due to the typhoon damage, actually the Zhongye Sugar Factory underwent 2 major restorations. And below are the 4 important buildings that have been designed as the historic buildings. The Red House, Gatehouse, Red Brick Craft Pavilion, and Director's Dormitory. And following would be some important or major plan we are doing in the Zhongye Arts Culture Center. The first one would be the International Arts Village. Since 2014, the Zhongye International Art Village Residency Program has been accepting global online submission with nearly 1,600 applications received from artists worldwide. And a total of 54 groups of artists from 12 countries, including the United States, Italy, Japan, Spain, Germany, Bulgaria, Hungary, Switzerland, South Korea, Canada, Indonesia, and Taiwan. So I have participated in the residency. Now you can see, for example, the 2024, there are 234 groups applied, and a 6 group of artists were selected for residency, including Indonesia, Germany, and Taiwan. And the other one would be the Zhongye Breeze Culture Festival. And the Zhongye Breeze Culture Festival had from September to December, held from September to December, and features dynamic performances and static exhibitions, based on the important intangible folk culture properties from various cities in Japan. So the breeze, they actually have two meanings in Chinese, in Mandarin. One is, of course, the wind breeze, and the other one would be the Japanese style. So that's in connection with its heritage from Japan. Yeah. So the festival has been held for 11 years so far, and we can see such like Kyoto City and Hiroshima, etc. And this one, Madao Earth Art Season, is the most special event which held in Zhongye. Madao is a phonetic transliteration of the old place name of Madou, and derived from the Siaya language of the Tainan indigenous people, and meaning I. And Madao Earth Art Season was the first art initiative in Taiwan to focus on the entire watershed of a river. And it was also the first initiative-driven arts festival in the country, representing the largest scale artistic action within a single country or city. And the event used art as the medium to facilitate public-private collaboration with an emphasis on civic engagement and dialogue. And of course, this is the case, the model which government operates by our own. But one of the space actually is outsourced to a cafe. So when I know you will to visit Zhongye Arts and Culture Center, so you will see this director's dormitory. Now it's a Satur Cafe. And we collaborate with the Zhengwen Community College for the workshops. There's some collaboration about contract fee and information on that. So it's since 2020, we cooperate with Zhongye Community College. And now with 748 participants in this case. And the last one, Wenxia Story Museum, that's the newly facilitated in Zhongye Arts Culture Center. Yeah, the Wenxia is actually, we call the king of Formosan songs. So we use this old building for a Wenxia Story Museum because Wenxia was born in Madou. Okay. So the next one would be Taiwan Sugar Company or Corporation Direct Operation Model. Yeah. For example, the Shanhua Sugar Factory. So a living sugar factory. It is one of only 2 sugar factories in Taiwan still producing sugar today. And the other one would be in Huwei Sugar Factory in Yunlin County. Yeah. An important historical resources for the sugar industry in Tainan. The factory area retain complete sugar production, machinery and equipment, and also preserve a wealth of early sugar industry maps, production and sales documents, etc. So they are valuable resources. So of course we face the difficulties and breaking through. Yeah. So actually, the sugar factory, Shanhua Sugar Factory, had planned for short-term and mid-term and long-term planning in the help from the Cultural Affairs Bureau. So first of all, considering a safety risk, because of the time the time, yeah, I would go through it quickly, yeah. So of course, short-term and mid-term planning, digitize and archive valuable documents etc. And long time, of course, the deepen and translate the content of existing documents, etc. So it's all about a museum, a sugar industry museum. So in the warehouse 4, 5, and 6, like this area, then you will see it in Shanghua. Then you know about the future plans is all about the museum. Yeah, so how to make the exhibitions or the event more diversified, etc. And the last one, government leasing and outsource operation model. It's actually very simple. So simply speaking is Cultural Affairs Bureau of Tainan City Government rented this sugar factory, rent the sugar factory from the Taiwan Sugar Corporation. Then we outsourced to the 10-drum percussion group. Yeah, that's quite simple. And why should we do this through so many turns? Yeah, because then the 10-drum percussion group, they could rent it in the lower rate from the Taiwan Sugar Factory, Taiwan Sugar Corporation. Yeah, that's why we help the group to rent this place, but and as well they could develop their own performing and also the theme park, the so-called theme park or this culture park. Yeah, so that's the 3 models of the sugar factory in Tainan and involve the Tainan City Government and Cultural Affairs Bureau. So this is just a brief introduction. So I know later we will go to visit those 3 sugar factories. Then we will see, we'll witness their development and their, what they're doing. Yeah. So thank you.
Thank you. The third speaker is Bayu Wijek Sana. That's, he's given the title of Sweet Transformation. Let's welcome him.
So hello everyone. It's been a long day, so I hope you're still awake. I think this is the last presentation for today. Yeah. Oh. So narratives as a value proposition, repurposing a historical sugar factory into a narrative-rich environment. But first, I would like to build our engagement with the history of the sugar industry. Yeah, I am going to read this. The story of the sugar industry is one of transformation, innovation, and the birth of new industries. It begins in the fertile fields where sugar cane grows tall under the tropical sun. Harvested and processed, sugar cane becomes the sweet crystals that fuel economies and societies. But the impact of the sugar industry goes far beyond the production of the sugar itself. It has been a catalyst for the development of numerous industries. So yeah, the narratives can be very powerful because it can emotionally engage with the visitors and bring the history of the sugar industry into life. So to create narrative, we have to discover how, sorry, I have to read this. Discover how the cultural and historical stories that captivate visitors. And discover how a narrative-rich environment enhances visitor engagement and provides educational opportunities, and uncover the positive impact on the local community, both economically and culturally. And by creating narratives, it can be used as a value proposition. Value proposition, here is the reason why customers prefer companies' offer instead of those other of its competitors. So this value proposition is based on the authenticity, the story behind the factory's past, create a unique and authentic brand identity that resonates with the customers. And sustainability, narratives highlighting the environmental and social benefits of adaptive reuse appeal to a growing market of conscious consumers. And number 3 is innovation, uncover stories of transformation and creative repurposing, showcase innovation and forward-thinking approach. And community impact, uncover narratives emphasizing community engagement and revitalization, build public perception and support. So value proposition here serves as a kind of a unique selling point, but then it's in a positive way. So the challenge is how we embrace the new while we have to maintain the history. We have to discover how we integrate the contemporary use while we have to maintain the historical authenticity, and how we incorporate the new elements without compromising its historical integrity. So this is Gondang Sugar Factory. I take this as a case. It was built in 1800. One of the 200 sugar factories were built between early 1800 and early 1900. So it's quite spans, there's a history that spans over a century. It was really glorious time, glorious period, because it gives a very big impact on economy, especially in economy. But not only the glory, also the shame, because it caused blood, sweat, and tears because of culture, social, or forced labor. Yeah, and this is Gondang Sugar Factory here is non-active in 2016 because of lack of raw materials and many other reasons, but it's still struggling to find the better life for this factory. And yeah, this factory is really a historical gem. It is located in a small city, Klaten, between Yogyakarta and Surakarta. Both are touristic cities, and both touristic cities connected by the road right in front of the factory. That's another potential beside the historical narrative as a value proposition. And it is expected to attract tourists from both touristic cities, especially for the international touristic. That's another potential of this location. And from Google View, the factory here is still green from above. Imagine if there is, in 1860, it was very green. On the left side is the supporting building, on the right side are the factory buildings. Yeah, and this is Gondang Sugar Factory today. Many buildings are still intact, but not in a good condition. Just waiting to be renovated and repurposed. Based on my interview with the management staff and my quick observation last week before I came here, they do note that the buildings have to be preserved. but they just don't know how to preserve it and repurpose it. This picture, it's so sad to see this. As I said, that the buildings have to be preserved, but not the landscape. They don't touch the buildings, but the landscape. They turn it into a kind of a theme park, ghost hunters, and a water boom that has no relation to the historical context. So they are threatening the historical authenticity and historical integrity of this site, of this place. So who are they? They are a company who runs in tourism business in many places, but in this case it's the heritage site, heritage place. They don't know, they don't understand about how historical narrative can be used as the value proposition in their business. So if you take a look closer, left above is the museum. It's not old buildings, it's a new building. Just looks like an old building, kind of a replica. So it can be demolished. It's not significant. It's not good. And here, you can still see the railway in front of the factory, part of the railway, but the rest is buried under the ground. It's all gone. Yeah. Strategy of transforming sugar factory into narrative-rich environments. I am going to read it quickly. First, identify key historical, architectural, and cultural aspects of the sugar factory. And second, consider the site's historical significance while introducing new functions that benefit the community. And three, involve the community in the decision-making progress. Four, establish educational programs that teach visitors about history. And five, integrate storytelling installations within the factory using multimedia display, exhibits, and interactive elements. And six, create narratives that guide visitors through the different eras of the sugar factory. Number seven, preserve and restore key architectural elements of the factory. Number eight, collaboration with local artists to create installations and sculpture. And number nine is sustainable practices. Number 10, use digital platforms to create an online presence, sharing stories, virtual tours, and educational content about the sugar factory. This is good for the young people to attract young people to learn history using social media. And collaborate with heritage preservation institutions. And of course, economic sustainability. Introduce economically sustainable activities within the adaptive reuse plan to ensure the factory's long-term viability. So to have a deeper narrative, we have to understand the whole process of the sugar production. Well, of course, it can be more detailed, but I just divided into outdoor activities and indoor activities. From the field, sugarcane being transported to the factory building and being processed using machineries, and of course the workers. So it means that buildings, workers, machineries, and landscape is considered as the heritage significance. Yeah, about the significant value of this factory. First, we identify, document the architectural and historical and cultural aspect of this sugar factory and have to be maintained. And move to the space programmings based on deep analysis and feasibility study about the marketing, about the heritage, about the history. We can, based on this Okay. Yeah, whatever the purpose is, it has to be to have a value proposition, so that it can go on with the adaptive reuse. And we move to the space and form intervention. We make adjustment, but then we have to maintain the historical integrity. This is all the significance of the Gondang Sugar Factory. And the insignificant, we can demolish this insignificant, as you can see in the picture. And by demolishing this, we have opportunity to build a new elements, new buildings that has to be designed according to the historical context and becoming the new purpose and new environment. So the whole process of this adaptive reuse is allowing communication between time and place. So, but the adaptive reuse of Gondang Sugar Factory may face multiple potential obstacles. Planning and execution problems, it was so obvious, financial constraint, regulatory hurdles, structural and environmental challenges, market demands, issues, community resistance, and broader economic factors. So how to address these challenges? We have to make thorough planning, good understanding about heritage, history, good understanding about business and market, and good understanding about, of course, design, how we interpret the historical narrative into design. That is very important. And by making thorough planning, we can make a kind of proposal to find adequate funding to fund this project. And of course, we have to involve the community. And effective project management is essential for the success of such an ambitious and historical significant project. So, as a closing, narrative serves as a powerful value proposition in the adaptive reuse of former sugar factories. By embedding historical stories into design and function of repurposed buildings, stakeholders can create vibrant, engaging environments that honor the past while meeting contemporary needs. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we have about 10 minutes, well, less than 10 minutes time for Q&A. So I now want to solicit questions from the floor. Do we have any? Guys? Oh, okay.
I have a question for the third presenter. What is the government role of this reuse of sugar factory in current day? Yes. Yeah. Do they support such kind of reuse of the sugar factory?
I think government can support as long as we can convince them by making proposal. And unless the government has a different understanding about sugar factory being repurposed. So for me, in my opinion, government can be convinced with a good proposal. Thank you.
So my question is actually, so the government, they so far they have no support for the reuse of the sugar factory?
I think for Banjaratma and Colomadu, government I think support that the adaptive reuse of the program, but still that we have a lot of factories that has to be adaptive reused or reused. So that's why we have to convince one by one every government and local government. So that's my concern as well.
Wow, you guys work very hard.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
Is there anything else? Okay, so our time is about to come to the end to round up today's session, and following we have roundtable discussion. Before the end, I would like to say that the last speaker, which is Sana, he mentioned that the narratives echo to the very beginning of today that Mr. Widodo saying that when we're facing this kind of industrial heritage, especially it is from colonial time, that a certain standpoint, viewpoint, it needs to be established. It's not that it's just anything left for us from our or from the past. Will not always be so good that we just accept it wholeheartedly. So it's a critical, how to say, reception of these heritage, especially the industrial heritage from the colonial times. So the topic of the last session, historical tourism and the museum. Tourism, the catchword of tourism is recreation or leisure. Of course, the people travel needs to know, to get the knowledge. And for the museum, the catchword is interpretation and also the knowledge. But the knowledge itself is, how should I say, objective. It just exists simply beyond subjectivity. But the interpretation of museums and what? And the pleasure. I mean the tourist experience pleasure from being a tourist in the heritage tourist. They have their own idea about what is pleasure, what is not. So the both concerns subjectivity and objectivity. So the most difficult thing for us is the subjectivity, because it depends who take the point, who take the viewpoint, because the opinion goes to every individual. So it's the most. So for my understanding from the very beginning of this morning's speech, that the discourse, of course, it includes the so-called narratives, needs to be established before we take the stance toward the heritage. In too many things in Taiwan that we do things, of course, right away, prior to any discourse has been established. Especially for instance, sugar is not a bad thing. We call it sweet. But for instance, tobacco. In Taipei, there's a tobacco company. We saved the factory, but we didn't ask us why we need to save this kind of. Tobacco is now nowhere. I mean, you cannot smoke in any interior now, especially in Taiwan. I don't know about other countries, but we saved that whole important site, occupying the very expensive lot in the city center, business center. But we never asked us why we want to preserve a place like that. I'm not meaning, I don't mean that we don't, I mean, it's a bad thing to conserve the whole factory. I mean, the fact that the tobacco tobacco factories, but just nothing has been done. I mean, in narratives or in discourse has been established before we take any action. That's my point. And to conclude that from the beginning and to the end of you, to round up the whole day's session. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And we have another tea times for 10 minutes. So please come back 10 after 5. And then we are going to have the round table. Thank you.
I don't know. Aris will be online. No, bagus lah. Oh, really? So you give up? No, it's complicated. Cindy arranged it. Oh. Okay. Tahu ya saya aja tipis dulu sebenarnya. Dah jam sulit nih, jam sulit.
Long day.
Lukito, director. Lukito, can you turn on camera? Welcome. Good. Now we are good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are proceeding to the last section, the real last section. Yeah, it's a round table. And and today's topic is about the reuse of sugar factories and museums. Yeah, I think lots of participants were concerned about this issue. Yeah, and then let's welcome today's moderators, and it's Johannes Widudu. Yes, this is the first, the very beginnings speaker. Okay.
Okay. Thank you to appoint me to lead these impossible sessions. Why? Because it's almost sunset. Everybody tired, but hopefully we can relax. So that's why I don't want you to present anything. Just be yourself. And I think also I will invite everyone reactions or questions later, so we can have a conversations here. Okay, thank you. So this topic for the roundtable actually is not roundtable. It's more like a conclusion sessions, because this is the last sessions. And all of us has been here since morning. And in the morning, we have the first panel talking about cultural landscape. Then, after coffee break, we have history of sugar industry. Then, we have lunch, and we talk about adaptive reuse of sugar factories. And just now, we are talking about historical tourism and museums. So it's quite comprehensive topics. But we want to focus on, in these discussions, is reuse of sugar factories and museums. Now, I'm trying to put into the perspectives. My morning keynotes, I said about positions. And position is important because chronologically, what we are talking about is not just about colonial time, but we are talking about pre-colonial. Something good is happening during the pre-colonial, very sweet, very stable, and the beginning of the relationship of one place to another place. Then come the colonial period, when the occupations, exploitations, modernizations, mass productions start to happen. Then come the war, and we have the post-colonial, post-independence era. So we have 4 persons here. Mr. Ideguchi is representing from Hirado, which is mostly talking about the pre-colonials, right? So things that happening actually is nothing to do with the oppressions, with nothing to do with this, the war and whatever. You are talking about the sweetness and also the ideas. And what is interesting from the presentation from the Japanese team, I'm most interested in curry and beer, because it seems that it's living traditions. And also from the Japanese presentations, and also from Taiwan presentations, I feel that there is an idea of, in terms of cultural landscape, a concept of Satoyama. Because in Japan, there is a Satoyama, the relationship between mountain and the rice field. Also the same in Sawalunto, for example, the concept of Saujana in Indonesian language, a translation of cultural landscape. And Saujana means as far as I can see. So it's everything. So this is the common things that happen during the pre-colonial period. So probably you can start, Ideguchi-san, to explain more and your take from one-day seminars that we have since morning until now. And from that perspective, what is your learning point? What do you think that you can improve your plan for the future, and your message to all of us here. どうぞお願いします。
今日話を聞いて、さっき里山っていう話がありましたけども、今平戸は海外交流はもう今の町づくりもそうですけども、海を中心にオランダ商館があって平戸城があって、そして松浦資料博物館があって、そこが、中心的な観光地として町づくりが今できています。
Thank you very much for the introduction and the question. You talked about Satoyama and the connection with the cultural landscape that we operate in. So for us as a museum, the Hirado Trading Post has a very deep connection especially with the sea, when we talk about the cultural landscape it operates in. So through the sea is how the people came to Hirado, and from there local culture came about, and we still have a lot of these original components in the land, the town, the trading post, and the sea that connects it all.
そういう、象徴的な建物とか建築物だけでなく、その周りの環境だったり、住んでいる住民とか、そういったところを、全体を歴史のストーリーとして捉えていくことが必要じゃないかということが考えます。
And so we operate the museum as one kind of monument, one kind of museum, connect all these elements. So to involve the local community, we still have the old local community, we still have the old road where all the shops and all the people live, and connect that with the museum and also the other buildings in town. That is will be a very important challenge for us for the future.
平戸にはですね、春日集落というこの、世界遺産に登録された、自然の、遺産がありますけども、それもポルトガルのキリスト教の、伝来っていうのがやっぱり全ての、貿易っていうところでの、全体の歴史ストーリーとして捉えているので、そこの、部分とまた平戸の海との歴史とのそういうつながりを全体として捉えてそういうことを伝えていくことが必要だと感じました。
So besides the direct cultural landscape that surrounds the trading post, we also have other areas of the island which are designated as a World Heritage Site. They're designated as a cultural landscape. We have the Kasuga area, which is part of the Hidden Christian World Heritage Site. And as a cultural landscape, that is a very important component. That is also comes from the same period and of trade that the Hirado Dutch Trading Post is connected to. So even though those two stories, both of the Christians and their cultural landscape and the Dutch trading, are very much connected, they haven't really been linked in the terms of how we tell that story. So I feel there's a lot more opportunity there to connect those things up and tell a more coherent story to in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. I think this is a very important perspective and statement. In simple words, I think this is so-called cosmopolitanism. Cosmopolitanism. So it's cosmopolitan, that the entire world actually is interconnected. Through the land, we have Silk Road, and it's not only one way, but two ways. Through the sea, even more complex. So there's a lot of networks of maritime trade, connections between East and West. And this is the basis of our culture. Our culture is basically all hybrid. There is no pure culture in the world. So we are influencing each other, including technology, including sugar industry. It's not a stand-alone kind of things. So Taiwan is very interesting. Why? Because Taiwan is in the intersections of at least 5 different influences. The first influences is Austronesia connection with Southeast Asia. The second influence and connections is with Oceania and the Pacific. So this is a very ancient connections that define the so-called the Nusantaran world, from Madagascar to Hawaii, Taiwan to New Zealand. And Taiwan is part of this big circle, Southeast Asia and Pacific. The third important circle is the connections with Ryukyu, Okinawa, and Japan. So they are the third DNA of Taiwan. The fourth DNA is with southern China, with Fujian, with Hainan, with Guangdong. The Minnan connections with Zhengzhenggong, right? Then comes the fifth connections is with north part of China, Korea, and that area. Of course, I'm not talking about Kuomintang or whatever, but this is the 5 ring that representing Taiwan. So Taiwan is not China, but Taiwan is the 5 things. That's why your symbol is like plum, and your Olympic flag is 5 circles, right? It's not coincidence, but how, from the museum perspectives, to capture this essence of Taiwan in the connections of the rest of the world. So how you presented that in the narratives?
这个很大的问题。谢谢这样的提问哈。确实哈，刚刚主持人提到说，台湾作为一个这样的一个位置，然后它连接了这个不同的区块，然后跟一些不同的国家、不同的区域有一些的连接。那博物馆在这当中应该要怎么样去加强或强化这样的一个连接？请我是继续讲还是？
This is a big issue. As mentioned about a moderator, Taiwan is in a location where we connect with many zones and many countries. And during this situation, how can museum enhance Taiwan's connectivity with the others?
我想这个还是从故事本身有办法来强化这样的一个连结哈。为什么是用故事？因为在博物馆里面其实说的就是各种的故事。
I believe storytelling is a tool that we can use to connect us and others because museums have the function to play an important role in terms of storytelling.
所以不论是当我们在谈跟东南亚地区借着糖业这样的一个糖的主题的一个连接，或者是当我们在谈刚刚跟中国大陆的移民的问题，或者是我们也透过鹿皮跟日本有一些的往来，不同的媒介跟不同的区域都会产生不同的故事。
For example, as we discussed today, sugar connects Taiwan and Southeast Asian countries, and China China connects with Taiwan through the immigrants, and we also connect with Japan with the deer fur. So different media is used in different regions to tell different stories.
当我们在谈像今天在谈这样的一个糖业的一个主题的时候，因为糖是所有的人每天都会用到的一个食品，所以如果从我自己的角度来看我们这一次在谈糖业的一个遗产，我其实最多思考到的是在 糖业的遗产当中，他在做这样的一个现地保存，而且糖厂作为一个博物馆的时候，我更多的思考到是，会不会有所谓的保鲜期，或是现地展示的寿命？因为这就会变成说，他怎么样去让糖厂的故事可以跟这些来到这里的人去诉说。
And we are discussing sugar, and sugar is actually used by every day. So when we discuss this sugar factory as the industrial heritage, for me, I might think of, does it has a expiry date? Will the visitor feel it's not fresh anymore? How can we attract and inspire them to visit sugar factory as the industrial heritage site?
就如同今天其实很多的先进在谈糖厂的一个保存的时候，其实涉及到很多的层面，像说文化景观、文化资产保存，或者是经济面，或是旅游面，但是其实回归到最后，都在于说当人们进入到这个场域的时候，他看到了什么，他体验到了什么，他认识到了什么。
Today we discuss a lot of preservation of a sugar factory through different aspects, including cultural, historical, economical, etc. But it actually goes back to a key point. What do visitors see? How do they feel? Are they satisfied?
所以如果我们聚焦在这一次在谈糖业这件事情，那它如何跟这个以台湾为中心来跟不同区域的人们去做连结？我想就是要回归到说这个在这个场域在博物馆里面谈这个主题的时候，我们怎么样去跟这些的受众直接产生连结的关系。
So today we are talking about sugar factory as an industrial heritage site. We need to go back to talk from the museum perspective. How can we connect with the audience?
但是反过来，我就在思考说，一旦博物馆在做这样的连结的时候，尤其是当糖厂作为博物馆的时候，它会涉及到说，它有没有办法有这样的一个人力，有没有办法有这样的经费，不断去做这样的一个更新，然后去做一个尝试，去跟这些所谓的不同的
sugar factories as the museum, we have to consider issues such as the manpower and financial support. How can we have sufficient manpower and financial support to link the audience and to improve the connection? So we probably need to think a new way, a different way to tell stories.
所以我其实今天一直在思考说，糖厂作为博物馆这样的一个命题，到底是合适或者是不合适的？因为在我们现在的一个台湾所看到的一个状态里面，其实似乎是困难的，因为就刚刚所提到的这个人力上的不允许，还有预算上的一个问题，所以我们会看到好像我们从北到南看到一些糖厂的再利用的时候，我们会看到很类似的案例在进行。那所以也就会出现我刚刚讲这样的展示，是不是会有所谓的保鲜期，或是它的寿命？那也会有一个问题，就是它似乎就失去了跟人对话的一个能力，或者是也失去了去连接到更多区域、不同区域的人的这样的一个可能性。
So if we reuse the sugar factory as a museum, like many cases we see in Taiwan, we need to consider the difficulties I mentioned earlier, the manpower and also financial support budget. Is it sufficient for us to maintain the long use life of museum built from the sugar factories? And can we have enough power to connect with the people, to have a dialogue with local people, or connect with people from different regions?
所以我觉得还是回到一开始说的，博物馆如何去连接到这些不同的区域，还是回到应该是博物馆应该要用什么样的一个展示方式来说这些事情，来连接到这样的不同的区域的人。那什么样子的一个教育推广活动，可以在博物馆的场域当中被执行，以好让博物馆可以去连接到刚刚说的这个不同区域的人，让这些区域它是可以透过博物馆的场域是被串接起来的。那另外就是，那在这个场域内，在博物馆的场域内，到底应该要说什么样的故事才是合适？在像今天讲的糖业遗产这样的一个场域当中，才是合适的。
So we need to go back to the beginning. We need to think how museum can use exhibition to tell stories, to connect different people, like local people and people from different regions. And is there any new way we can use museum to promote the educational activities? What we can do to do more?
所以其实我其实想了一下，我觉得博物馆在做这些事情里面，尤其是当我们今天在讲糖厂作为博物馆这个命题下，其实我似乎觉得今天早上那个老师在讲那个经济的问题，或是预算的问题，或许会变成是这个题目下面比较关键的一个因素，因为当有这样的一个预算来去做这样的执行的时候，刚刚讲的那一切才有可能去成为推动活化，或者是推动很多不同教育推广活动的可能性。
So I think if we want to reuse the sugar factory as museums, the key points comes to the support of financial and economic factors. With that, we are able to reconnect local people and people from different regions and to engage in educational activities.
谢谢。
Thank you.
Thank you. So I think you bring a very important point here. It's about economic sustainability or economic viability. Where's the money came from? Of course, this is very important basic question, because if no money, there is no honey. How we can get something to preserve something if there is no money? There's one important question. And second, you mentioned also a very important aspect of this. It's not just a museum for preserving the antique or old objects, but museum as a place to be. Museum that is relevant to people, that can spend time there, very attractive place. So we can see from the several examples, the side, highway stops. It's become very popular place. People, well, it's not really about history, but they need to take a rest, and therefore they can go there, and then we can have an opportunity to teach them, learning about the history of the past, and at the same time also economically viable. And of course, there is some project that Nadia said about this. It's a big concert hall. If there is no concert or something, this is a lot of questions about economic sustainability. But I just want to know from Cindy, because she is an NGO, and she is very active in community participations, bottom-up movement. how you deal with this money issue. If you want to preserve authenticity, you don't want to sacrifice authenticity, right? In Hirado, making beer, selling curry, and selling sweets, which is quite authentic. But that is interesting because you're just dealing with the sweet history. There is no baggage. But you, Indonesia, you have a big baggage from the Dutch, a bad memory about forced labor and so on. So from your perspectives, how you combine this engagement, educations, and at the same time also profitable and sustainable?
That is my questions also.
No, you answer it.
Okay. I will. Well, I will answer based on my experience these last few days. I arrived in Taiwan, and also during this whole day presentations and discussions. Oh, well, we learned a lot. That's why we invite these prominent and promising architects from Indonesia we want to learn from Taiwan, because I impressed with the works of creativity in Taiwan. That's what I always said. Back in 2019, when first time I was here in Taiwan, with Hasti, we visited Tendram, Rende Cultural Park. As I understand that is one of the sugar mills industrial park who's turned into a cultural park by a community, not by the government. So I was inspired, and still now inspired by those. How can creativity maintain the authenticity? And then in the same time, we are, in reality, we realize that we need money. So reflected to that situation, I mean, to Tendram itself, I think in the context of Indonesia is quite different. Because I'm from an NGO, we are voluntarily managing the NGO. It is very struggling to how are we going to still exist and inspire the people to do the preservations or to maintain the authenticity. It is a difficult question because we still don't have any. Well, we want to keep it idealistic. We want to learn from Taiwan. If we appreciate creativity, we appreciate authenticity, then the money will come. Because in Indonesian context, maybe creativity is not the first, but the taste, the culinary is the first. So how are we going to incorporate culinary and authenticity, and then we move into creativity? Because, for instance, if we want to set up a museum in industrial heritage, in Indonesian context, no one will come only to see a display. They want to have something fun. They want it to be engaging. They want their children to be happy so that the parents are happy. So the only thing, one word that makes them happy is food. So yeah, I think as an NGO, it is, I don't know how to answer this because it's still my questions, but I think creativity involving food is one of the, for Indonesian context, is one of the key to find fundings and to keep the economy going.
Thank you. Indonesian is a sweet tooth. Taiwan also, Japan also the same. So I think food is a very important factors. And second, creativity. You mentioned about creativity and authenticity. Now, Pak Aris, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, sir.
Yes, because you are a researcher and you are from the government. And you have all these resources. What do you think that we can do from the government side to help not just to boost production, because maybe sugar is not relevant anymore like tobacco. It's considered as the enemy of the state, enemy of the health. So if in case it's like tobacco, is it possible for, say, like a laboratory research center to move into a different kind of research with the supporting consumptions, healthier consumptions, and also the concern that like Cindy and other colleagues here is trying to push. So what is your take on this?
Okay, thank you. Our topic at the museum are how to provide educational to the public about past history and current activities, and even present future opportunities. Therefore, apart from being a research institution, which is still carrying out this mandate, we also provide educational facility to the community, student, and the sugar industry. Some like educational about environment also we can give to our community. We work using some of the building from the past Dutch era, as well as buildings that were relatively recently erected to now after the Indonesian government. The area of the past building that was used for work can be seen without disturbing the work activities being carried out. So there is direct learning both about the history of the building and its activities. I think it's our comment that the history can be learned both with our activity. And I think that's right, but to maintain this facility to be a sugar museum, I think history of PUG at Indonesia, Pasuruan is net funding, I think. But from this discuss, I think a lot of information that can we make to improve collaboration or make any activity that we can collaborate about activity that we can do. I think that is Mr. Widodo, I think from us.
Yes, thank you. This is important because education is something that everyone needs. And we understand that this potential of the factory, even the active factory or defunct factory or museums, become a campus. So it's not just space for consumptions, but also space for educations. It's not just display, but also active engagement. So, factory university or museum university that become like a living campus, that could be very important way forward to combine educational activities with learning process and also the space that people can hang out. So I imagine in Pak Aris' old buildings, it's not just office or laboratory, but there may be a cafe, maybe some experimental place to taste the new things that is produced from sugar, like in Hirado. So this kind of interactive learning and also something that is relevant to the present economy and the contemporary lifestyle is something that can help to preserve authenticity, but at the same time also to push into the economic viability. And of course, it's not just private sector, the government role is very important, but there is a strategic coalitions between all parties, government, community, educations, work together and using the building, the site, as the middle platform, as the platform for collaborations. So I think from these discussions, I think this is more or less the idea that it's not just about museum, it's not just about restaurant or cafe, not just about hotel, but something creative that should be found. So before we continue with the last part, we have 15 minutes now before the end, close this, but I just want to give this, to the floor, anyone who gave any comments or statements or whatever, what you feel. Yes, Hasti.
Hi. In the last 5 years, I'm involved in the international cooperation to assist the museums in Indonesia under the Ministry of Education and Culture and provincial government of Jakarta in the shifting of museum, which is at the first phase is collection-oriented museums into people's-oriented museums. Actually, the format of museums is imported idea from the Western countries. But anyway, we all now have museums, so let's make the best of it. And but in a developing country like Indonesia, museum is still oriented. Most museums still oriented to the collections, and they treat collections at the focus of attention. But actually in the developed countries, now they become people-oriented museums. So I think because the use of sugar factories as museums now are still in the early phase, why don't we jump directly to the people-oriented museums? Do not become collection-oriented museums. Then because we accommodate what Widodo has mentioned just now, that actually the people, the visitors, the most important. And even if you have a little collections, it doesn't matter. If you have a more intangible heritage as your selling value, make use of it. Because at the end of the day, it's the people-oriented museum. And I can tell you, I've been doing this for 5 years now in Indonesia. It's very difficult to make a people-oriented museums. Yeah, thank you.
我是来自这个总爷糖厂所在地的麻豆文史工作室哈。那因为这次的研讨会的标题是平衡梦想与现实嘛，那我对这个梦想非常敏感哈。我们台湾流行一句选举的术语，是有梦最美，希望相随，所以。
Hello, I am from model sugar industry, and after today, listening to all these presentations, and the title for today's symposium is Balancing Dreams and Reality. I'm very sensitive of the term dream because we have slogans during election campaign. We say, if you have dream are the best, and we have hope afterwards.
那我非常的赞成，今天有个讲者特别提到，要做整体性的保存文化景观，也就是说，不只是厂房、宿舍、行政都要一起，甚至还包括农村农民的生活。
And I do agree with the presenter mentioned about we have to preserve the cultural landscape as a whole, including the plants, the dormitories, even the village life and the villagers as a whole.
那我们回到 UNESCO 对于文化景观的定义，它确实是一个活的，人跟环境的互动，而且它还会继续存下去的一个生活的地景。所以我认为今天有讲者提到那种叙述性的，透过文学、文献或是一些东西来做解说环境教育的用途，这非常的重要。
And when we look back at the definition from UNESCO, a definition for a cultural landscape should involve the human and environment. And I do agree with this. So from what I heard today, I think it is very important to have a narrative from the literature and the narrative from the local perspective. And we can also use it as educational purposes.
同样的 ，UNESCO 对于这个文化资产的定义，它有2个元素，一个是真实性，一个就是它有解说性。
And the definition by UNESCO, cultural assets should have authenticity and should be narrative.
所以刚才为什么叙述性的东西是那么重要？因为它必须进入研究调查，然后产生的真实性之后，还是要透过展示解说员的训练，才能够透过解说的系统让别人了解，做永续的经营。
So narrative is a very important and a key issue because we need to tell from the narrative we can train people to tell the story, and we can pass this the meaning, and that will generate the authenticity of this place. And we train these people to tell the story.
我这个阶段的提问就是，这些东西都要花钱，都是政府来支出，这些开销怎么用收入来平衡财务？因为政府的财务，应该每个国家都在紧缩，尤其文化部门在政府部门是非常小的部门，它的预算大概是公务局的零头。因为抱歉，我当过台南市的公务局局长，那时候文化局的预算是低得好可怜。
So my question is still financing. How do we get the money? We know that government can support, but the budget would always be limited. So how to get the money and that we can balance the income and expenditure? That is very important issue. That is also my question. I personally served in public sector, so I know the limitation of budget from government.
所以有没有可能台湾或是目前今天参加的国际各国国家，有没有可能他们透过一些观光的旅游活动，包括住在糖厂里面，这有点像比照说，目前台湾也有住在海参馆，也有住在动物园，甚至最近一般来说非常严肃的中正文化中心也在办过夜的活动。请问台湾有没有可能，还有各个国家有没有办过类似的旅游活动，让他住在糖厂里面，充分利用生产、行政、住宿的设施，能够来体验
？In Taiwan, my question is it possible for us to promote some tourist activities? We would invite visitors to stay overnight. We do have that in aquarium and in the zoo, and we can also increase the income. So my question is, are there any experiences in all the experts in your own countries? Are there any experiences of holding some tourist activities to invite visitors to stay overnight so they can make use of the facilities while we also get income?
I guess this is an open question because money is always a problem. But I think, in general, there are companies who have the CSR, Corporate Social Responsibility Fund. There are some philanthropy maybe out there, sugar daddy. that are willing to give an endowment fund. The government who put aside the budget for before elections, there's a lot of promises. So probably there is some budget as well. So I think that could be a very interesting topics for the next conference, focusing really on the economic viability. That could be one possibility because this is the key issues, right? But second also, the possibility to be creative because building, sites, all those industrial ruins are physical form, as is a carbon content. And carbon is money now in the age of climate change. You can trade the sinking carbon. You can trade the embodied carbon. You can get incentive, additional GFA, additional grant or whatever to make a building net zero energy. There are many things out there, and the presentation just now, very technical presentations, using computer, using modeling, like the gentleman from Delft, right? And also the mapping that is done also in Taiwan. This can be turned into a digital twin that can be coupled with carbon calculator. And technically speaking, this is source of money as well. So it's not just money from liquid money, but also frozen money that is heritage building actually has, because one brick, for example, this brick, was burned for 20 days. So if you calculate how much carbon inside one brick, concrete, steel, then you can have a total of millions of tons of embodied carbon. So that would be another topic for the next time. But for interest of time, this is 5 minutes. Before this, there's another last statement, or if there's anyone after Nadia, please. Please, Nadia.
Thank you. I'm a bit wants to sharing the experience on the economic viability for the adaptive reuse of the heritage building. In Indonesia, we have M Block, which is this is the one who create the director, one of the director of the M Block, and M Block was considered a very successful program for making the new life of the heritage building in several cities of Indonesia, because M Block have a very different approach and also different complex. So if I may, I will invite Mas Jacob to sharing his experience about M Block.
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you, Nadia. Oh, okay. Hello, my name is Jacob Gatot. I'm from M Block Group. M Block is a creative hubs. Yeah. We use the abandoned buildings from the state-owned companies. It is located in 7 cities, but we have 8 venues. One city has 2 venues. So, yes, our experience is, I agree with all speakers has mentioned this afternoon, that the building is one thing, but the most important thing is, I think, the community involvement and the program from the creative communities. That's what we done so far. So that's why many state-owned companies now invite us to utilize the abandoned building that they have. So what you said, the whole days, I think, yes, I agree. Moreover, about the programming and involvement of the community. Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And using abandoned building as the starting point to generate energy.
Yes.
This is very important, and not just one point, but several points. So this is like acupuncturing. in the Chinese Chinese traditional medicine. So you activate the meridian points, and that meridian points will generate new energy. And this new energy will propel into the future with support, whatever academic activities, research activities, and so on, with the participation of everybody. So I think this is a very important learning point. And there are 2 minutes left. So I just want to ask everyone here to give the final words, just one sentence. So what is your take and what is your thinking about the future of this industrial heritage? Pak Aris, maybe it's about your dream.
Yes, I think our dream in Indonesia, we must go collaborative and action.
Thank you. Another Indonesian, Cindy?
The dream is to reuse, preserve the heritage by creativity.
Thank you, creativity. Mr. Wang?
就是大家就进糖厂去认识那个糖业的文化，然后或许透过博物馆的方式，好让糖业的文化是可以透过糖厂可以更久的被说出来。
So come to sugar factory to get to know the sugar industry. Museum can help to let you understand and know better to appreciate sugar.
Thank you. Appreciations, right? Ideguchi-san?
皆さんお話ししたのとちょっと一緒になるんですけども、その地域住民とかそういう多くの分野と大きく関わって巻き込むことで、それをまた未来に長い目で活動をしていくことが重要じゃないかも。短期的なところではなくて未来に向けた活動を地道にやっていくことが必要じゃないかなと思います。
So to connect not only with the surrounding environment, but also the people who live in the surrounding environment, make deep connections based for the long term. If we do that on a day-to-day basis and keep on going on that, success will come in the end.
Thank you. So, thank you so much. So my conclusion is just one word, one sentence. Heritage conservation is all about people. And it's about management of change. And how we respect the hope and the wish of the people of the future, our next generations. This is the things that all of us in this room should think about after this conference. So thank you very much. And hopefully we can meet again in the next conference and talking about something that is better than today. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Pak Aris.
Okay, thank you for you all. And we are about to conclude the whole event today. Really appreciate you all for taking time out of the busy schedule to be here. And before we conclude the whole symposium, I would like to extend to all the staffs for their hard work and dedication in organizing this event. So our team is including the international member, and please stand up. And then also included a Taiwan team member. Please, maybe scatter all around. Yeah, please, accept our hand clap. Yeah, and then time is up. Yeah, so okay. I hope you enjoy today's whole event, and then have a good remains of today. Goodbye.